Obono gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obun kife la chasha so Obun kife me chasha me my baby, you know, say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motan wakuna toga book.
Ejemini ekebo, akobi ewe ayo, ewe tumeje, itulo ni ọtún ẹṣẹ, ìfà ló ní kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà. Gbogbo mẹ́ta ọ̀ka wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé. Wọ́n á fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàgbàdà bẹ́. Ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkànbí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gọ́fìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is, Baba Jebu. So there it is. It lands on me again with my ball, with my shining. Pardon me. It lands on me again with my shining bald head. So there it is, right there. And I don't even glisten it, or it's just the natural sheen of the super brain. So there it is. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we carry on, and it still carries on. The protest in Nigeria shows well, it is somewhat abating, but it's still very much fervent. So if those two can coexist in the same happenstance, it's still it's abating and fervent both at the same time. So there are several. Oh, by the way, yes. Good day to you. I did say good day to you, didn't I? So yes. All the greetings out of the way. There are several moving parts in the situation going on in Nigeria. Several moving parts. So the protests kicked off with the Showore Obi space organizing the days of peaceful protest, which they described as days of rage. By the way, so there's an oxymoron right in there. There's a contradiction in terms right there, but it kicked off really in what purports to be peaceful protest organized by the Showore and Obedient Space to protest against hunger in the land. So that was the birthing of it. So that was the title. We all know that it's a political underpinnings because the spaces organizing the protest were spaces that lost in the presidential election 2023. So you don't even have to stretch the imagination to conclude that. So that was what was sold. Also, peaceful protest against hunger and hardship in the land. So that was the birthing of it. But it has since transmuted into several chess pieces being moved in psychedelic ways. So as soon as it started, the theme completely abandoned. It was any and everything other than peaceful protest. So it wasn't anything like peaceful protest. So that kicked off. But the theme of that protest when it started was still what was promised. It was wrapped around hunger and things like that. So that was the start of it. But very, very quickly, by the second day, no longer than the third day, it really starts to transmute into a hydra-headed space. So just stay with me. I know it's somewhat complicated, but it pulls together somewhat. So it turns into a hydra-headed space with several moving parts. So it very, very quickly transmuted from end hardship and hunger to Tinubu must go. And then very, very quickly, it transmuted again into the Russian flags being brought out. And then very, very quickly, it transmuted into the military should take over. So several moving parts. So a lot of those moving parts are parts being moved by the North, because we already know the theme of the Southern protesters, which is essentially around their political sour grapes and hardship in the land. But the movement in the North, it has all of the colorations of regime change. So have that as a backdrop, and we kick it off with a video. So have that as a backdrop understanding, and let's kick it off with this video. Several moving parts, as I said. So you have to pay real attention to this because it's somewhat of a complex, convoluted narrative, but it pulls together at the end. So let's kick it off with this clip.
Senator Sani for joining us. It looks like some of you and your colleagues have retired from protesting on the street. You didn't particularly join them in this one. Was there a reason why you did not?
Sharon, thank you for having me in your program. Well, first and foremost, we have not retired from activism. And I believe and strongly support those who protested peacefully. Nigeria is a democracy, and everyone has the right to peacefully object, to resist, to disobey, and also to stand for any ideals. And democracy and the laws of our land give you that leverage to do that. But what we have seen in the last few days, it's not a peaceful protest as far as I'm concerned from the northern part of Nigeria. The whole idea was hijacked and the script was changed as far as the north was concerned. Those who called for the protest must have come from Lagos or anywhere, but there were no visible leadership as far as Kano, Jigawa, Kaduna, and all the states that experience violence in the north. It's a fact. Even protest has a rule. The first rule is that there should be reason for which people should protest. Of course, there is hunger, there is hardship, there is suffering as a result of the economic reforms program, which is enough reason for people to protest, but to protest peacefully. But secondly, a protest also needs leadership. When you have leaders who will lead the flock on the street, then certainly one of the responsibility of that leader is to control the crowd and to guide them. We're going to start protests from point A to point B, and we're going to start from 8 a.m. and end by 4 p.m. Now, that was not the case in the north. So from what we have seen, especially in Kaduna State, where I come from, was that people were called out to the street, and then they were left on autopilot. And now young people use the opportunity to launch attack on public infrastructure, snatch motorcycles and phones, molest people, attack banks, and looted public establishments. And then the new dimension to this is what you have just discussed, was that a day before the last protest, money was shared to youths, and then Russian flags was also shared. That shows that the whole intent of the protest is not simply about the policies and programs of the government or objection to removal of subsidy, but there was an attempt to create an atmosphere where there will be an overthrow of the government. And when you have this kind of situation, you will see that there is someone writing a script for anarchy, lawlessness, and disorder. And it is incumbent on people like us to speak. I cannot join a protest that I was not engaged or consulted in the planning stage. And I believe that no one should. If those who believe that the solution to the problem, or there is a need for people to protest, then there should have been consultations. This is not the first time we have protests in Nigeria. And you have seen protests by Labour, protests by ASU, protests by NANS. But protest has a rule. You embark on a day or two protest, and then you suspend it and create room for dialogue. There you table your demands, and negotiations take place, and then you achieve some of the objectives and aims of your own protest. But that was not the case here.
Senator, I'd like you to give us a sense, a comparative analysis, how the protests have developed in different dimensions in different parts of the country. It does look like that protest split the country into half, where we saw a different...
So there it is right there. So without equivocation, Shehu Sani explaining to you that it's a regime change protest. So nothing to do with hardship in the land. It's a regime change protest. Because the Northerners, of course, they cannot abide a Southerner being president of the country. So the Northerners cannot abide a Southerner being president of the country. Akolata spoke to that yesterday, but that is being heavily discussed on social media as well. So let's kick it off with this one. Let's kick it off here. So there it is right there. This is from a known name on the Twitter space, one of the Twitter champions. It says, "Dear Southerners, although I strongly disagree with official ABAT and its ideology, I deeply, let's do it again. Dear Southerners, although I strongly disagree with the president and its ideology, I am deeply concerned about this recurring issue. Whenever a Southerner becomes president, the North seems to intentionally destabilize the nation, seemingly aiming to undermine the president's tenure. It is worrying, considering the North's tolerance of Buhari. So there is one of the anti-Tinubu spaces right there, speaking to what is emerging as a theme. It says, why is it that the North loses its tolerance whenever there is a Southern president? It is crucial for him to unify the entire South to ensure stability and progress throughout his term. So that's somebody picking up now on that theme that there's a certain particular, almost peculiar movement within the North, which is essentially to truncate this Tinubu administration. They want to bring it to as quick an end as they possibly can. Firstly, because they object to being governed by a southerner, and secondly, for all of the reasons that Kulata explained yesterday, this guy is blocking off all of the plug holes that they used to fleece the country: the foreign exchange arbitrage, the subsidy scam, and all of these scams. He's blocking it off, and they're so used to living life at that level that they have no option but to move all out. But there is a northern agenda to this thing now. This protest has now transmuted into a northern agenda. And if you look at the traction of the protest, you will see that there is a northern agenda. So it kicked it off. It kicked off with heavy violence in Kano yesterday. A couple of days ago, and then it transmuted to Kaduna, where it kicked off with heavy violence. And today now we're seeing the same heavy violence within Katsina. So now, there's very much orchestration in what is going on. Very, very orchestrated. Let me actually play you this clip. Yes, let me play you this clip. In this clip, you see people being moved around the northern space for protest. So this is very much an orchestrated space. Watch this.
Con the protest. Con the protest.
So there it is right there. So those were people being moved around for the protest right there. So those were people being moved around for the protest. And then let me show you this tweet from Atiku Abubakar as well. I wish to convey a stern caution to the distinguished service chiefs and military commanders of Nigeria's armed forces that those who authorize the use of lethal force against peaceful civilian protesters will be held responsible for committing crimes against humanity, even in the years following their retirement from service. The constitutional right to engage in protest is firmly established within our supreme law and reinforced by the judiciary. It is the solemn duty of the government and security agencies to ensure a safe and protected environment for individuals exercising their rights to peaceful protest. So that is Atiku Abubakar right there, trying to lean somewhat on the on the state governors. And then if you marry that with what came out yesterday as well, with the North asking Tinubu, this is coming out of Kaduna, by the way, they were asking Tinubu to step down to be replaced by Atiku Abubakar. That is to tell you then that the agenda has transmuted from anything to do with hunger into a regime change. So it is a regime change protest that we're essentially going through now. So a regime change protest. Let's go on from there. Oh, I didn't even ask you to do the super chats. Please make sure you're doing the super chats, a minimum of 5 super chats per session. So let's go on from there and then to the headlines that I have lined up. So federal government blocks account of hashtag end bad governance sponsors, place them on watch list. So yes, paramount on that list, of course, will be somebody like Omoyele Sowore. Yes, I actually have a clip of this lady speaking. So authorities of the Nigerian Immigration Service have placed sponsors of the nationwide hashtag end bad governance protest on its watch list. Comptroller General of NIS, Kemi Nandap, who disclosed this at Defense Headquarters Abuja on Tuesday, said these persons who are in diaspora will be arrested immediately they step their foot on Nigerian soil. So I did say that Showore was going to get arrested, and this time around, it's not going to be any Mickey Mouse sort of a thing. I think they're going to throw the book at him. So there it is right there. I cannot think of anybody outside of Showore that this is geared towards. Yes, I have a clip on that, so I'll play you it in a moment. And still speaking to that Showore space, I did say that the protest has transmuted from end hunger, end hardship to a regime change protest, and Showore very much in that regime change narrative. So this is from his verified Twitter handle: "With love from Bangladesh, Nigerians need to do this right now to hashtag end bad governance revolution now." So what is going on in Bangladesh? You don't need me to tell you what is going on in Bangladesh. The protesters have essentially forced down the sitting government, with the president, prime minister escaping to India, and they are now looting parliament as we speak. So it has transmitted into a regime change protest. A regime change protest. Chief of Naval Staff reveals sponsors of hashtag end bad governance protest in Nigeria, discloses next action. So let's see if names are given here. The Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, has disclosed that some subversive elements are the ones behind the hashtag End Bad Governance protest, which has rocked major cities across Nigeria since the beginning of August. He added that the protesters, I don't think he actually gives names. They never really give names in this thing. Let's go to his quotation. Ogala said, as we have seen that the protest has taken a new dimension to the extent that it has become something that appears to be subversive in nature, because when you are protesting for bad governance or you are protesting for poverty, and then we see people deliberately calling for change of government, unconstitutional change of government, people asking for foreign intervention in our country, it shows that the intention of some of those protesters are not exactly what Nigerians were made to believe. So it goes on and on. So there it is right there. That's the Chief of Naval Staff, who's almost certainly not going to reveal any names. Right. It says, it is obvious to us that many of these protesters are sponsored by subversive elements who are bent on destroying the peace that we have enjoyed in the last 25 years of democratic governance. It is also obvious to us that these people who want to perpetrate this ideology have other intentions other than the intentions which they have made the gullible Nigerians to believe. And for that reason, as part of our constitutional responsibility, which is the protection of the sovereignty of this country and provision of aid to civil authority, we are ready and we stand firm. And also, it doesn't actually reveal names. So there it is right there. But certainly, the government moving tough. The government moving tough. So let's go on from there to another one. Still within that space, this is Festus Keyamo coming in. Even if Mr. President at official ABAT redrafts his wonderful speech 1 million times over, those with nefarious intentions will continue to poo-poo it in order to justify their continued instigation of mayhem. Their real intention is to force the hand of the president to negotiate power with them. It is as simple as that. The four guys are the ignorant but patriotic. The four guys are the ignorant but patriotic Nigerians on social media, screaming their heads off, and robbers and hoodlums that are rampaging the streets. So that is very much Keyamo on board with that narrative that this has transmuted it to something completely new. Brandishing Russian flag is an abuse of constitutional rights. This is Femi Falana lending his voice to that treasonable charge that the government has leveled against people waving Russian flags in the protest. A human rights lawyer, Femi Falana, SAN, has warned protesters to desist from anything that could jeopardize the objective of the protest. Falana stated this whilst fielding questions from newsmen on Monday. He warned Nigerian youths protesting against hunger, hardship, and socio-economic policies affecting the country to be wary of thugs and distance themselves from undemocratic forces who have taken advantage of the peaceful protest to engage in violence and campaign for another military coup in the country. The human rights lawyer said the act of brandishing Russian flag whilst protesting in Nigeria is an abuse of constitutional right. So that lends credence somewhat to the government's charge then that those flags are being waved in the midst of that protest is treason. So to this one, why Shell declined offer to run Nigerian refinery when I was president? So this is an expose. There's actually about a 50-minute interaction with a foreign platform where Obasanjo actually made this revelation. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has disclosed that his administration persuaded Shell PLC to run Nigeria's refinery, but the oil company rejected the offer. Obasanjo, who was president 1999 to 2007, disclosed this in an interview with Financial Times. He said, "When I was president, I invited Shell and I said, look, come and take equity participation and run our refineries for us." They refused. They said our refineries have not been well maintained. He recalled how he persuaded Shell to run the country's refineries, but the international oil company refused, saying there was too much corruption in the sector. When I was president, I invited Shell and I said, look, come and take equity participation and run our refineries. They refused. So I think that's somewhat repetitive, but there it is right there. So there it is right there. Let's go on from that to another one. All right. So let me take you to this one. Actually, this one it says after this, if you still want to protest, then you are a fool. So these are the achievements of the Tinubu administration that has not been amplified loudly enough. President Bola Tinubu addresses nation. So these are the things that came out. 9.1 trillion naira government revenue in the first half of 2024, more than double compared to the first half of 2023. 97 to 68% reduction in percentage of revenue spent on debt service in the last 13 months. 5 billion amount of legitimate outstanding foreign exchange obligations cleared. 1.61 million barrels per day recent oil production level. 1 million number of CNG conversion kits to be distributed. 60% expected reduction in transportation costs due to the CNG. And on it goes. A lot of that came out of the. Oh, there goes my light. Let me switch this around a little bit. So a lot of that actually came out of the Tinubu speech. So nothing new there, but it's really a regurgitation of what's already known. So a regurgitation of what is already known. Let's go on from there to another one. Right. Nigerian government places sponsors on watch list, freezes their accounts. So that already we've covered. Why fuel importers will frustrate Dangote. This is Obasanjo. Let's take a couple of paragraphs. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has said those benefiting from the lucrative business of fuel importation are going to make efforts to frustrate the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. Obasanjo stated this in the wake of allegations by the president of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, that some mafias are making efforts to frustrate the 20 billion refinery. This came as it was gathered on Monday that the multi-billion-dollar refinery and other domestic refineries have yet to purchase crude in Naira based on the directive of President Tinubu to the NNPCL. In an interview with Financial Times, the former president described the Dangote refinery as something that should encourage both Nigerians and non-Nigerians. Aleko's investment in a refinery, if it goes well, should encourage both Nigerians and non-Nigerians to invest in Nigeria. If those who are selling or supplying refined products for Nigeria feel that they will lose the lucrative opportunity, they will also make every effort to frustrate him. So we're seeing that already playing out in real time. We're seeing that already play out in real time. So now, I show you that clip of people being lorried all over the north to go and protest. And there's a good reason for that. This set of data now that I'm about to show you speaks to exactly why that is possible. Out of school children percentage, top 12 states, Bauchi. So there's nobody in school in the north, essentially. That just gives you the figure right there. 31.6% in Kano, and that is the lowest. So 64% in Bauchi, Kebbi, 60% Zamfara, Yobe 58, Jigawa. So nobody in school. That's why they have a lot of vagrant youths that are, that they use as cannon fodder. So vagrant youth used as cannon fodder. Dangote plans to sell 12.7% stake in refinery that over liquidity issues. So there it is right there. I think somewhat there was an anticipation that might well be the case. From all of the belly aching that he has been belly aching, there was the suspicion somewhat that he may be having some financial issues. So Dangote financial issues. So those are the readouts. So I'm going to now rattle you through a series of clips, and then we kick the session off. So let's kick off the clips with this one, with El Rufai defining exactly what the experience of living in Lagos is. So we kick it off with this.
I mean, let's be realistic. I don't know how people in Lagos survive. Every day, 4 hours in traffic for 5 days. I don't know if Saturday and Sunday are enough for them to rest. That's why I feel that all those that have lived in Lagos for 20 years should just go straight to heaven, because they have already lived in hell.
So there it is right there. El Rufai having a bit of a poke in the direction of Lagos. So now this now speaks to professionalism and lack of professionalism in the security forces in Nigeria. This next clip, it speaks to those two spaces all at once. So it speaks to professionalism within the Nigerian security forces, and then it also speaks to a lack of professionalism within the Nigerian security forces, but it speaks to those two spaces all at once. Watch this.
You're not addressing that way. People do most things here, you're not addressing that way. Talk to me. If you don't know my rank, let me know so that you see. No, listen to me when I talk to you. You bloody well listen to me. As a professional police officer, you bloody well. Hey, gentlemen, somebody record what I'm saying. So that when I'm going to charge you, I will charge you even to your first headquarters. I say stop shooting. I've appealed to people. They should move back. You people continue shooting, firing like that. I say move your vehicle behind the Air Force vehicle, so that I'll serve as a buffer between you and these people. Your guys are fighting. You have refused since how many minutes I've been here. Now, I'm giving you a direct instruction. Move your vehicle behind the Air Force vehicle. The Air Force is going to serve as a buffer between you and them. Now go ahead and do that, and let me be able to talk to these people. I say please go and do what I have said. And warn your people, I don't want a single shot. I don't want a single tear gas.
That speaks to professionalism and lack of professionalism in equal measure in the same clip. So now, the fuel subsidy is not coming back, and the Minister of Finance explains to you exactly why. Watch this.
Fuel subsidy in the budget.
There's no fuel subsidy.
There's no fuel subsidy in the budget. That is the truth. That is the technical fact. We have signs that we are going in the right direction, and what we must be determined to do is to maintain those trends. Those trends will take us to where we want to go. And you've got to, when you say where will we get money from, the Ministry of Petroleum through the NNPC has committed to 2 million barrels a day.
By when?
2 million barrels a day at $80 a barrel takes us out of the woods not just in the short term, but the medium term, because we will rally around that additional infusion of not just income, but foreign exchange to get the economy going and to attract investors and to bring down the exchange rate, bring down inflation, bring down interest rates. At the overall level, at the macro level and the fundamental level, things are falling into shape. The issue is that at the micro level, there's yet to be a drilling down to where people experience life. So the answer in the short, medium, and long term is for Nigerians to produce, to grow, and to produce, and to harvest, and to process their own food. With the kind of food production program we have, inflation will come down as prices come down. When inflation comes down, exchange rate will stabilize.
All right, brilliant. So what Wale Edun is essentially explaining there is that the strategy of the Tinubu administration wraps around a multitude of situations. So they are banking heavily on increasing petroleum output. So they are at 1.6 million now. And by the way, they were coming from 900 and something thousand when Buhari left. So they are at 1.6 million something now. They are targeting 2 million barrels per day. If they achieve that, that stabilizes the naira, the economy. It creates a huge buffer for them to maneuver more. But it's saying in the short term, the food situation beclouds all of this government strategy. So that's what Wale Edun was saying there. So we're back to the Igbo must go narrative again that is going on in Lagos State. It's a storyline that refuses to go. And thankfully, we have a couple of people in Lagos on the panel. So maybe they will give us the latest update. But here it is being discussed on social media.
So Yoruba, we should stop complaining because we need to protest. We need to come out and protest. Igbo are disrespecting our institution. They disrespect our traditional ruler. They disrespect all our headers. And they can't take it in their own space. Therefore, we must not fold our hand. I just have to tell everybody this. This protest, Igbo must go. And the scrap of a unitary system is a must. And it's coming. And it's going to be loud. It's going to, whoever that want to die should go and die. It's in our space. This is our heritage. This is the land our father fought for. And we will not allow anybody, no matter how many acres of land you buy, it is our land. And your land, your purchased land have expired time. Therefore, you cannot claim ownership. So thank you, Madam Majoke, for
sir. Let me just quickly say this.
So that is the Igbo must go protest, which a lot of people they are saying is I still have the apprehension that immediately after this protest has been tagged and bagged, that will come as a thing. There will be a splash within especially the Lagos space and a couple of our Yoruba cities, and then the security forces will quickly quell it down. But then there will be an atrocious relationship off the back of that. I think there's somewhat of an awakening of ethnic jingoism in the Southwest. I fear it, but I sense it as well. There's somewhat of an awakening of some sort of ethnic jingoism within the Southwest. And I think the authorities are picking up on that as well.
So Ayo, Yachukudi also came out and said, "Is my friend." When she was engaged, she said, "No, it's my friend. We are just joking." That's what the woman said ultimately. So what do you do? If somebody said, "Okay, it's my friend," you are just, having so. But the bottom line is this. Like I said, let us all cool public commentary. The way we all talk, let us all cool things down. When every action that you take is weaponized, it becomes a problem. We are indirectly encouraging people to do the wrong things. So that's where I start from. Let's all calm things down, And it starts from the way we do our elections, the way we talk about it and everything. and we compare ourselves with other nations around the world. It just doesn't make sense. We are the only nation that conduct monolithic elections. The ballot paper in Lagos is the same as Kaura Namuda. That's not what happens in the United States. That's not what happens in India. That's not what happens. So in UK, it's parliamentary. They're counting down your constituency and and then we say, oh, it's bad. Everybody abusing the INEC.
All right, so that's the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, that's Hamzat, answering questions then on that Igbo must go chant that seems to be whimpering in the undercurrents of the southwestern space. So the whispers, the careless whispers, silent whispers of Igbo must go in the southwest. Let me play you this clip as well. A Yoruba man questioning why anybody would even suggest that. He presents a compelling narrative. Watch this.
You cannot sell your land to Igbos. You cannot sell your land. You cannot sell your houses to Igbo, and you are now accusing Igbo of taking over Lagos. Did Igbo force you to sell your lands? Did Igbo force you to sell your ancestral family homes? In Lagos Island, most of the Lagos houses in Lagos Island have been sold to the Igbos. So whose fault? Is it the Igbo fault or the seller's fault? If there's no seller, there won't be any buyer. If there's no seller, there won't be any buyer. So whose fault? Is it the fault of the buyer or the fault of the seller? Is it the fault of the seller or the fault of the buyer? And then you keep on coming with all these foolish arguments. And Igbos have bought Lagos State. They have bought all the land in Lagos. Who sold it to them? Did Igbo force you to sell your land? Did Igbo force you to sell your land? And then why this...
all right, I only really decided to bring that because of the person making that argument. Clearly, distinctly a Yoruba voice right there, presenting, you can't, you sold your land for, and then it's a 3-minute clip. It goes on to be really critical. It said they sold their lands and went to spend it on Wasiu something or the other, Fuji Reggae, and then now they are coming back to bellyache. After the people they sold their land have developed that land and that neighborhood, they now want it back. It doesn't quite work like that. But I wanted to bring that really because of the person making that argument, distinctly a Yoruba voice. So there it is right there to counterweight. So now, in life, they say be careful what you wish for because you might just get it. So have that as the backdrop to this next clip. Be careful what you wish for. You might just get it. So they've been clamoring for a military takeover in the north. So finally, fed up with hearing the chant, the military duly obliged. So be careful what you wish for. You might just get it.
Why they go to stone soldier now? Okay. Thank God for video. Okay. No run for your life. You don't set. Okay. Hey, why they go to stone soldier now? Oh man, no go lose guard yourself, oh. Don't go lose guard yourself, oh.
So there it was right there. Run, fat boy, run. So run, fat boy, run. So now this next clip that I'm about to play you, I'm going to trail it with another clip. So I've never done that before. So I'm going to trail the next clip that I'm about to play you with another clip. So in this, what's going on here? This thing is just messing me about. In this next clip that I'm about to play you, in this clip, substitute the name Yahaya Bello with Omoyele Sowore. So substitute the name Yahaya Bello with Omoyele Sowore.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk, say, make them go to prepare for 2019. Allah Maje. They say meet them for airport road. Allah Kiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know?
So, as I said, substitute the name Yahaya Bello with Omoyele Sowore. So, the song should go, do you know Omoyele Sowore máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn protest? Do you know that Omoyele Sowore máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn protest? Watch this.
Our readers, we have their Tuesday, and any attempt them to come into the country will be notified, and we'll also know what to do. We'll notify the necessary authority. So in essence, we're also making sure that everyone who is not supposed to come into the country, any person who is of interest in terms of these activities going on right now, we will make sure that as they come in, they're handed over to the necessary authority. Thank you.
All right, so there you are. I know Omoyele máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn protest. Something we can say with some certainty is that Omoyele Sowore would not be setting his foot on the shores of Nigeria for as long as Tinubu is president. Certainly not. Straight to prison. Straight to prison. So now straight to prison. So now this is now, we've been saying that the protest started as a protest against Tinubu, but it has transmuted into a protest against elitism. And there's nowhere more elitist than the patriarchal north. And it looks as though the penny may be starting to drop in the north. Watch this.
We have had a northern president from Katsina for 8 years. Before he came, we did not have a single IDP. All our local governments were safe. Now Katsina State, 22 out of 34 local governments, that is 65% of Katsina, is under siege. Borno State is more secure and safer than Katsina. That we had a president who is from there. That is a failing of us northerners. We need to look at ourselves. And now here we are. We have a leadership, we have a vice president number 2 who is from the north. We have a Speaker of the House who is number 4, who is from the north. We have an SGF who is from the north. We have the senior most military officer who is from the north. We have all the ministers of defense from the north. We have the Minister of Police from the north. We have the National Security Advisor from the north. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will look at us and say, you guys have no excuse not to bring peace to your land. So it is up to us to look at ourselves in the mirror, we northerners, especially those in government, and lock the door and say, people, how do we take care of these problems? President Bola Ahmed Tinubu from the southwest cannot come and bring peace to us. It is us that must bring peace to ourselves. And it is not the military that will bring peace. I've said it again and again, banditry can never be won on the battlefield. We are just putting the military to clean up after this mess. They're everywhere. So northern leadership, all of us, must come in, lock the door and sit down and see how we can bring peace to our land. 15 years of Boko Haram, 9 years of banditry. Are we going to continue this forever? I have friends in the United States calling me and say, did you see the primary school where these kids were taken? Blown roof, nothing there. Well, this is the leadership of the North that fuels all of this. And we're looking elsewhere, we're blaming somebody else. No. Leaders of the North, those in government and out of government, it's time for us to look ourselves in the face and say, we have failed our people, we need to do better. The military cannot bring peace to ourselves. None. We must all get involved and stop this nonsense, this Boko Haram, this banditry.
There it is right there, the penny finally dropping in the north. But of course, if the authorities are threatening to arrest Sowore as soon as he lands in the country, they cannot leave out Peter Obi because they are symbiotic in propelling the situation that we're in now. Obi was as frontal to the situation that we find ourselves. So why would they target Showore and not Peter Obi? Reno Omokri will certainly not have it that way. What this?
All right, let me begin with you, Reno. You have been monitoring developments before the protest began and how it has moved on up to as we speak. But yesterday it took a different dimension that some have called worrying. And even the military came out to say that the protesters had crossed the red line when some of them, were flying the Russian flag. Talk to us how you see the progression that has happened so far with the protest.
Well, this protest has been built on deceit. And when I say deceit, if you look at the protest, the last major promotion for the protest was the July 28th interview given by the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, in Abia State with Governor Oti by his side, encouraging people to protest, saying that the economy was in ruins and urging Nigerians to join the protest. Well, what happened? We saw that when the protest came, Abia State did not protest, but we had protests in Lagos, we had protests in Kano. Now, here's the thing, Kano and Lagos, they pay, in fact, in Lagos' case, they pay above minimum wage, 70,000 since February. They don't owe salaries. Kano pays minimum wage, and in addition to minimum wage, Kano pays a 20,000 naira wage support since February. And yet, there were protests there. Now, in the Abia State, where Peter Obi gave that interview, there were no protests. At that state, Abia State owes as much as 13 months' salary and doesn't pay the minimum wage. So you can see that there was some gaslighting here. And we see that also some people were prepared beforehand for something other than protest. Because where did these people get Russian flags? And other than that, we see that the main promoters of this protest, Omoyele Sowore, is not in the country, he's abroad. So he might be under the influence of foreign powers, we do not know. Peter Obi, he was a man that has been saying, okay, this protest is necessary. However, what are his motives? Because when you talk about the country, the things that he said, that the president has brought about the removal of fuel subsidy. Look, on the 1st of January 2023, Peter Obi said that if he were elected, subsidy will go immediately on day one. That's a direct quote. So what has the president done from his point of view to justify this process?
All right. So that is Reno Omokri packing the blame squarely with Peter Obi and Omoyele Sowore. So I'm going to rattle through three more clips. One is linked to the protest. One sort of semi-linked. The remaining two somewhat semi-linked. So let's just rattle through them and then we kick the session off.
I was so disappointed. See everybody going to work. No problem. You can go to your work. By the time a price of bread that is 1,005 now, we hit 2,500. We will see how far. You can begin going to your work. By the time fuel goes to 1,500, we will know how far. All of now when they go work, now the same market will they go. The same market. The same market. You feel they touch you, it go touch you very soon. So.
All right, Izan, come back. I'm going to start with you. I know you're in Lagos, so Izan, come back. We need an on-the-spot assessment. So here is Portable giving us his own inimitable take on the protest.
Ole Fadu, ole. Now, go see them and one little boy who protest. If you see work, if you do, no be only good the thief, no be jabag they do. Now, Paiwo, hand bad government. May they hand bad people too. Say, others protest. Say, but government will soon die. Government will form a drawing. Say, government will worry away. Say, by none. Hand bad people. Hand bad people. Not be only bad government, yo. Orang now, follow my protest. Orang. Ibo ni wọ́n ti rí tó lówó protest tó ń jíwájú. Na poor people, 14 kìnìyàn.
Oh, so there it is right there. Rich people don't protest. I got into Portable. Apparently, he's been losing a lot of followership off the back of that clip. So there's satellite pockets of residual fights taking place off the back of this protest that is going on. So that sounds vague and ambiguous, but hold it as a thought. There are satellite pockets of residual fights taking place off the back of the narrative of this protest. So hold that, convoluted, satellite pockets of residual fights coming to its fledging under this protest. So hold that as a thought as next one.
Regina Daniels, the country favor you well when now you go end up with Neds. I want your answer. He favor you well when now you go marry Neds, because now you they come outside, they form wife of senator to address the youth. You be first wife, I be second wife, I be third wife. Like which number you be for you to they come, they form say you want to address. You leave that duty for first wife to do not be you. Except now your followers when be say you want to address, and even the cost when the followers ever give, I know say you know expect them. The fact say they tell you say you make the right decision, not me say we won't make that same decision. You don't understand. People they want to get pride and ego when want marry as first wife, when want to enjoy their husband, get right over their husband. So the fact say you marry, man no talk. No me say you can't carry phone the address, who you the address. Not try am again, no, not try am again. Anything when concern Nigeria, you no talk put again. You no get that right to talk put. You dey hear? Smally, come the address who be your age mate, who be your playmate. They tell you say the protest na play who they play. Sit down, tie one kind nonsense inside the form say you the address. Oh, you don't mash up because you marry a pa. Not try am o.
So there it is right there. So that's a little snippet from the baby girl sector warning each other not to be, so you could tell that lady had been carrying some sort of grudge bad belly against Regina Daniel for a while, and it overspilled with that whatever it was. So let's go on to the last one. So this last one here, hold this as a thought. I don't. There's a quotation that to do with the slavery thing in America that I set 1,000 slaves free. I could have set more of them free, but they did not know they were slaves. So loosely, that's not verbatim, but I set 1,000 slaves free. I could have set more free, but they did not know they were slaves. So Tinubu has set the local government are space free, but in servitude, they insist they must remain. Watch this.
I get it. The thing about those Supreme Court judgment. So get it. Àwọn ọ̀gá wa tó ní àwọn ṣe àgọ̀mọ̀ ó ní nǹkan tí wọ́n rí. I get it. And since I'm under the umbrella of the state governor, ó jẹ́ aláṣẹ wa. Ó ní nǹkan tí àwọn fẹ́ ṣe nìyẹn. I get it. I have to abide by it. And I've said it once again. Supreme Court judgment is a case between the federal government and not the state of the federation. You hear what I'm saying? Federal government versus 36 states of the federation. And they pass their judgment. It's not a Supreme Court judgment against the federal government and AGON. AGON is not known to law. AGON is not known to law. I can't imagine a bricklayer. I'm going to say a bricklayer. I know what I'm saying. I'm a politician. This question you have come to ask me is an hypothetical question. So you understand? I'm serving a governor. Constitutionally, if you say this, then I have to abide by it. But let me assure you that the state of Shaki is not even affected by this case. There is no any news about it. Let money come directly, pay to my account, then you can now be monitoring me, or do I want to go to jail? I have answered your question, please. If I have other thing to talk, let's talk.
All right, there it is right there. So there it is right there. Tinubu sets them free, but that particular Oyo State, the Oyo State local government, they still want to be in perpetual servitude to Makinde. So there it is right there. Freedom is not meant for everybody. That's just what that tells us. Freedom is not meant for everybody. Let's play the care, guys. Bring the panelists on. Kick off the session. First, the care, guys. Let's see the super chats coming in. By the way, we're not seeing them come in.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agwesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, as I mentioned earlier, that he's on right there in Lagos, by the way. So give us an underground assessment. That's Pansat in the house. Good to see Pansat. Father of the bride, Dan Lekoko. There he is right there, the mighty man. Ekene joins us. We have gassed them up in the house. Baba joins us and the new MVP Solly in the house as well. So the new MVP Solly in the house as well. So let's do it in this running order. Izon, gas them up, Pansat, Baba Solly. So we do that in that order. Izon, gas them up, Pansat, Baba Solly. We kick it off with like a 5-7 minutes monologue. Izon, good to see you.
I came first.
I know you came first, but just you know I've started with you the last 3 sessions, but let me do it in that.
It's turn by turn now. Me, I usually have to sleep early.
You don't have to argue all the time now. Just walk with me sometimes.
But I have to sleep early also.
Yes, we're doing 5-7 minutes monologue, so let's do that.
Let him go now. Let him go. Let him go first. I'll go after him. Yeah.
All right, Solim. I know always you argue so much. All right, the floor has been yielded to you. So Solim, you go first.
So one man has brought a lot of topics today.
This is the typical Nigerian APC style movement, Shebi.
What's the APC movement now? He said that his thoughts to him. What's even that? Yes, Solly, floor is yours. 5-7 minutes monologue.
So one man has brought a lot of topics to try and prove his points with evidence and proof. So can I get the topics again and I'll go at it one by one, please?
The topics really wrap around still the goings on the protest. We're seeing another inflection on the trajectory of the protest. So we saw the riot kick off in Kano. It's transmuted to Katsina. It's transmuted to Kaduna, and even as early as yesterday, we were saying that if we see the protest transmute, if it transports onto Katsina today, then we will know categorically that this is a political movement. And it is a political movement because they are actually bossing people around the north to participate in this protest. Let me play you this.
Con the protest.
So there it is.
This doesn't really mean anything. We are just straws. If they want to protest, how are they going to get to the protest ground? They have to transport themselves. Same thing that happened in the South. People transported themselves.
They are not transporting themselves now. They are being transported. Could you not say that?
Okay. Either way, tomatoes, they are transporting themselves or they are being transported there. At the end of the day, they are trying to face their motive, which is protesting. The Nigerian government went to go and get soldiers to block the road where these people were protesting before. That doesn't even make any sense, because are you going to block all the roads in the country? If you block this road, they will protest in another road. If you block that road, these people are hungry. And the Nigerian government is trying to gaslight everybody, but the only people that are gaslighting is themselves and APC supporters who have been silenced. We can see very well that APC people have been silenced. They cannot even complain. Even the person that complained came the next day and said, "I'm sorry." Why? Because they would have threatened him. So it has turned into an echo chamber. People, you are now trying to grasp at straws to prove your gaslighting, but they are only gaslighting themselves. Because if people are hungry and you are telling them that they are not hungry, that will not make them stop.
Are you not acknowledging that this thing has gone beyond hunger protest? You don't get it.
I am acknowledging it, but what I am fighting for is that people want to try and gaslight people into thinking that there is no protest for hunger. But there is that protest for hunger, even with the article push, even with the people from abroad, that they said that people from abroad are sponsoring the protest. You know, inside it, there are still people that are hungry. People in other states are still protesting, which you did not post. People in Lagos still protested. Even though they block one road, they will find another route to protest because they are hungry. People in South are protesting. They even went to Wike's house. Are those ones sponsored also? Are you telling me that they are sponsoring everybody in the north, southwest, that people are not hungry? Somebody is paying them every day, more than what Nigerian government can pay them. Somebody is paying them every day because Nigerian government has given up on paying anti-protesters. They cannot continue to pay the money. So this person has more money than Nigerian government to be sponsoring them, and it is not hunger, then that's impossible. If this protest past 10 days and it continues, there will be anarchy. And this guy is going to be forced to put in the military on ground. And that is going to be his biggest mistake if the military starts firing people again. That will just bring on total chaos. They are trying to gaslight people. They are trying to do it as if it's business as usual, but it's not business as usual. One egg, just one egg, is 200 naira. If you say that these people are being paid and whatever, how much is the payment going to? How much is it really going to give them?
Let me ask you a question, Asoli. Do you concede that the protest is organized?
Some people organize some part of the protest, yes.
What do you mean? Every single one of it is organized now.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought you meant sponsored into trying to overthrow the government.
No, not sponsored, but organized. Do you consider that the protest is organized? Right.
Yes.
Right. So there'll be organizers of it. Do you concede that the people who are organizing this protest may have other agendas different from what they are selling it as?
Yes.
Right. And do you concede that the people that they are rolling out on the streets, the organizers of this protest, see them as no more than pawns, cannon fodders for in a game bigger than them?
Yes.
Right. So do you now not see that the game that is really being played is now unfurling, both in the north and in they're going to attack Wike's house, which is to tell you that is a Fubara-sponsored move right there. Omoyele Sowore has come out to tell them that what happened in Bangladesh should be the ultimate objective. That tells you right there. We're seeing people actually being transported in. Somebody has to pay for that transportation, of course, and we can see the people, the sort of people that are ferried in trucks that are used to ferry cattle normally. So those are just fodders essentially, and they are being moved from protest locations to protest locations in the north. So somebody is organizing that space. One day we're seeing them being handed Russian flags, so somebody is funding that as well. So essentially, this protest the understanding of the cannon fodders, the pawns, may be that they are protesting against hunger or whatever, but the people actually orchestrating this, they are actually weaponizing them against the state and the government institution. That is what is playing out.
So if because you've covered every single protester on ground, now if every single protester on ground is being sponsored, is being organized, is being moved, are you telling me that there are no real protests about food and hunger? Because you've covered every single person. That means there's nobody really protesting for hunger.
There's nobody protesting for hunger.
So people are not hungry, and
No. That wasn't your question. Now that wasn't your question. You didn't ask me if people were hungry. People are hungry, but there is nobody protesting for hunger. These are political moves. Everybody acknowledges that.
Every single one of those protesters, they are not protesting.
One man, can you see where you shot yourself in the foot right there?
No, not
can you say that? One man.
Yes.
You can't be saying this. You shot yourself bigly. You can't say nobody. Can you see how categorical nobody protesting for hunger? I mean, you can't be so.
One egg is 200 naira. 200 naira.
Sorry. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the situation in the country is not sufficient enough to have hunger protest, and I'm not saying that some of the people on the street are not deceived to believe that they are protesting against hunger. But what I'm telling you is that what is going on now is not hunger protest. These are anyway, go on. I don't think you'd understand what I'm saying.
Okay,
but carry on.
so even if it is sponsored protest to remove the regime, you and I know that this regime, they cannot remove it because of protest. We both know this. So what is the worry about this? If you know this and I know this, federal government also knows this. So what is the full pushback of this for? Because they know the true nature of the protest, which is hunger, and they don't want it to spread wide.
No, the government the government doesn't believe it's the government doesn't believe it's hunger protest. By the way, we've heard from Dele Alake, we've heard from Bayo Nonuga, we've heard from Festus Kiyamo. Even in Tinubu's speech, they all know that it's political move. So don't say the government knows it.
Even if there was a protest for hunger, do you think that they will admit it? They won't.
They would, because that is easier addressed. That is easier addressed now than a political protest now, because then they are dealing with the people, not Machiavellian shadow figures.
The first few days, nobody talked about regime change. The first few days, nobody brought out flag for Russia. Why didn't they go and give dialogue? They kept silent until they saw Russian flag. They kept silent. Now, if you say somebody is sponsoring for Russian flag, what is the person going to benefit from it? Because if the Russians and the Wagner and all these people come into Nigeria, they are not getting any political position. That's the end. So what are they really going to benefit? If this is, unless you are saying that it's Russia that is sponsoring it, then we can, since we want to take this gaslighting to another level, it is Russia that is sponsoring those Hausa boys to sew Russian clothes and to carry Russian flags. Since everybody is sponsoring and nobody is protesting for hunger, it doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. So they think they've won. This protest is not going to end because people are just hungry. And you are the more you try to gaslight them, I'm telling you I'm hungry. You are telling me I'm not hungry. You are just making me angrier and angrier and angrier. This guy is not going to enjoy this regime because the hunger is just going to keep on increasing. The next protest, they will not even plan it. People will just be hungry and come out. People in the Southwest, since they are too scared to go out, they should just do what the Southeast did. Sit at home. When you see the amount of hungry people sitting at home, since if they come out, you unalive them. Since you are a democratic dictator, you unalive them, in democratic military dictator, you unalive them, then they should do sit at home. We need to strategize. If not, people are going to...
How can a hungry person sit at home, Solly?
What is he going to get from outside? Which, even if he goes to get a job, can the job feed him in this economy? What's the point of working?
You know, a large amount of people actually they work to eat. What they earn on that day is what they used to feed.
And how much if somebody is earning even 1,000? Okay,
one man. Do you know what you call that? Hold on, Sally. One man. What that's equivalent to subsistence farming, and a developed economy graduates beyond that level. So basically, what you just described is like the United States economy in the 1920s or the early 1900s during industrialization. What you're describing is like you're in the UK. It's like Oliver Twist all over again, and you said it with such glee and pride that they're working. No, but the way you said it, I'm just telling you how you came across, and I'm just saying
that wasn't
it came
the
across
intention.
that way. Okay, well, maybe it wasn't the intention, but it came across.
No.
And so, as Sully is saying,
yeah, hold on, Gastamo. There are daily bread earners in virtually every economy. I suspect even in the United States, especially those people that go to pick whatever it is in the farms. So it's just a fact of life.
Yes, but the average American citizen is not working in a farm. Most Americans, most British citizens will not work that type of what we call slave wage labor. Those are typically undocumented immigrants. And so citizens of the nation state typically don't work those jobs. So for example, let's take away the United States. You go to a place like Dubai, you'll see that it's mostly the Bangladeshi and these other poor Asian country immigrants who do the quote unquote dirty jobs that the average Emirati will not want to do, right? So the citizen of the Emirati is enjoying the perks and benefits of their country. So what we're seeing economically is Nigeria as a whole, the people we used to have subsistence farming, and now what we have is a subsistence economy, and it's an unsustainable subsistence economy. And so I think what Sully is saying is that there's a gaslighting where it's like, okay, you're protesting, but you shouldn't be protesting. You should get a job. Well, the job that I'm going to get can't even pay with the current rate at which prices have gone up. Nigeria's had 40% inflation increase monthly.
Right.
Okay, but go on. I didn't mean to cut Sully's time.
Yes, thank you. Back to Solid. If we can moderate the interjection so we get to people quicker. But my point is that anyway, I think you get my point. But back to
I get your point. You said that people should go to work for their daily bread, but they can't afford daily bread anymore. Talk less of transport to go and even go to work. What's the point of working when the money that you are even getting paid, you cannot use it to eat? You are using all your money for transport to go to the work and come back. Bread is 2,000 naira. How much are they getting paid per day? Plus transportation.
Sorry. So
we've not even added protein.
What's your solution? Sorry, what's your solution?
Is asking them to sit at home. It's that wheelbarrow guy in the market that pushes the wheelbarrow that then his take home for that day is what is sustains him for that day. So he sits at home to do what? To eat what? To survive on what?
No, woman, I'm curious to hear, because everything he's saying, right? I can see it on ground here, but I'm curious to hear what he thinks would be the way to fix this.
They should bring back subsidy. He took away subsidy so that he can steal the money and use it to increase his revenue for oil refining. So basically, he's saying that these people should suffer and die so that he can make more money. How does that make any sense? He could have done it any other way. It's okay, if all of them are saying that they are going to remove subsidy, now he's trying to give people rice. I even saw that they said they are giving governors 500 and something million, or is it 500 and something billion? If you have all this money to give away, why are you collecting loans from international community on top Nigerians' head, increasing the hardship? If you have this money to give away, and we all know that these governors are just going to pocket it. So what is the point? The rice, they pocketed it. The money that they say they distribute, they've pocketed it already. So it's just feeding these governors more and more, feeding all the politicians.
Solid, don't forget, Solid. They gave Buhari 800 million before he left. World Bank gave him 800 million to give to Nigerians as palliatives. I don't know any Nigerian that collected any amount from Buhari's leaving office. You guys can quickly Google it. Gas them up. It's not making it up. Type in Buhari World Bank 800 million. You'll see.
So you now come here to show his achievements. This one is paid off. That one is paid off. This one is paid. But what is on ground? We've not seen anything. What is wrong with debt? If you are collecting debt and actually using it, America is in trillions of dollars of debt, but we can see the workings on ground. So what is the problem with debt? If you are using the money for the right thing, then there's no problem in debt. It will pay off itself. You are collecting millions in loan, yet you have money to give away, just so that people will not complain that they are hungry. But the people that, that the people that are complaining about they're hungry, they will not smell that money. Now, there's one foolish governor that is giving people wheelbarrow, and he was walking so proud of himself. If somebody gave his child wheelbarrow, that kind of person can put them in prison. They can't even take TikTok, they can't take criticism from TikTok. He's giving people wheelbarrow and he's proud of it. That's out of the 500 billion they've given him. He's giving people wheelbarrow.
Sorry, another question for you.
How did that help somebody get money to buy bread that day?
Sorry, another question for you. So would it work if Tinubu was to, delegate the subsidy decision to the state level?
It just needs to clear the loopholes and bring.
No, I'm saying
hold on. How does that work?
So instead of him saying, okay, he took away subsidy, right, or the subsidy was implemented at the federal level. What if, and this goes back to the whole point about restructuring, what if he is able to say, listen, states are giving you the money, you have the capacity to institute subsidy within a state, as opposed to at the federal level. If you want your people in your state to be subsidized for their fuel, then you can implement that cost and figure out how to do it on your own. Because in one man,
that doesn't work now.
It may not work.
He will never do it because his main intention was to steal that subsidy money.
No, forget all of this.
What I'm doing,
are they not still paying subsidy behind the scenes? And who is collecting the subsidy?
What I'm doing is I'm exploring. What I'm doing is I'm exploring an uncharted possible solution to this melee. So if he is saying, right, we've been subsidizing at the federal level, petroleum comes in or refined, but we've subsidized it so people can buy cheaper gas, right? There's a cost to it at the federal level. We've been eating that cost. It's unsustainable. The whole selling point behind subsidy, even back to Jonathan's time, was the money we get from subsidy, we're going to use it for education, healthcare. We're going to be able to do things. That was the selling point, right? But if all these states get money, so now that he's taking away subsidy, they're getting more money. If that money is going to states and states look at their space, and this goes back to restructuring that we've always talked about. If states look at their space and say, listen, I don't want my people to pay this price for refined petroleum, and they decide to subsidize it at the state level, then that state is subsidizing it and it takes it away from the federal. But
how does that work in terms of arbitrage? So you are, or your state, you are subsidizing your Lagos state, you are subsidizing your petrol, but then or your state is not. So why would you not just take the cheap fuel from Lagos state, take it to your state and double your money?
Then that's a whole nother thing. That's something that they would have to sort out. If someone wants to go to Lagos state, buy petroleum and then take it, but then you would have to put those mechanisms in place to prevent those sort of things from happening. So what I'm saying is, So, because the one, and I'll let Solly get back and I'll talk more about this at my point. The one thing that we tend to do is we go on about the status quo, right? But if we, let's just assume for one random case, we were in that position, Solly was a governor, or, Wama, you were president, how would you handle a situation like that? And then what kind of solution would you put in place? I think there's no argument that Tinubu has messed up. That's not even a debatable argument.
I think the solution that you can put in place are the solution that is already being worked on.
I don't think so.
If the Dangote refinery starts to produce, and the 4 refineries that they have given us assurances will kick off in the next few months, if they start to produce, then that solves it.
So two big ifs. Two big ifs, one man. But I'll let Solly finish.
But the ifs are in the workings now. It's not.
Are they?
Those refineries that you are talking about that they said is going to be ready in 4 months, they've been saying that for years. Then second of all, he would never ever give those subsidies to the state governor, because his initial plan was to take that subsidy money and pay it back to his external companies abroad. Pay it back to himself.
It's already giving it to the governors now.
Some part of it now. What me whole year now? They are sharing it amongst themselves so that they will not be too angry. But he's the one taking the majority chunk of it. He's an accountant. He knows how to fix these loopholes. I know what accountants can do. You can track every single stage that the subsidy money is going to, so that it will not be stolen. Therefore, instead of probably spending 40% of our revenue on subsidy, he can work it up to 20% or 25%, or even if it's good enough, 15%, which I know he can do because he is an accountant. But instead, he just wanted to steal that money. That is why he took away that subsidy. There was no need to remove it. There is no need to remove it. People don't want your rights. People don't want your money that they will never receive. People just want to reduce the price. They are not telling you to increase minimum wage, because minimum wage only touches the government workers and a few people, not the majority.
Are you aware that he did not actually remove the subsidy? Buhari did.
But that is what people are requesting for. You can put it back.
But it's instituted in the petroleum industry bill as well that Buhari signed before he left office. So he did not even remove it. So
people are demanding subsidy back. Whether it is the north, southwest, southeast, everybody has united in saying that one thing.
But one man, he's the minister of petroleum. He's the minister. He can definitely change that. That's what Obasanjo did. He made himself a king of petroleum.
He minister of petroleum to
it's not the minister of hold on. It's not the minister of petroleum.
What I'm saying is that the president has the power based on what Obasanjo did within the restructuring. The president definitely has the power to go against what Buhari did in terms of the subsidy. It's just a convenient scapegoat. Oh, well, I didn't do it. Like someone typed in the comment section, oh, Buhari didn't get the money, Tinubu got the money. Well, whoever got it, they're all in the same party. So let's start playing these games. Are they going to do something to address the suffering of the Nigerian people? Or are they going to keep passing the buck, as they say in America?
At the end of the day, we follow the money route and the money track. Who is benefiting from this subsidy removal the most? Tinubu, in billions. He's the one benefiting in billions. He's the top benefiter. Out of 200 and something million Nigerians, he's the number one benefiter of subsidy removal. So if he wants to crash his regime because of that, he's going to have to aggressively rig that 2027 election, up to the point that you have to destroy Nigeria to do that. So we have to wait and see, and we get to that point, because people are going to be hungrier and hungrier. Prices are going to increase till that 2027 comes, and we'll see how it plays out. So let's quickly move on to the next topic.
Let me move it around a little bit, Solly, and then
I wanted to speak on the Igbo must go situation.
All right, give us a little snippet on that.
That situation, I've already seen it from after this protest. I saw how these politicians used to use tribe. How they used to use tribe to separate people. All they need to do is make the people bring out a sentiment, and then they ride on it and take advantage. What you are trying to blame the sponsors of doing in the protest is what people are doing with this Igbo narrative. Yes, let's if an Igbo man tells me he owns Lagos, is before I used to get angry. Now I cannot get angry. Somebody buying land and building their house is not an investment. We look at the statistics; these guys are not even top 5 to 10% of investors in Lagos. So why does that statement get angry? If you are a lion and somebody tells you you are not a lion, will you now start telling the person, I'm a lion, I'm a lion, I'm a lion? No. Let them say what they want to say, because the government will use it to divide the people so that they cannot come together to protest together as one. You know, if the Igbos want to say they want to insult, they want to disrespect, let them disrespect. Leave them alone. When they are tired, they will keep quiet. Most of what they try to achieve is based on propaganda and it never works. So why are you worried about what they say or what they do? They are not changing anything in Lagos. They can't do anything in Lagos. So why does that bother you? Because the politicians are pushing it forward to make you have a divide so that you cannot come together and agree on something and work together. Look at the whole North, they've agreed, they've worked together. Obviously, they have their own differences, but when it is time to come together, they come together. All of us in the South know that we have bad government. We know that we are suffering. We know that we are angry. But is somebody saying they own Lagos that is bothering us? I just have to sit down and think about it, that this does not make any sense, because I always look at it from the grand scheme of things. Who is really benefiting from this divide? The people oppressing us. That's just it. So they will wait for you, gullible IPOB, to set your narrative. Then they will look at the Yoruba people and say, you can't let them talk to you like this, so you must fight back. You know, and it is always people benefiting from the government. I've never seen anybody that is not benefiting from the government that is supporting this Igbo must go movement. It's always somebody, maybe the Agbero that is benefiting, or one local government chairman, or somebody that is just benefiting from. I've not seen one person that is not benefiting from APC that used to push this narrative. So they know how to play with our emotions in the South. We always think that they control them in the North. Maybe they use Imam, maybe they use this one, but they also know how to control us in the South. And now look at the people in the North. They are not listening to their Imams anymore. They are not listening to their religious leaders anymore. But we, Mugu, in the South, we carry RCCG. We block road. Look at protesters that could have been in their tens of thousands going to go and beg pastor, to beg God, to give them what they should be legally given to them. Brainwashed. So, and then somebody tried to come here and say, oh, they do it every year. They do it every year. Is it August 1st to 10th that they do it every year? You know, you are trying to gaslight people, but when I look at it, you are the only person you are fooling is yourself. Because when people's stomach grumble, all this gaslighting you are doing will not enter their ear. It will enter one side of the ear and come out from the other side. Because after you are done with your speech, they will still know that they are still hungry. And yes, people were angry that Buhari was not talking to people before. But in fact, people are angrier when this APC government talks, because they talk too much and they're always saying nonsense. The more they talk, the angrier you get, because they never seem to make sense. They always talk in a way that you will know that this one has stolen money and he doesn't care even if he sounds stupid. He has already collected his money, and they always end their statement with a foolish smile. You know, so it's just very annoying. They are talking too much. They are making people angrier than when Buhari was there. At least Buhari kept quiet. This one, they are coming to come and sound foolish every time. With the more they say, the more foolish they sound. The more they say, the more foolish they sound. They always come to come and say things that you debunk. Any video you play of them right now is always something foolish that can be debunked. You know, so it's just very frustrating. On top, hungry people. And also, when you look at these military people, these people, they could have done worse to the protesters, but you could see it on their face. These people too are suffering. These people too are suffering. After a while, they were letting the protesters go on. Do you think these people are not thinking about it also?
Bring it home, Solid, so we can go into it on.
So this Igbo must go is just a way to divide people, and I think people are getting tired of it. Eventually, people will wake up. It will not last. Once this thing has died out, I wonder what they will pull out next. Because you are saying the protesters have pulled out all their guns. APC too, they've pulled out all their guns. This Igbo must go, all this tribal, this thing. By the time people unite with hunger, what's next? What are they going to do next? The final solution, the way I see it, is to bring in army to cause chaos, and that will be the end of everything. They are being pushed to that point because they don't just want to do the right thing. And you look at all these heads of police, heads of this thing, they keep on using words against protesters. But when you look back at the person that you are protecting, the person is doing the same exact thing that you are blaming the protest for. You say people are looting. Are the politicians not looting too? Everything you accuse the protesters of doing, are the politicians not doing it too? So these people are just the gang protectors. They are not police. They are not IGP. You say that you've locked the account of people abroad sponsoring,
all right,
which is
all right,
foolish.
Yeah.
If you want to bring money to Nigeria, you can bring it in different ways. So what is blocking account going to do? It doesn't make any sense. They just always look foolish every time.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Solly. So thank you, Solly. Let's go on from Solly to Izon. I was especially pleased to see Izon jump on. Izon, so you are on the ground. So let's start it from there. So you've been in Nigeria all the way through the kickoff of this. We're in day 6 of it now. What is your assessment of what is going on, how we started, and where we are now, Izon?
Yeah, so first of all, let me just say, I'm in Lagos, so my perspective is limited to the Lagos space. But of course, I'm aware of everything going on in northern states. I was on the phone with a good friend of mine who's in Jigawa today and talking through a bunch of things. Also, I did some schooling in that northern space, not central. So, I have a lot of people I know there. So, but starting from the Lagos space, let me first say this. I've seen people come on your platform. I've been listening, one man. Just for some weird reason, the last couple of days, I haven't been able to stay up later. So I've just been falling asleep. But listening to people try to give their own little spin to the protest about, is this, people didn't show up, it's a waste of time. It's let me say this unequivocally. Even in Lagos, where it's mild, right? I'll say this clearly. It was a very big success. You understand? Because, they didn't announce a sit at home, right? It wasn't like the Southeast where you see that happen. That never happened. But everybody sat at home. You understand what I'm saying? Everyone sat at home. No one went out. Even in places as, quiet and secure as Victoria Island, it was like a ghost town. There weren't any cars on the road, not just for one day, not 2 days, not even just for 3 days. Shops closed, banks closed. And this is coming off a group of people that gave the government notice, right? We're giving you a notice to fix X, Y, and Z, otherwise we're going to protest. You could see prior to the D-Day, August 1st, you see little, Toyota trucks with filled with police people with their masks on, driving through, all the way through that Ikoyi area, get on that bridge to Lekki and just back and forth through the whole place. So you could tell they were preparing for something, right? But even with all that, everything was closed. So they shut a commercially, vibrant city like Lagos got shut down off the threat of a protest. So from that perspective alone, one man, the protesters won, right? If this was like an advanced country, right, they would be calculating how much the economy has lost in the last couple of days. And if someone was to do that math, I can promise you it'll be significant, right? Because they lost a lot. And most of the protests, when you look at it like in Lagos, a lot of it was in Ojota. So when you now think that a lot of it was centered around a small place, it wasn't that much, nothing quite close to the way it is in the north. And then after Tinubu's attempt at a speech, they kind of quelled it down and said, okay, they'll give the government time. So it wasn't even vibrant here. But yet, things shut down. And I've always said, the most important thing sometimes, if you're dealing with a bully, is to show everyone that the bully is not that invincible. You don't even have to win the fight. The bully can still whoop your ass, but you got a lot of punches in. So people start to realize that bully is not as big and bad as most people thought he was, right? That's what has happened now, right? The fear of protesting with the government had prevented people from protesting. But now they've done it. So they've done it successfully. They've been able to shut the whole city down, and they've been able to show that the government has a chink in its armor. So there's no more fear. And then the government is now at the edge of their seats because they're worried that we may need to rethink how we conduct things. There was a real fear here, one man, a real fear of what would happen, So that in itself has given.
Does it still have the momentum that it had at the start? Because we're noticing it's starting to peter down a little bit.
Yeah, it's starting to peter down. I think, especially in Lagos, in the south, like this area, it's it's pretty much died down. But in the north, those guys are on another level, and I think part of it has to do with some of the statistics that you mentioned about educational levels and out of school children. That let's not overlook that. I don't know if you can mention those numbers again, but it's a significant amount of people that are either uneducated or undereducated in a lot of the states. And because of that situation, with a thing like this, they're easily influenced. They're not going to go home. How is Tinubu going to be able to have a decent conversation with those people to say, you shouldn't protest, here's how I'm going to fix your situation? It's almost virtually impossible. So my hope and my prayer at this point is they tone it down and try to give the government a chance, which is very slim, because if Tinubu, cracks down on them with force, it's not going to be pretty, man. Not locally, not internationally. It's not going to be pretty at all. In fact, I'm scared at what may come out of that. So my hope is that, look, he needs to talk to the Northern Elders Forum, those people in that space that have influence, and help them understand that, look, you can protest. I get it. That's your right. But there's a real part of governing that we have to get through. Even if you want to say taking a subsidy was a mistake, you can make that argument.
What are you making of the Russian flags and the Tinubu and the calls for the army to take over that we're seeing in the north?
You hear all this, like I don't know why you still play Reno or Mockery on your platform. One man, he's making your platform look bad. But you hear all this talk and all this stuff about, did you see the video of the tailor that was actually printing the Russian flags? I don't think that tailor would go through that process without someone, paying for him and his time. But you have to ask yourself, right? Where our northern states share a border with Niger Republic.
Not just Russian flag, Chinese flag too.
Yeah, so essentially pseudo-communist and former communist states. So the argument is we want them to come in to do what they've done with our West African neighbors, right? But at the end of the day, look, we don't. My personal take is, we're Nigerians, we're a sovereign nation. We should govern as a sovereign nation. We don't need anyone. And Nigeria has always maintained that non-alignment stance in international politics for good reason. And we should keep it that way. We don't want a proxy war within the borders of our country. We already have enough issues. So the people that are printing Russian flags, there have been theories that, these are not Nigerians, they're Nigerians. We don't have any evidence of that. For all they may be Nigerians, but they spend time in Niger, and they're more sympathetic to a socialist, communist way of doing things, right? And one man, let's be honest. The socialist, communist thing, I know in capitalist circles, they try to paint it as this evil thing. In a place like Nigeria, we are not educating our population and lifting our masses out of poverty by embracing neoliberal policies. It's not going to happen. I promise you, that is not going to happen. Look at all the out of school children you just mentioned. Do you think a capitalist structure is going to get those children back in school and educated? That is not going to happen. So we need a good dose of socialism within our space mixed with entrepreneurship and a level of capitalism, but we need that dose of socialism because majority of our population can't afford anything. Oh man, I see it here. Oh man, if you go to some places here, you give someone 1,000 naira, they're ready to kiss your feet, bro. It's painful to watch. The other day, that little snippet of a video I sent you, I was going to visit my uncle in Okoko Michael, and we left Lagos Island. I mean, it was quite a journey. It took almost half my whole day. But in driving through there, we got to well, going through that, I think we got to that mile 2 area, and I was looking out the window. I was looking at some people. I was just like, God damn. And there was this lady, this old lady. She came out of a bus with half a bag of ugu leaves. I know it's ugu leaves because I eat ugu leaves. So she brought it out of the bag, out of the bus. The leaves fell on the floor. There was the part of the bag where the leaves were coming out. They fell on the floor and hit the floor, and the floor had puddles of water. And she just picked it up and just kept on dragging. She could even carry it well. And I sat down and looking at it, I was like, you know what? That's going to go to a market. People are going to go and buy it. And most people that are going to buy that stuff are not even going to be able to afford it. That's the reality, one man. So when you look at things here, and then the crazy thing is I see that, and I go to certain places in Lagos, and, you know, if I give someone 5,000 naira, you know, they're ready to just hug me. But then I go to another part of Lagos, and I meet my friends who have, let's just say, very good connections in this country. And I see them buying, you know, bottles of Hennessy for over 100,000 in one night. And you're just watching this dichotomy of realities within the same space, right? And it reminds you.
Yeah, but you're not telling a new tale now. That's the disparity.
No, but one man,
that's the disparity between rich and poor. I mean,
one man doesn't like to hear this stuff because he's a part of that class. You're burning his feet when you talk like this.
No, but the fact of the matter is, one man can, and I tell my friends this, the ones that have money and are well connected, I tell them, when they start to talk about the Nigerian issues, oh, this one is up, and don't mind those people, they don't want to work, this and this. And I say, listen, bro, you're saying this as someone that's well connected, living in a bubble. Everyone you know has driver and maids, and you operate in a certain reality. Those people don't. And those people there make up the majority of the people in your country. And I remind them that you, my friend, you're not the average Nigerian. Not by a mile. The average Nigerian...
Did you hear about that lady who got killed, her daughter who got killed, and the maids or whoever killed her daughter? I just saw the article. I think she was Senate or something.
Let me even tell you something, my brother.
Yeah.
This will shock you. That happened in Parkview, right? I live in Parkview right now. And the morning that happened, we were leaving the compound. Anyone that's been to Parkview knows how it's set up. So we were leaving the area, and there was a part of the road that was blocked. And the guy that was with us was like, yeah, it'd be like, say, person don't die for there. And we're like, interesting. So we left, went out, came back home. One of my friends whose dad used to be a top guy at Alagbon just sent me a WhatsApp and said, yo, this happened where you are right now. And I was like, get out of here. He's like, yeah, man. He said, and this isn't the first time that helps in Parkview have attacked and in some cases murdered the people that they work for.
So what does that tell you about the money? Like, you saw what you said, you can give someone 1,000 or 5,000 naira and you'll get temporary fealty. But what does that tell you how long that type of loyalty really lasts? And the obliviousness of people who are in power.
Listen, the scariest thing in Nigeria for me, there was a time I used to think that, man, if I'm Yankee and person they find me, man, I'll just run to Niger. I'll go and hide somewhere in the Niger Delta. They won't find me. Story. The scariest thing in this country is how easily loyalty is bought. That's the scariest thing. How easy loyalty is bought. The average person here does not have loyalty to anything but money. And that's why we find it so difficult to change the status quo, because majority of the people you meet are compromised. And if they're not, they're waiting to get compromised. That is the reality. So when you look at this thing, the Tinubus and those guys of the world, they understand this very well, because that's the world they operate in. So when they see a protest, they look at it and they think, there's no way these Nigerians can get up and just protest by themselves. Someone has paid them. Because in their reality, that is how this country functions. You pay and people do exactly what you want regardless. They have no morals, they have no standing. And so that's why you see all him and his cronies running around the whole place right now saying, oh, this is political sponsor, these people are being paid, this and that. Is it possible? Yes. But at the same time, it may not be. Because this is the first time we've reached this level of rock bottom where people can afford the basics, right? So the key thing here is that we are facing a real problem. A real problem.
Have you noticed the prices dropping in the market?
That I've seen, right? Remember last time I came on, I said to you that there's food everywhere. So when I drive to markets, sometimes I even tell, if I'm driving and there's a driver, I'm like, bro, stop. I'm gonna grab because I love watermelon. So I just grab. I think it's watermelon season. There's watermelon everywhere, and watermelon in Nigeria is just like the best you're ever going to taste. So, and it's woman, it costs next to nothing. But you buy it and I go home and I might just eat watermelon the whole day. But at the end of the day, the food is everywhere. But I'm buying watermelon, but I'm coming into the country with dollars. Most people here can't afford half of the stuff that you buy, right? And when you go to the ATMs, you can only withdraw, if you're lucky, 10,000 naira. So you can't even get cash. Like sometimes I'll go and eat somewhere and I don't have cash. Because I always want to tip the people that work there, but I don't have cash to tip them. So I'll be like, give me your bank information, I'll do a transfer. And you have to do a transfer with them, right? But the key thing is you really start to see the reality a lot of people are dealing with. And this goes back to the point I was trying to make, that we're not going to use capitalism to get ourselves out of this mess. I think you should have capitalism for some of the banks and the entrepreneurs and those sort of things. But I think you need to build a system where people that are aspiring have access to capital. I think you need a system where you a level of socialism for education, for healthcare, for basic utilities, drinking water, sewage. You have to have those things, because without those basics, you're going to have these people continue to live in destitution.
That was the system under the Awolowo space.
Yes, and Awolowo was onto something, right? Look at what he did with Awolowo is pretty much almost responsible for a mass education of people in the Southwest. Not just people in the Southwest, people that moved to the Southwest from other parts of Nigeria. But he did it through socialism. He didn't do it because he was trying to make money. And that is where I think we've lost the plot. You know, I've never been a fan of Tinubu's education loans, because you have people, you're the poverty capital of the world. What are you trying to do? Get poor people in debt? Education debt, even if it's interest free, you have to pay that money back. So you have to think about it. And other parts of the world are trying to move away.
How do you ensure access to education for people who can't afford it?
You have to invest in it. It has to come from the state. There's something I didn't know, that during the time of Babangida.
Sorry, are you talking about free education?
Yes, free education.
But how sustainable is that?
It's very sustainable.
If we've tried it
I'll give you an example.
It failed already in Nigeria, free education.
Where did it fail? What time did it fail, please? Because last time
it works in other countries.
No. Hold on for its own. Yeah, it failed in Nigeria. And
when did it fail?
Under the Awolowo system again, they had free education.
Wait. Are you saying the man that has been credited with a mass education of people in the Southwest failed in his task?
No.
By using cocoa money to educate.
No, it worked for that period, but it's not a sustainable model, is it?
Why? It worked for that period. Listen, when Awolowo did it, he didn't do it to make money. Right? And the irony of it is, people that benefited from that system then want to now use the education they've gotten to make money instead of trying to build another ladder for other people to climb up.
Factor in the
But wait,
population.
but one man, when you say this, you're in the UK safely away. If you come
No,
to New
no.
York, other places, other states, all throughout the United States, other countries, they subsidize education to the point where they're looking at income. So, for example, in New York State, if you're at certain income levels, education all the way up to your bachelor's degree is literally free. In addition, they have things such as TAP, Pell grants, and that's nationwide. So a lot of times student loan debt, I don't want to get into the politics of it. A lot of times it's because people are choosing to leave their local state and go to another state. That's why they amass so much debt in the United States in terms of university. But the fact of the matter
All
remains,
gas them up. They're trying to go to so-called top-notch schools, and in doing that, highly academic schools, and in doing that, they have to now incur debt to get into those schools. But look, one man, let's not kid ourselves here. This is why I always go back to the whole state thing. I hope, let me put it that way, from some of the Agbado types I've talked to here, they believe Tinubu is slowly trying to restructure the country. We'll see. If that is the case, I hope he does. And he needs to move quickly. Because something like this education piece, if I'm from Delta State, if my state wants to today, one man, they can make sure everyone gets free education into university, through university. If Delta State wants to, if they weren't as corrupt as they are.
And they can do that in perpetuity.
They can create a structure that they will continue to generate revenue, state revenue, and they will continue to do it.
That structure is students' loan. That's what.
No, it's not student loan. I'm not talking about getting people in debt. I'm talking about providing free education. Okay, apart from the allocation money that they get, right, and all the other things that they get, you can create ways within your space to get money. I'll give you an example. When what's his name? I'm not sure if it was Wale Edu or the other guy wanted to create a sort of tax system for us to, I've forgotten what it was. The whole country went in uproar, right, about it. So someone should help me out. I can't remember the details right now, right? If the government had decided that, look, we are going to create a certain type of consumption tax, where it's even 1% that you pay, and they figure out a way within a space to generate that revenue, and they tie it back into education, you'll be shocked how many people will go to school for free. And keep in mind, during the adjustment program, when these neoliberal entities came and told Babangida, they told him to cut education, and his dumbass cut it. Make no mistake about this. And we find ourselves in a malaise now where you walk around, even a place like Lagos, and most of the 90% of the people you see are highly uneducated, highly untrained. Forget educated, untrained. So we're walking to the edge of a cliff, and getting students into debt to fix the problem is not the solution. We have an emergency situation here, and you need to quickly figure out how you're going to train and educate your masses. Because if you don't, what's going to happen is going to be a nightmare. Half of these people you're seeing there, they're just waiting for something to happen. And once it jumps off, there's no reeling them back in. Make no mistake about it. There's a lot of anger out there. What we're seeing in the North, these guys, listen, they might be feeding them or whatever, who knows? But end of the day, that anger is real. And that anger is real because they look at their future and they see nothing. And they're poor and they're desperate, right? So the issue with the Tinubu government is the lack of empathy. They don't look at the Nigerian population and understand that we have an emergency situation that we need to have a sense of emergency to fix. You don't see that. And you didn't see it in his speech. And you don't see it in their actions. And that's why I didn't support him, because I just felt the man does not care enough to want to fix the issues. I've talked to people here in Lagos who know this whole circle.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand. I'm pressed for time. But I just want to say, listen, I've talked to people in Lagos who know this whole circle well. And right now, the claim is, if you want to get anything done, You have to go to Paris to see Shaguri before you can get to see Tinubu. So a Lebanese man is the gatekeeper for our president. I'm just saying, let that sink in for a second, right? So we need an emergent situation, and we need a guy that truly cares. But the feedback in terms of the landscape right now is, yes, in Lagos, things have died down, but in the north, it hasn't died down. It isn't dying down anytime soon. And he needs to figure out an intervention other than violence to fix that, because if he goes the violent route, we'll have a real problem on our hands. All right, I digress. So someone else can speak.
All right, brilliant. So that's its own, of course. It's on your connection was quite quirky, but I think we made that the central theme. But let's go on from its own to gas them up. So gas them up. Your monologue starts. The room is starting to populate. So we're under.
Yes, I'm not gonna. I don't want to keep too long. Listen, I'm gonna go on my rant. My point is this. I've come on these platforms and I've said many things that we as Nigerians can do. And of course, you have the naysayers and detractors who, whatever, they are who they are. One of the times I was on here, I was mentioning, for example, we need to embrace high-speed rail for freight and for travel purposes, so that the average person can travel. Because if you rely exclusively on roads, then not only is that ecologically unfriendly, when you look at the United States that relied on road transportation because of their interactions with the car manufacturers, now it becomes an issue because the municipalities are facing severe budget issues. And that's part of why America's having this $1 trillion deficit. And that's something that, they have to really work on in the United States. And Nigeria doesn't have to engage in that way. And when I said this, the first thing the crazy Nigerians, and I'm going to keep insulting you guys, take it how you want it, they said, oh, but America doesn't have high-speed rail. And it's just like, how dumb are we? We don't need to be America. We need to be better than America. We need to be better than the UK. We need to be better than Sweden and Switzerland. We can't use them as the measuring stick. We can't keep using them as the yardstick for how we're going to develop. If we figure out a better way to do things, let's copy what's good from them and then expand even further. Maybe we say, we know they carry last, but when it's time to develop the country, we want to be last, and then we come and say, well, just a young democracy, we're only 40 something, just stupid nonsense out of our mouth. But look, I'm going to get to what I want to talk about. The subsidy thing. The issue of subsidy, like I said, I did a deep dive into this stuff. The real problem, if you look at the Nigerian petroleum space, is not the subsidy, because one, there's never been a real audit of the amounts that they're paying. They just claim that they're paying this to the marketers. And so, okay, let's accept and take them at face value that that's what they were paying. None of them, not one government, and of course purposely so, ever asked themselves, well, why is our subsidy so high, right? The landed fuel cost when petrol gets back to us after it's been refined and they bring it back to us, why is it so expensive? Well, the answer is simple. One, none of our refineries are working on a local level, right? So we had Kaduna, Port Harcourt, the other refineries, none of them were working. They were purposely sabotaged consistently by fellow Nigerians who were working with outside forces, consistently and continuously sabotaging our refineries. And then the other part that nobody talks about is the cost of extraction. So when you look at it, to build an oil well inland, not deep sea, but inland oil well, right? That's on the land. Right now in Nigeria, you're looking at $35 to $40 million. That's just your cost. We're not adding, local government taxes. We're not adding the money you probably have to pay the local politicians, the local mafia boys. You got to give them their cut, right? So when you add that, and then You compare that to, for example, the United States or Canada. Let me use Canada because you guys don't like Americans, whatever. So you compare that to Canada, it's about 1.8 to $2 million to build an oil rig inland to extract oil. So right away, if you're an investor, you're not trying to sink $35 million in extraction of oil in Nigeria. And that was the main problem. That's why our petroleum costs were so high, the landed cost of petroleum, because $35 million to get oil out of the ground is ridiculous. We never invested in the technology to be up to date. So no one is asking, wait a minute, if it costs 1.8 or $2 million to extract oil in Canada, why is it $35 million in Nigeria? And these are the things that the government should have been looking at to say, okay, what can we do to effectively lower our cost of extraction? We have to put our military on every freaking refinery. We have to put local, if you got to put the OPC, if you got to put the Bakassi boys, put everybody at every refinery and let them guard it with their life. If you sabotage it, we kill you on the spot. Those refineries have to be working. Now, if they had done that, there would be no need to subsidize, because after we satisfy our OPEC requirements on the international market, we would be able to extract oil at an affordable rate. We'd be able to send it to our refineries, and we'd have an abundance of fuel. But we didn't do that because Nigeria is a country where the men are just the kings of partiality. The men love to sell out. The men just are on some nonsense. And when people tell us what we should be doing, we get angry. We get upset. Our feelings get hurt. We get prideful over nonsense. And these are the problems. So Tinubu has to do a deep dive, and he has much smarter people than me. They got to find a way to get that extraction cost down from $35 million. Anybody who's in the oil and gas sector will tell you, you want to go build an oil rig, we're not even adding your costs of labor that you got to pay your workers. But just to get an oil rig in Nigeria locally on the land, you're talking about $35 million. That's a problem. That has to be addressed. Our refineries got to work. Like I say again, get everybody, get all the freaking, I don't want to say all the alliés, all the tout boys, whoever
Sorry to break your flow, but what has that got
I
to
know.
with the protest in Katsina?
Listen, I don't want to touch this protest because at the end of the day, Malcolm X once said, the chickens are coming home to roost. You can't have a government, and it's not just Tinubu's administration. Unfortunately, he has the bad luck of it culminating during his administration. But you can't have a series of successive governments in which the people are neglected, and there's benign neglect and abject neglect to not really care about the people, and then put them through these shock and awe economic policies in which, after you've done this to them, you expect them to just fold their hands and go along with things. It's just never going to play out that way. So unfortunately, as the Bible says, right, the writing was on the wall. He should have seen this. He should have known this. You don't do that. That wasn't smart. The guy's a brilliant guy. If I was him, I wouldn't have done that. I would have said, nope, can't do it. Not in that way. We're going to have to find another way to tackle this subsidy issue. Because here's the problem of Nigeria. Now the governors have been given more funds, right? Allegedly, they've been given more money to do more things in their state. And Izon raised a great point that, hey, listen, maybe the state governors can decide to subsidize the petroleum products for their individuals in their states. And one man, said certain issues like, hey, I can go to another state, buy it cheap and sell it at the more expensive. Well, then you would have to put safeguards to make sure that you have to show proof that you live in the state, right? There can't be any corruption. And then you can't buy more than this amount. It has to be, you have to go through 5 different steps if you're buying massive amounts of petroleum and blah, 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 to ensure that people don't do that. But the problem is this: when you have a federal government that knows historically that the governors are just sacks of dog doo-doo, and they don't really care about implementing any meaningful policies in their state, don't give the governors the money. Like this is the pass the buck mentality of Nigerian men. We're just terrible people.
Thank you, bro. Thanks for saying
I
that.
know that my people. It's like you tell me, guys. Listen, you're in charge of Nigeria. I'm not giving none of you governors 1 naira. You're all thieves. Until proven otherwise, you're all criminals. With the allocations you've been getting, show me your project. Show me your portfolio. Don't show me some hospital to nowhere. Don't show me some flyover bridge. Show me the meaningful things that you have done to impact your state. Then I might consider giving you some money. Until then, I'm going to do everything on a federal level to say, hey, listen, my country people, get your NIN number, register here. I'm going to use the local apparatuses, go to your local governments, and that's where you get your palliatives. Go to your local government office.
What law gives Tinubu that power to circumvent the governors to do all
I'm not saying what law. I'm not saying what law. Obviously, this is what I'm saying. Wait, hold on, sir. Hold on, gentlemen. I know that the Nigerian Constitution, which wasn't written by us, because keep in mind, when Abacha died, the Constitution that should have been implemented with the rotating presidency, Abdul Salam, whatever his name is, conveniently they went back on that constitution that everybody agreed with the referendum. That would have been the better constitution that was locally derived. We went against that because we were just not forward thinkers in Nigeria. We should have done that constitution. So obviously it's a great question. What law? There is no law, but Nigeria is a lawless country. He's the mafia, he's the Jagaban. Dude, do your politics. I'm tired of us acting like weak men, because if it's time for us to do cultism, if it's time for us to do alaye nonsense and kill people, that kind of hot guy, not off mano. When it's time to do that, everybody knows how to do it. But when it's time to sit down there and implement something to fix the freaking country, Nigeria, we got come on. I'm tired of these nonsense excuses, bro. We got to grow up. Let's grab our balls and be men. So back to my point. If Tinubu is going to give more money, bypass the governors. They have never done a good job. Find a way to let this go directly to the people. Tell everybody, listen, if you have an NIN and you're registered with your NIN, go to your local government. They'll take your biometrics and you'll get a daily ration of whatever. And the governors will be pissed off and they'll take you to court and you say, well, shut the F up, show me what you're doing with the current money, and then I'll pay attention to you. Because guess what? When he wants to ignore the governors, he knows how to do that. You can't now say, well, what law? Because if the governors, they'll get angry. You think he cares what the governors say right now? No, he don't, because he's the boss. So let's act like bosses. Like, let's not pick and choose when we want to be bosses. And that's my fight with Nigerian men.
Can we ask Gazim a question? Can I ask Gazim a question, sir?
Yes, yes. I was about to round him up. But,
so the extraction cost, as you said, was ridiculously high. You said we should be able to come up with our own tech, right, to compete with the likes of Exxon and Mobil, and to reduce the cost. So can you tell us how we will do that and the timeline that, in your own estimation, we can achieve that?
Well, the unfortunately, Nigeria right now currently is a broken country. Nigeria doesn't have the finances.
No. We know that. You are the president now. I'm putting you in his shoes now. Like you said, he's Jagaban. Okay, so if you are the Jagaban right now, what would you do? And give me a timeline to catch up with the likes of Exxon. How long would it take to?
I wouldn't focus on that. I'm going to answer you. I'm going to answer you. If I'm Jagaban, if I'm in charge, if I'm Tinubu, I would focus more on common sense, practical applications.
I thought you grew up in Lagos. Which one is Tinubu? Is Tinubu now? Which one is Tinubu?
One man. Listen, you can't hide in London and try to police. Hold on. Listen, hold on. See, wait a minute. See, you're cutting my time. I didn't do this to anybody else. Thank you. I just will say this to you, one man. You can't hide away in London thinking because you're a Kegite, you can
Simple
police me
question
on
now.
being
The guy is
Yoruba.
saying Tinubu.
One man,
Tinubu.
once again, please don't cut me off. I appreciate that. At the end of the day, I'm the only one on this panel that gets on the bus in Nigeria and goes to Boundary, Achakpo. I get to Achakpo Street. I go to Boundary Market. I'm the only one on this panel that goes to Okoko on the bus. I can take a car, but I like to get on the bus. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish because these guys like to do this nonsense. I like to get on the bus. Wait, let me finish, please. I'm going to get to my answer. I like to get on the bus and pass Yanoba and pass Yanosachi. I like to go to Badagry. I like to go through Oshodi. I like to go past Sele. I like to go past Mile 2. I like to go to all the places, Igondo, Igboleri. So one man, guarantee you can't walk the streets of Lagos like me. Trust me, bro. Trust me. You're hiding in your estates. I know you guys. You hide in your estates in Ikoyi and VI and wherever. You guys can't walk the streets of Lagos with gas them up. I guarantee you. But let me get to my answer. My answer is this. Unfortunately, because of the situation for right now, he would have to swallow his pride and swallow his quest for glory and do certain simple gestures economically to keep the APC in power. So, for example, if he's going to remove the subsidy, as I'm saying, take that money and create a situation where people can use their NIN and get direct palliatives, right? Where the things are dispersed at the local government offices. That's something that he could do. In terms of the economic policies, I like the fact that he free-folded the Naira. That was a good policy. Again, the subsidy, if he's going to take away the subsidy and he says he's going to give it to the governors, that didn't make any sense because the governors have always been notoriously corrupt. So I'm just saying Tinubu, in my opinion, should swallow his pride and do more simpler plans for the Nigerian people to open up the ports. That's one. If you open up your ports on a massive scale, reduce your tariffs and give your importers a mechanism to where they can start reverse engineering what they're importing to produce it on a large scale, then you can start banning the exportation of food items because we have an abundance of food, but most of our food items are used to get foreign currency because our Naira is worthless. So we have to do simple things. So if I was Tinubu, I would say, look, I'm only going to do 3 things during my presidency, tell the people the 3 things and what they are, and deliver on that, and keep my party going. That's what I would do. But I don't want to take too much time. My 7 minutes is done. No, I want to go away, gentlemen, because one man and the rest of them will.
Don't move on. You said 3 things. What? No, you because remember, you are Tinubu now. We're putting you in Tinubu's shoes right now. So you have to be more specific about those 3 things that you will do. Like, okay, for my presidency for 8 years, you are Tinubu right now. What would be those 3 things?
Well, I just said the first thing is open up your ports, right? When you open up your ports, you give your people a way for them to reverse engineer, and you not just Lagos port can't be the only port because that's another reason why prices are so expensive. For example, you want to import your car, so we have to dredge all our seaports and get them working.
Do you even no stop here. Do you even know why? Oh my goodness. There's a reason. Hold on, please. There's a reason why the other ports are not viable. Do you know why they're not viable? Do you know why?
I'm gonna say I don't know, so please tell me quickly.
So exactly. Just move on from that.
I do know, but I want you to tell me why it's not viable.
Because we've done this on because we've done this on this show for 1 million times, and I don't know why people keep doing this. So dredging seaport, 97 kilometers from the seaport is your closest to the southeast. It's not viable. Even if I have a shipping line, I will not ship there. So why do you keep doing this?
One point of correction, but one point of correction, please.
Sorry, hold on. There are actually 3 or so seaports that are open, but they are not viable as
one man, hold on, please. Let me correct something, please.
They're discussing the southeast port thing, and one man on your show, we've done this whole analysis of why you can't dredge for over 100.
No, that's not it. Let me just make one thing clear. One man said on a port. Just so you know, yesterday I was with some people, experts, who are heavy logistical people in Nigeria, right? They've been for like 20 years. They've been in this country. On air is fully functional, import and export, right? Not as much as
12,000 TEOs every day. That's
So
container.
why do people keep talking about
okay. So just point of correction. I just wanted to correct that. Now, the key, one of the key issues is yes, there should be more in South primarily because you have a lot of places for deep sea ports, but they aren't. There was a time they were trying to develop the brass deep sea, but it never came to fruition. But I just wanted to point that out to people.
You have hold on, guys. You have Ibom, right? In Akwa Ibom. That's the one. That's the biggest one. If you notice, everybody's going towards the deep sea, deeper sea ports. So you have bigger ships, right? That's why they're building Lekki. That's why they're building the other one in close to the border, close to Seme, to Benin Republic. So in the next 10, 15 years, even the one in Papa might not even be used anymore because they can't take that size of ships anymore. So I'm asking you, even if you build it over there, is it going to be viable? Now, if you're a shipping line or shipping company,
don't reckon with that, BT. The Badagry is Lagos assets.
No,
and the Lekki Deep Sea.
That one is being built. That one is being built to
MPA.
No. I'm saying that one is being built to cut off the supply from Benin Republic because they dominate that market. That way, you don't have firewall business anymore in that route because people will ship to Benin Republic and then drive it into Songo and all those areas. I grew up there, so I know. So the whole point of building that seaport now is to cut off that supply because you can have that bigger ship coming into Nigeria instead of going to Benin Republic first, then you driving it in. That's the whole point of building that. So I'm saying that we should be discussing why shipping lines not even going to One. Why? Because it does not benefit them economically. So don't instead of we don't like people down there. That's the reason we don't have.
I didn't say that. One minute. I want to wrap up my point. My point in the next 1 minute because I never said anything about people.
Yes.
Can I wrap up if you guys don't mind?
No, you can wrap up, but the answers that you provided to BT are answers that you were talking about government sending palliatives to people directly rather than via. They're already doing that, even doing that under the Buhari space. So a lot of these things that you're talking about opening up the seaport or removing tariffs, they are already doing that. You know,
okay. All right. So
argument is not.
Okay. All right. Listen. Again, you have your opinion, sir. You have what you believe, right? And that's great. My position is very simple. If I look at countries that conquered the sea and they took an attitude where they didn't care and they ensured that they approached the sea from a perspective of making sure that all their ports were working, that's the position I take.
The ports are working.
Let me, sir. Listen, once again, we can agree to disagree. You don't have to fight me, right? I don't want to lecture or sound like I'm lecturing, so I just want to state my points. I'll say this last about the ports. I said this on the platform and it went over some people's heads. From the 1400s up until the 1800s, these ports were great to remove human capital in the form of the so-called slave trade, aka slave genocide. These ports were working. Ships would stay out in the deep, send canoes inside, and collect human cargo. I see no reason why these ports were functional and trade was done in high volume and high capacity when it's time for the slave genocide. But now when it's time to move consumable cargo, all of a sudden we have excuses. And this is what I'm saying. Our women are disappointed us as men because we're not coming up with
ship are the same.
So let me finish, sir. Let me finish. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say it's the same. I don't need you to dismiss it. I'm saying the idea. Right? Let me finish. Holy smokes, gentlemen. The idea is very simple. Is that the European came to those same regions where we're complaining that the ports, whatever excuses we're giving, and was able to generate commercial activity. They found a way around it, and they took human cargo. So we can do the same with non-human cargo, plain and simple. However you want to get to it, you get to it. I don't care. I'm not your boss. I'm not your God. My point is European white boys came to our regions and made money with human cargo. We can do the same with non-human cargo. Let me wrap up my point.
Yeah.
My point is this. My point is this.
You
Let
don't
me
wrap
wrap
up
up,
yet?
man. Can I wrap up? Oh, man.
Yes.
Can
No,
I
go
wrap
on.
up, please?
Yeah, go on. Wrap up.
Thank you. I want to wrap up. Just give me 1 minute. My point is this. The modern day nation state, we can trace it back to the French Revolution and the rights of man. And not that I'm a fan of the nation state. You know, I'm a reader of Benedict Anderson and his work, Imagine Communities, but I understand what the intention of the nation state was. And if the modern day nation state, as it was revealed during the French Revolution, and then you had the Robespierre era and the things that came out after that, and then you see the quote unquote American Revolution and the ideals and principles that come out of their Constitution, which all men are created equal and all these aspirations. If that's the origin of the modern day nation state, and the nation state should not serve as a tool to oppress mankind, but to uplift mankind, I think we African men have to look in the mirror and ask ourselves, are we oppressors or are we uplifters? And ever since the 1400s, our elders, our chiefs, ourselves, we've betrayed our culture and become oppressors and not uplifters. And we have to do a deep dive and look into the mirror. What is the purpose of the nation state? Is it for us to loot and steal and kill each other over slices of the so-called national cake? Or do we take that national cake and we use it to utilize a strong, healthy Nigeria so that every citizen can have the opportunity to be great? If that's what we want to use the nation state for, by all means, let's make the best of this nation state called Nigeria with all its problems, and let's fix it. If not, let's just pack it up. Let's pack it up and call it a day. That's all I want to say.
Brilliant, excellent. That's the inimitable gas them up. So that's the inimitable gas them up. So, gentlemen, I'm going to shuffle it a little bit. I'll go to Baba and Ekene just to bring a different inflection on the conversation. I was going to go to Pansat. So, Pansat, exercise a bit of patience. We go to Baba, Ekene, then come to you. Baba, you're up next.
Yeah, woman. A very fine evening to you. Where do I start? Okay, the current thing is about the
Yes. Did you
it's okay.
hear my...
I can handle.
All right. All right.
You understand? I listened to Larry yesterday. Oh, by the way, we don't have any onshore oil assets anymore in Nigeria. It's all dried up. I listened to Larry yesterday, and for a moment there, I thought I was having out of body experience, because I was listening to him, and it sounded like me talking there about what is happening in our country. And look, let's go back a while into time with our country, because what is happening in the north, I've been talking about it for a while on this platform, even though people are not pleased about it, but truth is the truth. In the beginning, the North, Sadauno, was not ready for independence. He knew it would be tough catching up with the South. So he was not in a hurry. His strategy was different from that of the South. He said it clearly in different fora, but we stampeded them into joining with us, promising we will hang together. To the extent that we even were supplying them workforce, particularly in education, on contract basis in a country where we all belong. The South, we are working then on contract basis in the North, side by side with Asians. So what's happening today, fast forward to today, I'm not surprised. Because come October 1st, 2024, Nigeria will be 64 years as an independent nation. The North has ruled for 44 of that 64. 44 years. They've handled the country. The South have only had it for 20. What did they make of that 44 years with the ignition keys in their hands? Nothing. It's not the fault of anybody. I saw the clip of Professor Yusuf Usman who played. That was in the beginning. Until maybe about a month or a month and a half ago, he was singing a different tone, threatening Abuja that their people are hungry. He was the one who came to, I think, one of the streamlined this thing on YouTube to show picture of children with kwachoko, with their bones out like that of We Are the World, Sudan, and things like that, and blame Abuja for all their woes. The thing is, they are to blame. The elite in the North, they are to blame. We share the same money. In the era of FAC, we share the same money. Everybody goes to Abuja. Why didn't he take care of their people? When Abacha was there, Buhari was even the head of PTF, free money, loads of it. And he did well. All those roads you see, back roads, very wide, solid roads in the north, were PTF money. Apart from maybe Niger Delta that enjoyed some of the PTF infrastructure, nothing from other side of the country. Everything, 70% went to the north. So the situation they find themselves today, it's because where the elite wants to put them. Look, we thought it was the altruism of the northerners, the elite, in those days when we were young. We envied them. We said, look, these people are generous. We see them feeding their people in the night. They all gather in one place and be eating in their dozens. And we said, this is good. But growing up as an adult, I realized that they were exploiting those people. They make sure they sleep in the open in their compound. But when the trailers come, when their trailers come, these are the same people that would discharge those trailers, the goods of those trailers, into their warehouses, or load the trailers from the warehouses for free. For free. Night comes, they give them tool, and everybody is sleeping in the open. As an adult, I come to realize they were not altruistic. They were just exploiting their people. Now, the hen has come home to roost. They call for protests. Like I said yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? Protests, riots, they don't know the difference. They thought they were doing Abuja. And look at what they got. And they feel threatened right now. So they call for it. They brought the ant-infested wood to their home. So they are being visited now by lizards, bores of lizards. So they have to take care how they exterminate the lizard and take care of their people, because the statistics are bad, very bad. And everything, if you try to tell them anything, they turn it into religious affair. The population too is exploding exponentially in the north. If the south is growing at arithmetical progression, their own is growing at algebraic progression. So they need to tone it down a lot. It's not about religion. It's about reality of our times. Now, fuel subsidy, which people have called the bane of what is happening today. I don't get it. The fuel subsidy thing has been explained on this platform over and over and over and over again. It's the worst thing that happened to Nigeria. The worst thing ever that happened to Nigeria. And a lot of people still don't want to understand that this subsidy thing is during that area, people just present shipping papers without anything.
Sorry, Baba, are you there? Can anyone hear me? Hello?
One man. Thank God he can't speak again. Thank God, because I couldn't even believe what I was hearing.
Hold on. Baba, are you there? Baba, we can't hear you. If you can hear us. All right. I thought my system broke for a moment. So Baba, yeah, I'm not sure if you're speaking, but nobody can hear you. All right. Let's go on to Ekene whilst Baba recalibrates. Ekene. Oh, it's dropped. Ekene, are you there? All right. Let's go on to Pansat. Hopefully he's there. Pansat.
What's going on, one man?
No, not a lot. We were just flowing with Baba, and then suddenly went silent. So you fill the void. You know the conversation, the Nigerian situation.
Yeah, the Nigerian situation. It's Nigeria is hopeless, one man. Sorry to tell you. Very despairing place. Desperate. Wretched. Disconsolate. Despondent place. I was listening when I was driving, and Solly was coming close to discussing the despairing situation in the country. Some people are protesting. Some people are rioting. Some people are trying to put their own country together to leave the Nigerian space. It's a soup of all kinds of things going on. But we don't have anybody actually who's going to come in to sort it all out, right? That's a lot of people. As a matter of fact, let me show you. Let me put something. Maybe you could show the image of some of the protesters, so you know the situation that we have in the country. I have it on the private chat for you. So when one person says, "Oh, you have some people who are trying to overthrow the government," yes, you do have people like that in this protest. There are people who are rioting already, burning governors' mansions, burning, just your normal riot. And there are people who've seen there's no light at the end of the tunnel. All these years, they thought, for example, that you can't believe there's a lot of Nigerians who feel that the Nigerian military is just there to harass Biafrans or Southeasterners, and if they do something, they won't do anything to them. So they're shocked when the soldiers shoot at them. They can't believe it. So, no, we have a problem in the country, and it's not going to get any better. There are certain things that we should be clear about. Nigeria is an awful, terrible place. It's a dreadful place. Frightful. Pathetic. Now, some people are used to its incompetence. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of places are incompetent. Having competent leaders, that's not unique to us. Entire Africa, I guess some African countries are coming up, try to shake off that nonsense, try to be more competent, more effective, But Nigeria is a pathetic place. Downcast, pathetic place. Now, one of the problems we have is not dealing with true or false. To the average Nigerian, that's nothing. Like, I go around on platforms, and that's what I keep trying to preach. We have to do things by true or false. Period. I don't care who's feeling it hurts. It's almost like you're being philosophical. Now, when you talk about restructure, even one man today, somebody mentioned restructure, and you say that's what Tinubu is doing with that, I guess, student loan. Imagine that. If government gives students loan, that's restructure. Now, because all of us have in our head what's restructure, but that one right there really takes a cake. Restructure, it's like a reconstruction, some kind of revision to remodel the country, to reformat it, reformation, reconversion, reworking it, overhaul it, redesign it, transition it into something better. It's not supposed to be something a propagandist will come to talk nonsense on a platform, to distort. So that's why I'm saying that it's not going to work. The country is not based on true or false. And and I know that. I mean, it's a simple thing. If you go into your car, maybe you yank out the engine and you just throw things in there, that's not based on what makes scientific stuff, right? It's not going to work. If you build a computer and you put some 8s and 9s in the language, let's say you're just using your Boolean language, right? It's either 0 or 1. That's true or false. When you write the language, you don't have 2 there, you don't have 3, you don't have 4, you don't have 5, you don't have 6, 7, 8, 9, and all that stuff. It's 0 and 1. So at some point, you're going to have to deal with the truth. In our place, they said, let me first say this parable, this proverb in our language, the respect for our language. Asina oko bara fada, ginaju mo bakwara fonia. One man, what did I say? Since you know everything, what did I just say now in that proverb?
You said a bird in hand is worth 9 in the bush.
Well, very close, but not quite. What I'm saying is that they said that the father caught fire and was burnt. And you're asking, did it also get to its beards? That's what you were doing with somebody here earlier when you're talking about the protest, and you're asking them, but look, is it organized? What a protest going on? What your concern is, who are the organizers, so you could go and arrest them. That's it, right? The people who do that kind of stuff are people, first of all, they don't use, for example, cryptocurrency like Bitcoin. When totalitarian governments wants to know who owns Bitcoin so they could get them and do this and do that. But it's decentralized. It's a generational thing. China kicked it out. Russia would do this, these autocracies, and they would do all that. But Bitcoin is decentralized, and the democracies are going to keep rocking and rolling with it. Nigeria kicked it out. All these idiotic countries. But it's still rocking and rolling. They cannot do anything to it. People are dealing with decentralization, even banks. That's all that old bullshit of centralized control. So people are decentralizing, and that's exactly, even NSAS, it was the way these kids could network somehow. That's why you're on social media. Without decentralization, you wouldn't be here. You'd be watching Nigerian broadcasting. But thank God it's no longer like that. And then that's when your people.
Sorry, Pansat. So Chiamaka, if you are listening, can you come back? We need a female voice. Bakari and Pansat.
Yeah. So in a nutshell, unfortunately, I have to tell you the truth. That's what I'm saying. When you look at the adjectives that you describe Nigeria with, it's desperate, dejected place. Defeatist. All of us, it's like me now, the way I'm talking about our country. Incorrigible. It's an impossible place. You know, and a lot of people in diaspora, I really blame them. It's like what we do here. We have just sold out ourselves to people that come here and they look at us. People, in those days, I used to marvel. People go back home, pack up their bags, medical doctor, lawyer, and they go home. They want to help what they learned, try to help their villages. And they go there and sell their prestige, have all these thugs, people with thugs. Either kill them or chase them back here. We're doing the same thing on social media. I was at Dr. Damages, there's a girl there called Ngozika from my tribe. She won't let me here. And Ifi, and Bia, some others. And I used to be proud. I said, you know, we've really got it over both Yorubas and Hausas because our women, they're just like men. They could come out and tell you the truth and tell you where it hurts and what's going to happen. But then I was beginning to regret it. When I was there the last time, I'm going, you know what, this Hausa Fulanese, they may be right. They may be right. Because I brought the speech, Tinubu's speech leaked, and I said, I'm in the back. And I said to the moderator, I want you to play this speech so I can criticize it. And she's hosting. She says, no, we're not going to play that here. You know that Dr. Damages will not do it. And she's right. Dr. Damages will not do it. The Damages, it's like our own rational mind here.
Is it a promoter, Rudolph?
No, I'm not saying anything positive, so don't worry about it. I'm unhappy with everybody. Now, the only reason why I'm not knocking you is because it's your show and you got a button to regulate who's gonna talk here. And but no, when that fire burnt that father, you should not be here asking if it also got his beard. All right, so it's so demoralizing. As I was riding in my Maybach, they're coming back, and you're talking about a protest, and you want to know, is it organized? So we're painted with the same brush when we come on this show. If you understand, so I like.
Is that not a legitimate question?
No, it's not. Well, it's not, and you shouldn't sanction it. Nigeria is a democracy. We have a constitution that allows people to organize, freedom to associate. But you also know that Nigeria tries to kill leaders of protest, leaders, our activists. I don't even care which side of the aisle you're on. Is that something that you should be sanctioning, promoting? That somebody say, I guess you're trying to make Tinubu some kind of a strong man.
No. How are you getting there from how are you getting there from me wanting to establish if the protest was organized or not?
Well, that's the only reason why somebody will be concerned about Solly hustled that issue with you for a very long time. He kept telling you that people are protesting because of the starvation. Now, I posted something for you. Would you mind sharing it from Twitter so you won't be flagged about it on the private section? That shows some of the protesters. Oh, that's what I see on the screen now. There it is. So there's something else I said. I thought you were going to question me on it. You trying to make Tinubu some kind of strong man. But first of all, let's look at strong men.
No. Well, okay. I'm not trying to make Tinubu a strong man, but you know, the question I'm asking is the protest organized or not? And if the protest is organized, which we all know that it is, then the organizers have an agenda. So the hunger hardship is just the theme, but the people underpinning it, they have a different agenda. I think that one is pretty obvious.
It's neither here or there, but to indulge you, right? I believe that Solly was more eloquent than I'm going to be on it. The point is that there are disparate protesters. Some are rioting. Some are protesting. Some are just showing some kind of objection to the government. Some want answers. It's not put in the old way of, let's say, labor union doing it's nothing like that. There's a lot of people with different interests. The Northerners are not even talking to the Southwesterners. They got their own thing. Some Southwesterners have their own thing. Southeasterners have their own thing. The South, and it's all disparate, right? The youngsters have their own thing. The unemployed, the hungry, the market women. There's a visitation of evil in our land, right? That's my. I'm gonna have to call him back. Okay, so what I'm saying to you, one man, that is too elementary for the advancements that we've made so far.
What advancements have we made?
Boy, you want a step by step, or you want a cumulative thing? It's an escalating protest of which they gave notice to the government that they're going to protest in about 30 days, and they actually did. Kicked it off. And it's been increasing, gradual, but increasing. You have all kinds of voices coming in, right? And it's developing. They listened to the president speak. He's no reformer. He's no innovator. It's not progressive, right? No neoteric. He disappointed everybody. I have not seen anybody who goes, that speech I heard from Tinubu, that was reassuring. Now, there has been some, including West African countries, where they said, go ahead and dialogue. That's controlled by Nigeria. Nigeria's got the oil. It's got all these people, Ghana, all these people, giving them oil, controlling them. When somebody as evil as Tinubu got into that place, he messed it up, just like he messes up everywhere he goes. A lot of countries pulled out. But those who remain, they know we got a buffoon for a president. So they bribe them, and they'll come and say, go ahead and listen to and dialogue with the president. Right? That's the only positive thing I've seen out there. But people such as Wole Soyinka, Soyinka said before the election, hey, but I normally give people a year in office and all that. So I'm going to criticize him after a year. So after a year, he still held back a little bit. But now, Wole Soyinka that's the Kongi. He came and criticized him. Did you know about that?
We discussed it here. But we're very, well, I don't know everyone else. I think maybe a couple of people, we're struggling somewhat to stay in tandem with what it is you are saying. Seems somewhat, I'm not saying it's skittish, but it's not coherent.
It's not coherent. It's not supposed to cohere. It's coherence, the only currency that you trade, right? Skittish as being excitable, nervous.
No, all over the place.
That's what it's supposed to be. You bring in questions. I remember last week I said there's a tendency for people to fly other countries' flag, other people come in here, and you just dismiss it the way you're doing now. A lot of people know me, one man. A lot of people on this platform, they know me. One of the things they hate about me is that I tell the truth. Not that I'm skittish, right? And they know you. And they know that you couldn't match weights with me. You can't. I'm a genius by IQ. You see me play the guitar here. I just got back from a racetrack, right? So when you try to bring me down with those kind of comments, it doesn't mean anything. I go to platforms where there are thousands of people, and yours here is a subset of that 1,000 because you got about 100 people here. So when I'm making my presentation, you are curious, you like it, but you don't want to be accused of indulging me.
I'm neither curious nor do I like it. All I'm asking is that it aligns in a way that rhymes with reason. Not even that is agreeable, but that just coheres to some sort of logic.
Okay,
it's skittish.
it's skittish, like to you, which is to me though. If the truth is even
no,
skittish,
to the hearing, we're talking about. I don't even know what you. Anyway, carry on.
no. You say that a lot, and to me, you're just trying to be, demeaning in your way. If what we're not searching for here, we're not looking for just your basic, what do you call it? Myopic reasoning. We could go around the corner, clean out the cobwebs over here, get it around over there to get the place sparkling clean. Skittishness is not a negative in this case, right? As far as we get to the truth. But anyway, responding to that, even make it more skittish, wouldn't it? So that's my take on this, on the state of the country right now. It's very hopeless, right? We don't have any progressive development whatsoever. It's impossible to happen anyway. Nigeria main revenue is from oil. The last administration sold a bunch of those in advance, so borrowed money with a lot of it in advance. If you come and you look at, I heard you guys talking about seaports a minute ago. By the way, that's why I go all over, because Solly and those who spoke before me have already covered some of this stuff. So you just have to tighten up the loose ends. If you take a look at the seaports, somebody mentioned the Ibom seaport, which is a very good one. It's probably one of the first in the country. It's a deep seaport. It's not as deep as the one in Lagos, as you know. But there are others that are owned by the Chinese, the ones by Lekki over there, right? Some of them are owned by the Chinese and Singapore, and Nigeria owns maybe about 15% of it. So a lot of the things that they're developing, you have to check. China Harbor Engineering Company owns a lot of them, and Toleran Group. So you know, Lekki Seaport or Lekki this, Lekki Free Trade Zone. We don't own any of those things. The Lebanese own a big chunk of it, but something as important as the deep seaport in Lekki is owned by the Chinese, 85%. So you want to go back and take a look at some of those things. I say 75% owned by the Chinese, China Harbor Engineering, and then Singapore's Toleran Group. So the balance is shared between Lagos State government and the Nigerian Ports Authority.
You have proof to that effect?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Ajab, leave him, I beg me.
I do. I'll give you the link on.
Yeah, send it to.
Yeah, I'll first send it so it's in a readable format.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, I'll do it now. Okay,
Yeah.
it's right there. Doesn't take long to do that.
No, Ajab, to some extent, is right, though.
It's not to extent. I'm 100% right. 100.
Listen.
I thought it's French. That Lekki.
Well, you thought wrong. You thought, you know, one of the ways to
Ajab, by the end of the day, they can't do shuka and carry and go.
That's what
Carry
you
on,
think.
Tansa.
That's what you think. All right, that's what you think. When
What do you know is called Oshuka?
When these countries come, first of all, I like it because once you Nigerians go and actually make trouble to where somebody's gonna come, then we have our leeway to take you over. Because if anybody's listening to me, United States, China, come on down. We can handle the weapons and we got the manpower to take it over. You don't have to talk too much. Iraq,
finish all of us. Level everything.
Iraq is the model, right?
Atta boy, come on.
When the Sunnis were over there, minority.
You bring in the F-16.
Hold on. I mean, we can do the fighting itself, the combat. We're there to do the combat.
Yeah.
All we need is when you want to take over these seaports and they don't want to honor it. If you're dishonorable, we'll help you take it over, take it back.
Yeah, we hammer.
All right. Bring it to me, Pastor. Bring it to me. Yeah.
No. Normally you hear the truth from me. That's why I'm here. But if you're pressed for time, one man, I think it's enough. After I'm not getting paid for this, I get paid a lot of money to talk. So I yield back to you. I'm done.
Okay, well, man, can I finish my time?
All right, thank you, Pansat. So thank you, thank you, Pansat. That
There
was
was a storm actually, and my light blinked.
yeah, and to be fair, I caught Pansat on the hop because Baba, you stopped speaking, and I suddenly went to
No,
him.
there was a storm here, so my fires blinked.
I think I caught him off guard a little bit, but yeah, back to you.
Yeah, where was I? At least I don't know why. I don't usually listen to him, but this time I just listen intently. Okay, I was talking about the oil subsidy. You understand? It's the best thing, as far as I'm concerned. Knowing that terrain very well is the best thing that happened to us, because absent that subsidy, just imagine where we'll have been if Tinubu kicked the can down the road like everybody had done. And I don't know, let me just leave it there. I don't know this new embrace of communism and things like that. It's a tested political formula that has failed entirely. And I think the only person that still hold, the only nation still holding to the vestiges of communism is Cuba. And we all know what Cuba is. There is free education to all levels. They've done well by turning out medical doctors supply to all over the world. But hey, look at the streets of Cuba. Look at the level of poverty. Cuba should be looking like Miami today. Were they to have abandoned it by the time when Jinping was abandoning communism in China and bringing them into capitalism, Cuba would have been different, but they just stuck to it. So this thing about free school up to secondary school level is still free in Nigeria, all over the place, at least in the southwest. Even in the north, school is free. In the north, it's only the tertiary ones that are not free. And we should remember that when you reach that level of tertiary, you have to plan. You don't have a job places yearly of 600 and turn out 1,000 students. There will be 400 surplus. And in 2 years, that 400 will be 800. So everything has to go side by side. The number of students you turn out and schools and job availability, because that's one of the reasons why we are where we are today. And when we talk about free primary, free secondary school, and you find out that by the time they come out, we don't have enough tertiary institution to take them, because we build more secondary school, more primary school, but less universities. So by the time they come out, somebody will now start doing JAMB like 7 times, 7 years without getting admission or not able to enter, because you have about 10,000 coming out for university space of about only 4,000. So these things need planning, and we are not planning very well. So it's not just about affordability or anything. It's about the future. Jobs available for those coming out of school. It's like a factory line. You don't turn out goods when your warehouse is full. Where are you going to put them? Thank you, darling. What are you going to do with that? So we have to be very, very, very structural when we're talking about discussing these things. But we're not just doing it to cash cruise, but we are educating ourselves and also our listeners. And we don't even know who or else somewhere is listening to it. It's international. So when we're talking about, when I was young, I romanced Ayetoro in, I think Ayetoro is in Ondo State. We talk about the largest, you just go to Ayetoro, everything is free there, nobody owns anything, and things like that. We all love communism. If I tell you stories, we talk when we're in primary school about, in Russia, all you have to do is just you drive a car up to this point, you go to buy grocery, you leave the key there. Somebody else that has bought grocery will open the car, fire the car, and drive it off. Nobody owns anything. That's the kind of falsity we live then as young people 10 years, 8 years, and we say those stories with relish and things like that. Communism is gone, is outdated, buried. Welfareism is the way. That's what the West has been practicing. Welfareism is about those people who cannot catch up, the indigent, those who are infirmed. That's how they run all these other countries. So there's nothing wrong with us restructuring our economy to be a welfare state so we can take care of our people. So we can take
Baba,
care of our people.
doesn't welfareism cost money? Almost about the same amount of money to take for you to institute socialist policies for things like education.
Okay, very well. The beauty about welfareism is it separates the chaff from the grain, in the sense that it's only those who need it. It's not for everybody. Like I said a few days ago, there are people who pay school fees £40,000 in schools in Lekki per annum.
Yes.
They can afford it.
Yes.
But those who can afford it will tap into that. And of course, side by side with government, we will have a lot of foundation, encourage Elumelu's, Hairs Holding, and all the rest. They have their own foundation, millions of dollars foundations.
But the responsibility for education should not be on an NGO. It should be on the state.
No, I'm not.
And
wait.
wait,
I'm happy. It is you I targeted actually, so I'm happy. I'm having this
I just wanted to
conversation with you because I can discuss with you. I can
yes, please. Let's have the conversation. And I think the other thing is this. Is like you said, education is free up in secondary school. You are correct. But if you go around and you take a look at the free schools, because what's happening in Nigeria now is you look at the education is becoming very, very segregated based on income and those ones that pay tuition and those ones that don't. So the free schools that were set up, that were free, that people, benefited from back in the day, those schools are dilapidated today. And the ones that are worth money to send any child to, you have to have resources to be able to do that. And that is the fundamental issue that I was trying to highlight. You understand? So because of that, the masses are being left behind educationally.
Ainzo, let me look. When the military came during Jaconde's time, I even begrudge Jaconde because all the elite schools we consider elite in Lagos State, for instance, Methodist Boys High School, Ansarudin College, Nawarudin College, Grace and Gregory, St. Fimbas, and all the rest, everything, cats and rat, everything, put all of us together, mass admission. And those schools, those are the dilapidated buildings you are finding today with structures. Though the new government in this Fourth Republic is trying, building new structures, you understand, but that singular policy really destroyed schools in Lagos. Because I know the standard of the school I attended. I love my school tie. We recognize ourselves by school ties, and we are very proud of it in sports and everything. You understand? And we are. Yes, sir. Who is that?
I also wanted to challenge one of the things that you said. You said, in your opinion, removal of fuel subsidy was the best. Now, can I ask, the option of keeping fuel subsidy and plugging all the loopholes while reducing the price and watching the price that we pay and still being able to take out of that fuel subsidy and distribute it to the people while still keeping the subsidy, was it not a better option than removing the subsidy, giving it a share of it to yourself, totally removing it from the citizens to give them nothing, and to share it with your government cronies also? Which one would actually have been better, in your opinion?
Okay. I think you will have to bring angels down to rule Nigeria or to populate the space known as Nigeria today. you think it's like other governments didn't try to fight the theft, because that's not corruption. That's outright brigandage in that thing. This is a period where they bring, like, let me say, 12,000, just to make the arithmetic very understandable. Let's say 10,000 liters of fuel vessel. The forged bill of lading, the documents for the cargo will be reading 20,000. They will sign.
Who is the most
No, let me finish. Let me do the arithmetic. No, I want you to understand. Can you just calm down?
Let him finish, I beg. I want to hear this. Let him finish, please.
Exactly. The bill of lading will be reading 20. They will go sign it. The invoice for 20,000 will be collected. Why is it only 10,000? Now wait a moment. They will pump out of that 10,000. They will pump maybe 6,000 into the tank farm. The vessel will turn around with the balance 4 and anchor off the Gulf of Guinea to sell to another boat. So we paid for 20,000 metric tons and only 6,000 we had. So that extra 14,000 metric tons has gone into private pocket. These are the monies they are making every day. That is one aspect. Let me calm down. Let me finish. Then we were using just 33,000 as of this moment, million liters every day. A tanker takes at least 33,000 liters. Now, they will tell you that they are smuggling oil out of our territory to Niger, to Ghana, to all the rest. You understand? Because as of that time, they were billing for 65 million liters a day. So if we are now to do surplus of that 33, we are talking about 10,000 trailers leaving our borders every day. Is that possible? No.
Baba, Hassan has joined us, and as you know, the North is the epicenter of the protest right now. So I don't know if you have any questions for him.
Yeah, okay. Let me just finish this.
Yeah, but Baba, I agree with you on the secondary school piece you were saying, by the way, which is a good point. So
yeah, thank you, Ainzo. I enjoy discussing with you, engaging you all the time. So happy holiday.
You don't enjoy engaging me?
You make I not lie, I dey enjoy them. You understand?
Solely, don't worry. Truth is very, very bitter. So keep on doing a good job. I'm with you.
Sorry, listen, there is another aspect of this thing you don't understand. We call it equalization payment. It's only in Nigeria. I'm sure the amount of I buy a gallon here is different from what Aja buys it there, different from what Kulata buys it in Texas. But in Nigeria, even if you go to Kotangora, it is the same thing you buy in Lagos. But we know definitely that when you transport that thing from Lagos to Kotangora, for instance, there must be a margin on top. Do you know the government pays that extra? So what did they do there? A tanker that didn't even go anywhere, they will sign the paper that it delivers so much in Kotangora, they will collect that equalization bridging money. So right, left, and center, people are making money. This is an open place. If I tell you that's why I always boast here that my people, they have money. Forget FOB list. Nigerians have money because they've been making this profit for years. Fortune without enterprise. Nothing. If you,
but Baba, the real issue, the question that Soli is asking, you have not really answered that question.
Okay,
Yes, I
refresh
say
me
in
again.
your opinion, out of those
Yeah,
two options.
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Soli is asking that.
Yeah.
Are you telling us that the corruption around that subsidy, we cannot fight it,
That's
and
what I.
still give that subsidy to the people? Fight the corruption, block all the loophole, and
Yeah.
let subsidy. Let there
Look,
be.
I said, except angels come down to populate Nigeria.
No. Do you see?
Okay, that is
Wait,
why I
I
want
will
to
tell you
know.
why I use that word. Listen,
Okay,
listen.
can I just ask you one last question?
Right.
If that was
No, let me
Tinubu's
explain
point,
that that
let's say it
aspect.
was,
Why I say
let's say it was
only
not.
angels can arrange that, because we know ourselves as Nigerians. And if Baba the military, this thing has been happening since the military, not today thing. From IBB's era, it's just that it's increasing, leaping, not even just leaping, galloping up till this moment. They get more strength. Look, that thing one man plays. It's like the arbitrage. This thing, every day. These people are known to. If you are in that space, these are people. These are people with 2 private jets. Nothing doing.
Baba, what you are telling us is like we don't have credible people, trustworthy people, incorruptible people that can manage the position of government in Nigeria. That is what you are saying. And I want to tell you that that's not true. We still
Why are
have.
you answering your own question?
I'm not sure you can. I'm not sure you can say it's not true. What Baba? What Baba is this? I don't think Baba is saying anything that we don't all already know. What Baba is talking about is an endemic corruption that has permeated the system for so long that it's just baked into the fabric. It's almost near impossible, unless you burn it all down, it's almost near impossible to remove corruption from that all sector space. It's
Can I
almost near
just push?
impossible. It's corrupt to the rotten bone of it all the way through. For Baba is saying wealth without enterprise. But what Baba did not add is that wealth without enterprise is something that has been subsisting for 3-4 decades. These are
And it's
people
a
that are,
security risk for
yeah,
the country.
these are people they built their life around that sort of a system. And that system is baked all the way deep into the oil sector. I'm
But
not sure anybody
one
can
man,
fight. I'm not sure anybody can fight that corruption in that oil sector.
Can I
but
just
one
push?
man,
No,
but wait,
it's
one
like
Can I
man,
just
what you are
push?
saying, one man, is that,
one
and
man.
what you and Baba is saying is that there is no hope. This is how we're going to live. This is the system that we're going to operate. System that
There are
saddle
two.
corruption. This is
There
the
are two
system
ways.
we're going to
No.
operate forever.
There are two ways of fighting it. The way Tinubu is fighting it now, or the way that Atiku proposed to fight it. And I think the way Atiku proposed to fight it is probably the best way. Sell it all off and not get royalty. That's the only way to get out of that.
That is not even the way. Set it all off. Then no subsidy. It's the same thing with Tinubu. No more subsidy. Hardship is what we're going to unleash on our people. That is what both of them are saying. All of them said the same thing. So, but what we are saying is because you have the same group of people managing the state, whether you call it PDP or APC or Labour, is the same group of people, corrupt people. But if we can have change of guard that can take them out completely, then you're going to have the right people, and we have the right people managing the position of power, then things will start to work right for Nigerian people. It look like we cannot get out of this because we have the same group of people with the same mindset, with the same aspiration, to same aspiration to in the way they want to govern the state. That is why we have the system running like this. So,
I'm glad. One man.
You know that the oil sector it requires a peculiar sort of expertise. It's not an off-the-shelf something. It's not even an education something. It's a peculiar sort of specialty.
I want one man. I want
one man. Do you want to agree with me that we are not using our best in that country?
No, I wouldn't agree with you.
That we are not using our best.
No,
the best people in that country.
I would not agree with that. No,
okay.
I would say that we're using our best people, but our best people. Hold on. We are using our best people, but our best people are not serving us. They are serving vested interest. I don't think anybody knows the oil sector better than Riwal Lukman that was there before, or this military now. He knows that sector like the back of. I'm not sure that there are that many people within the Nigerian space that can straddle that oil space better than military. But he's not straddling it for the people. He's straddling it for vested interest. That's just where the problem is. But I'm not sure that there's too many better
and do you know, one man, that's why the refineries are not going to work. There are uptakers to work to get that refinery on a partnership basis with Nigeria. But the problem here is, how are they going to get the oil to feed the refinery? They don't trust NMPC coming from where we are coming from. That's why those people, they don't want to come in at the moment. So the thing is so endemic. If Ainzo, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, yeah. Please tell me if I'm telling lies, because a lot of people don't know what's going on in the industry. Do you know the IOCs, wherever they get oil from, that community is entitled to 3% directly from the IOCs. Their Perez, their Ayanabos, those are the people that collect it. And the strong men in those communities, young men with 5 wives and 6 wives, bigger, they spend the money and tell the others nothing is coming from them. That is one. 2, I just tell me if I'm telling lies. It's your area. Because if you go to some of these areas, if you see estates, even at times they build for these people. Like if you go to Bonny, for instance, if you go to Finima, if you see the bungalows, you get my point. A lot of things is going on. There is ecological funds available. The states collected. There is also the derivative 13% funds. Only 10 states collected. You get a lot of things, but it's not getting. That's why I say we gong. Now we be the real problem. That's why I use the word.
Yes.
Maybe if angel comes down.
And Baba, we are the problems. The individuals that are in that space are corrupting the space, including what the examples you just gave of those in the communities that should be fixing it. They've corrupted them too. But to the point that Janle Kuku was making is that this thing is about political will to fix it. If you keep putting criminals to handle these pieces and these places, they will continue to corrupt it. One man just said it. Mele Kyari has all the experience, but he's corrupted and he's serving private interests. Okay, if that's the case, Mele Kyari is not the right person to put in NNPC. There are other people that you can put there.
Let me ask you, if you have a vintage car and you want to sack your driver, wait, let me just make this point to Arizona, just a second. You want to sack that driver, it's in the morning when he comes to work. You want to tell him, look, this evening, when we reach office, they will sign your sack letter. I bet you, the moment you park at the car park, he knows what to touch in that car engine. And by the time you come down in the evening, that car will not work.
Yes, but that's why you have to be savvy. Yes, I agree. You have to be savvy in how you handle it. But it takes, Baba, trust me on this, my brother. It takes, if you have someone with the right political will and they look at that thing and they say, damn the
No,
consequences, I will
no,
fix this, it will be done. I
no,
promise you, it is not
So,
as difficult.
eyes on.
Look, wait. It is not as difficult as we have made this monster out to be. It is just that people lack the political will to fix it. These politicians. Look, let me give you an example. One man, listen, I'm not saying we should go back to the military, but you cannot tell me that if Abacha was in office today and he gave them an order to fix that refinery in 6 months, it will still not be fixed. I can promise you everything I own, they will find a way to make sure it works. The reason why it's not done is because there's a lot of impunity in Nigeria. A lot of impunity. People steal money, nothing happens. There's no oversight, no enforcement of law, there's no order. So what's happening in NNPC is a larger piece of what has happened all over the place. People steal money, nothing happens. So NNPC has become a cesspool because nothing is done and no one is trying to fix it. That's the problem. So
Okay,
you can shut down subsidy.
quickly
You
here.
can shut down subsidy all you want. These people will pack their bags and just move to another part of the industry and start stealing there too. Until you actually come.
NNPC is not unique.
Hold on, Baba, hold on. Prince
Okay.
has been trying to come in. Yeah, Prince.
Thanks, Roman. It's the NNPC is not unique. It can probably point to any other sector in Nigeria. They all suffer from the same malaise. And what you're saying, Aizan, it is difficult. Everything in Nigeria is difficult. And quickly about Tinubu, in hindsight, what Tinubu is able to, what he has been able to do in this short time period is actually commendable in a lot of ways, because it shows someone that's not really there for his own pocket. Because a lot of things that he's doing right now, he didn't have to do them, but he can, of course, always do much more or do better, especially in the area of agriculture. But when you talk about political will, if you're familiar with Trump, that'd be a good example of somebody that wants to come into the place and do the right things by the people. The Nigerian space is extremely difficult, and people think it's a child's play. Though we should put the right people in there. Who are the right people? The right people are the people that fight, that do politics, that get their hands dirty. Those are the right people. There's no angel right somewhere in Europe or somewhere in the village that's going to come and fix things. It doesn't work that way. So one gets them of just talking. We need the high-speed rain. We need this report and all this stuff. People talk. People tend to talk about problem in void. They don't understand. Like things work in isolation. Everything work in tandem. They do. It just needs a strategist, someone that's smart enough to be able to put things together. It's a complex configuration.
Okay, so Prince, you agree that it can be fixed, right? Right?
But it's not as easy as some people would make it sound.
If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. I'm saying you agree that there is, but you agree that there is a solution. It can be fixed. You just have to put it. Okay. So that is my point. That is my point.
It's on what Prince is, and correct me, Prince, if I misunderstand you. But what Prince is saying to you is that fixing it requires stealth and guile, not somebody giving orders and somebody not even putting there. It's stealth and guile. You have to go into the underbelly in disguise and then try to untangle it from there. It's not about having the right person or giving the right orders. It's stealth and guile.
It's quite clear that it's not about having the smartest people in the room. It's about having the right person or people that have the will to want to do right by the people. We talk about we have all the smart people. Yeah, we have all the smart people. Miller, Chiari, and all these people you mentioned. Yeah, they're super smart, but their answer is for the handful of people.
Okay, so Prince, here's what we're both saying. I'm saying that you need to go in there and you need to make it clear and establish order and fix it, right? You're saying, according to one man, you need strength and guile and you need to work under the shadows to fix it. But either way, We're both saying it can be fixed. Our strategies are different, but either way you pick, it takes political will to do either way. So whether it's strength and guile or whether it's going ho-ha and fixing it, that person has to have the will to want to do it. And in the that's so essentially we agree on the point that it takes political will. We disagree on how it will be done. But the key part is it can be fixed. We just haven't had the person that is willing to do it. That's the point. That's the key point there. And that's why it still exists.
Yeah,
Hands-on.
sure.
I
I
wish
can agree
the
with
government
you.
can tempt you.
Go ahead, Baba.
Wallahi. Every man has
This
his own
Nigerian
price.
space is it's really complex, man. I'm
No, but Prince, that
people.
there's nothing that is complex.
Okay, well,
Like
Atom is
hold on,
let me lie.
hold
Atom is
on,
not fixed. It is very
hold
complex
on.
and complicated.
Yeah,
Okay, let's not pretend.
Okay,
hold
Aja,
on.
Aja,
Yes,
let me
it
give you an
is not.
example. During,
Okay.
I heard this story, actually, listen, a commissioner, the civil servants, they gave him an envelope, he refused. They come back again, someday they gave him, he refused. The third time, their Baba come and put that envelope, fatter one on the table, open in cap, and tell am say, tó o bá gba eléyìí, máa ṣépè fún ẹni, o fẹ́ kébi pa wá pa ni. He was forced to take it.
And Baba, you know, if I mention my dad's name, I think Baba, you know my dad. But let me tell you, see, even as a kid, when I didn't know anything, see, the corruption, what you just described right there, my dad pretty much suffered under it. It is, I mean, you have to play ball. So it's like a cartel. You have to play ball with the big boys, and you have to
They will just
you have to
finish your
do it
children for
accordingly.
you.
I mean, you can't if you don't want part of it. Okay, you can exit with your mouth shut and just go your way. But if you think you're gonna come around and try to disturb them or undermine them, they'll take you out. And that's what I'm saying. People just talk. They don't know the insight of how deep Nigeria is. It just didn't start in this past 10, 20 years. It's always been like that for a very long time.
All these excuses you
Look,
are
let me
giving.
tell you.
One thing I know that is if it is Tinubu that owns that oil, and if it is Tinubu that is giving the subsidy, you will quickly find solution to that problem.
Thank you,
Because,
Solid.
Like
Thank
I
you,
just
you that
reminded
this
me now.
Toli is too
Didn't
much than
Thank you,
this
they kidnap
Solid.
Okonjo-Iweala's parents?
This Toli guy, this guy is just too much, man.
When they kidnapped Okonjo-Iweala's parents, where were you people? Do you know how much federal government paid?
Hold on, Baba. Look, Soli, you just make a very good point. And let me support it like this.
What did he say?
You see, political will, when you have people that are not ready to effect that political will to, manage the affair of the state or transform their society, particularly people that are engaging in conflict of interest, then you're not going to have the problem solved. Like what we have today, they don't want to handle half the best of the richest oil well in Nigeria today. So how would you get the problem solved? How can you solve the problem in that sector when his own company,
Okay,
his
Buhari
family
that
company?
doesn't have
Hold
any
on
oil
now,
well.
hold
What
on.
has
Let
he
us
done,
land.
Buhari?
Let us land.
and that is conflict
He
of interest.
awarded this thing to himself when during this 1 year he just got to office, and Prince Daddy is saying, "Oh, he's not there. He's not there to steal money. He's not there to do this." Look,
Aja,
let
Buhari that
us
doesn't
tell
have
ourselves the truth.
one single oil well, being
Huh?
a oil minister, being PTF chairman, head of state twice, what happened?
Who?
Baba,
Buhari.
who told you Buhari doesn't have oil well?
He doesn't.
Ah.
One man, he doesn't. No. Monique
Are you aware of the Ndimi family?
Indimi is the in-law.
Yeah,
They can
so
only look.
Is it not
This,
one of the big? It does not have the biggest, one of the biggest oil wells in
of
Nigeria.
course, yes, yeah,
Oh,
I know.
okay,
But
okay.
And what is his relationship with Buhari?
One can fool Buhari lowo ni o, they just give him pocket money.
No. What is Ndemi's relationship with Buhari?
Aisha is the bag woman.
Okay.
Aisha is the bag woman.
You see what we are talking about now. These
Vested interest.
people, this conflict of interest that these people are engaging in to manage the affairs of the state, that is why they cannot solve problems. Is it difficult to even build roads that they cannot build? Is it difficult to invest on education? Is it difficult to invest on healthcare? Look, don't let us be giving excuses for these corrupt practices that these people in power are corruption that they are using to rob us, loot our
Okay,
commonwealth and all these
you
things.
made your point before. As Azan, he's in Nigeria. We can do
Yeah,
this later in the night when Azan has left. Maybe
okay.
we just give him the chance to tell
Yeah,
us
we
exactly his
just want
own
to
view.
tell you this idea that is difficult to solve is not and that we should just leave it like we
It's
should
good
leave it like that.
now. When I
No,
build
it's
one
not
house for
difficult to
you,
solve. We
you
have
refuse to take
people
the key.
that don't
You
want to
refuse to
solve
take
this.
the key. I
We
gave it
have
to your
people.
wife and the car. Whether
We
your
have
wife will
people
not
that
wrap
don't
you
want
and
to
put you
solve the
under bed.
problem because they are benefiting from the
Uh,
system. They are
uh,
eating fat
Baba, if they
from the
put honey
system.
for your
That's why.
mouth, go
Let
and
me leave.
spit it out.
All right. All right. Thank you. So, thank you, Baba, for highlighting that Hassan is with us. So, gentlemen, I know everybody has been here for a while, but with your permission, I want to go to Hassan because its system drops often, and
Oh,
really it's at the epicenter of what is going on in Nigeria at the moment.
exactly.
The protest now turned riot is most impactful where he is, and he, of course, a senior figure in that space. So a real opportunity to gauge the temperature. I'm not sure if Hassan is ready for us. Hassan.
Hello, Aman. Hello, everyone.
Ogagba. Do you know what Ogagba means?
I don't know. You have to explain that to.
This is it. We should be teaching
You
Wazobia.
know, no, you don't know Oga. You know Oga now. Hassan.
I know Oga, but the
The
I don't
Agba.
know.
The super.
Big
That
boss.
one a
Big
super
boss.
Oga now.
Yeah.
One day,
Do you know what Agbabola means? Agbabola.
that flavor song.
Yes.
I don't know. It's just like
If you know the connotations of that, that's what Ogagba is. But certainly good to have you here. I mean, there's really no topic to talk about really other than the goings on. I mean, you know, it started off as a protest against hunger and hardship, which before it started, we were having conversations with us then. I don't think we've touched base with you since it started. So it started off as a protest against hunger and hardship, but that theme of hunger and hardship, it did not last beyond 2 hours of the protest. Very, very quickly transmuted into a riot, very, very quickly transmuted into anarchy, now quickly transmuting into Russian flags being waved all over the north, people chatting Bamiya or something at the military, which is takeover, and suddenly Bamayi, and then suddenly we're hearing things of regime change. One of the snippets we got from Kaduna State just as early as yesterday was that Tinubu should step down and Atiku take over. So what do you think this thing is transmuting into, Hassan?
Yes. Hello, everyone. It's good to be here. Please apologies for all the people that are on the panel. It's already 2 a.m. in Nigeria. Every time I come on this platform, like I have to sacrifice my sleep, and of course I have work tomorrow. So it's not as if I want to get in front of you guys. I just want to get my
No,
message
it's
out there.
allowed. No voila. Carry on.
All
No
right.
problem, Hassan. Carry on.
So you see, what is happening in the north is a reckoning of what the elites have been doing for decades. Now, if you ignore your work, what you are supposed to do to your people. It may take some time before the people understand what is actually happening and before they, they revolt. However, it's actually becoming the case apparently now that these, kids that you claim that you have free school, a school that is not even fit for an animal to go there and learn anything. There is nothing there. There are no teachers there, and there is no teaching materials. Learning materials. Nothing is there. You people in the civil service steal everything off. The salaries are just. How can you be paying people 8, 9, 18,000 naira to teach? You of course know that people will not go to schools like that. Now we have a society where there is no guarantee of anything of quality for the poor person. He is the one who is always asked to stomach, to be patient, to find a way to survive. And he has been pushed to the wall. The poor of the north. They are a lot of people, and they are beginning to reach a point where they want to be heard. If you remember when I was here and I was telling you guys that this protest is going to happen, a lot of you were doubting me, especially Baba. He was doubting me, and he was
No, 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 no. I said it's wool. I said it's wool. Maybe you mistake me.
Okay.
All right. Carry on, Hassan.
Okay, so this is what is happening, and a lot of the elites are actually afraid, especially people who are holding political office. Yeah, and I think we need that. We need that. We need a healthy, we need politicians to have a healthy fear of the electorates in this country. If that is not there, then nobody takes, when people are on the table, when the stakeholders are on the table making decisions about the futures of tens of millions of hundreds of millions of people, those people who that policy will concern directly, they are not on that table. And that is why you begin to hear excuses after excuses, is because you put people on that table who have vested interests, and they cannot see, even if they can see how, if they see a loophole where some money can be channeled to the welfare of the people, of course they want to bring a bin khinzir. Of course they want to have a family something in Malta. Of course they would not, since Buhari has done it with the Aisha and all that. Of course, when it's your turn, when it's your Emilokan, you too, you want to take from the largest. Of course, you would not think of the people and you double down. And if people talk, you say,
Hassan, we were
Buhari
in
did something. What is that?
Hassan, we were in previous conversations discussing that this protest, it started off as a protest against Ogas. We've said, which are the political puppet masters of this protest were actually using as a protest against Tinubu. But what seems to have been happening now is actually a protest against elitism.
Especially, you see that profligacy of displaying luxurious wealth and
I saw a clip earlier on today of a senator in Yobe's house being burnt. So that wasn't the plan, So it's a protest now against the elite space, like you're saying. The people have had enough.
Yes, yes, yes. And a lot of people left, especially our elites down here. They actually jackpot. Yeah, I know it's temporary, but they put their family. They left Nigeria for the meantime. I know they are going to come back when all this settles down. But I think this is a ticking time bomb, and the president really needs to sit down. I think if the president has people like you, one man, and Baba, you are going to push him to take decisions that he is going to regret, and the country is not going to be any good for. This idea that there is no genuine sentiment of people suffering and that people should keep waiting, I don't think it's going to augur well for all of us. It is not. Especially because the president has vested interest in this thing and it has become obvious. Now everybody knows it. okay, this is what is happening, and it doesn't look well, it doesn't sound well, it doesn't sit morally. If Buhari did it, so you should do it. Okay, see, if that is the way it has been done for decades, then the president gets a pass. I know in Nigeria we like to identify with our ethnic people, but on this,
Hey, Azan, can I just put in some so you can factor it into your explanation? You are putting the problem now at the doorstep of Abuja. Your governors in the north, don't they collect FAC?
They do.
Every month, they do.
Collect fact, but what, Baba, you need to understand too is that,
Make me understand.
okay, go and check how much they are collecting. Is the claim from people like you and the president is that the governors are collecting more money, but that is wrong. That is factually wrong. Yeah, well, if you want to look at more money as naira, which has been completely devalued and has no value since this president came in, which is as a result of his own direct policy, then it may seem to the poor people that the governors, but the governors also are crying.
Okay, what
That
about when the naira had value? Because the problem didn't start today.
Finish, Baba. That's the problem. So,
valueless naira, pre-valueless naira. Yeah.
Yeah, pre-valueless
Go
naira
there.
on the balance when you look at it, it is small. So there are states who get a couple of hundreds of millions of dollars in a year, and then there are states who get say 40-50 million dollars in a year. Now those states are getting far less in dollars now, but it seems more in naira. So they have contracts, they have commitments that they themselves are not being able. So it's like the president is pulling a con game for he's putting blame on, unlike you, to putting blame on the subnationals, while the real problem is his own policy and keeping this posture, this stand that somehow he is helping people while he is actually benefiting from this
So
policies.
it's no more terrorism and banditry.
Quick
Come
question
on.
about Sam.
That is not out of what people are asking for the protest. You know, there are a lot of demands. People are protesting against banditry. They are protesting against. It's not like a one size fits all everything. Yeah,
Hassan,
and believe.
Hassan,
Let me chime in first.
There is anger for the subnationals and governors, but that does attention should.
An institution is not destroyed overnight, and I know you know that. So to Baba's question, see, unless you're telling me that the governors and the leaders in the north are aloof, they don't have a clue what is going on in their own backyard, then I guess I would accept your argument. What is going on right now didn't start with Tinubu, and it didn't start with a naira-less currency. That's not where it started. The problem is been brewing for quite a long time. So the question is, the leaders in the north, what have they been doing, you know, in order to ameliorate this problem for this years that has been going on? It didn't happen overnight. This young kids in the north, you know, their problem didn't start overnight. The northern governors say, I know there's always been a lot of wealth in the north, especially I remember Kaduna very well. Kaduna used to be the center, what do I call it? The center of the northern states, because they had everything from the NDA to all the stuff that he had. It was a power center for a very long time. So the northern governors, you know, just like every other governor in Nigeria, they're not taking any responsibility. You think pushing it down to the subnational is not ideal, but rather it's Tinubu's policy. Perhaps so. But the problem in the north is it's somehow unique in a lot of ways to the northerners, and they're not doing anything about it. So it's a lazy way to want to point a finger at this point in time, in this, you know, last minute, to blame Tinubu for everything that is going on in the north. It is the problem. If you ask me, perhaps the sole problem of the northern governors for not having done anything for such a long time.
Okay, I agree with you, Prince, that the North's exposure to Tinubu's policies, of course, is going to be more, pronounced than the South, where people are, doing a lot better. And the Almajiri thing and the unaccompanied minors, couple that. But I think why the governors have not been able to have any impact, trying to ameliorate what is happening, is that on their level, on their level, um, let me not sound as if I'm giving excuses, but they are also afraid. They are also afraid. They are afraid that the traditional, institutions that they have primarily used to control um, the the populace is slipping out of their hands. They cannot use they have bastardized the uh, traditional rulers, and they have uh, and then the general populace is not like ready to listen to religious leaders at this moment, because it seems as if
You are
it, and
shifting. Oh, you are shifting, Azan.
it
Stay
seems
on the
as
governor and their responsibility.
okay, it seems as if they are also in the political class, they are in the same economic or social class. So it's a class kind of struggle, and not necessarily looking at it at a subnational level. I A lot of these governors, the claim is that they have not been sharing all those 20 trailers of rice that the president has given them, or they have not designated enough money so that people will. I don't think, maybe it's because I have something to do with how the state governments operate, in the way I work, and I know that uh, this, whatever the governors do, will not be enough for people to enough of the people to feel less pain from these harsh economic policies of the federal government. Well, maybe they are not doing that enough, but I know right now, if you are supposed to give these things percentages, I think the bulk stops on the president's table. And because
Alaji Azan. Alaji Azan.
Hold on. Let Kulata come in. I think Kulata
Hassan, I have two questions for you. I like the fancy tale about the people revolting hunger in the land, but I'm just wondering how that hunger quickly morphed into Russian flags flying around the place, and Chinese flags, and people saying they want Russia. Because
okay,
someone, hold on,
And military
someone,
takeover.
a military takeover. So people that are hungry should focus on the primary need, hunger, right? Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So that's question number one. I don't know if you want me to just say the two questions. I don't want you to
I
lose focus. So
just
if you
say
can
them.
address that.
Say them.
The second question is, in your earlier submission, you stylishly alluded to Dan Bello's video, where you're saying, kind of like implying that Tinubu is a beneficiary of the subsidy. And someone earlier in the session too is making that wild claim, because Dan Bello kind of like read someone tweet word for word and made a video out of it, and it's viral. And they're connecting O and O, they're connecting O and O to some dam, to the Malta alleged mixing plant that is owned by one, I forget the name, Dan something something, and then somehow they said O and O owns it, and they're tying it to Egypt, and the timeline just doesn't add up. But you are just alluding that okay, Tinubu is a beneficiary of the subsidy removal, like he's directly claiming. So I kind of catch those kind of tricky narratives, and I would like you to explain yourself.
Okay. You see, let me start with the Dembélé thing. I've seen Dembéló's what is he doing? Is it parody or comedy or whatever it is? I've seen it. That's not what I'm getting at. But you yourself, I don't know when, but some weeks, a week or so back, we're talking about the data that was coming from StatsSense, and how a certain company did do business during Buhari's era, but then that business waned, and somehow after Tinubu came into power, They are doing $2 billion worth of importing PMS into this country. And this, I've been hearing this argument, especially you, Kulata. You seem to come and say, subsidy is gone, subsidy is gone. But you know, and I know that the government is still paying subsidy, but it's an
NMPC,
kind of
NMPC is
way.
still paying subsidies, not the government's books.
Who is the driver of NMPC? Who is actually pulling the shots? And why do we like to deceive ourselves now and be speaking big grammar?
No, it's a question of arithmetic.
It's not big grammar.
Let me get
It's not grammar. It's
But
arithmetic.
you're
Do you
shifting
want the
away from
arithmetic plainly?
you're shifting away from my question. You alluded that Tinubu is benefiting. Whether I talked about Malta doesn't mean here nor there. It's the same thing. I went back to look at the data and I realized that hold on. I went back to look at the data and I realized that the number one refinery that we get stuff from is Belgium, followed by India, and that grew under Buhari. So should I now magically say that Buhari has stakes claim in the Indian refinery and the Belgium refinery because they're the number one and the number two, and they all started from close to zero to those top billions of dollars? Should I now automatically, like you did, say that, oh, Buhari must have been benefiting from refining in India and Belgium? So I question you. Why are you tying, or what's your evidence or proof tying Tinubu to Malta refinery?
Okay.
Hold on. I have the evidence here.
Me yasa man fetur ke tsada a Najeriya?
Controlled by.
Sorry, do you want the evidence?
By the relatives of Buhari, of Tinubu. Please, one man, go ahead. Let's see it.
Oh, all right.
Me yasa man fetur ke tsada a Najeriya? Bari in fayyace muku. Tulumbu da iyalan shi ne suka mallaki kamfanin mai na Owando. Sannan ba su daɗe da saye kamfanin mai na Ajib a Najeriya ba, wanda shi kuma mamallakin rijiyoyin mai ne guda 17 kuma yana haƙo garwan mai miliyan 11 a kowace shekara. Saboda haka yanzu rijiyoyin man nan mallakar iyalan Tulumbu ne. Bayan an haƙo ɗanyen mai sai tacewa domin cire fetur, dizal da sauransu. Maimako a tace ma a Najeriya, a'a, sai aka zaɓi ƙasar Malta, wanda ko rabin Lagos bai kai a girma ba. Ga tambaya, me yasa ƙasa kamar Najeriya ba ta iya tace mai ba, amma ƙasar da ko rabin Lagos ba ta kai girma ba, za ta iya tace min da mutanen Najeriya su dogara a kai. A shekarar 2011, babban kamfanin mai na Malta, Enemed, ya rattaba hannu akan takardun ba da aron masana'antunta na sarrafa mai da ajiyewa zuwa ga kamfanin Ras Hanzir. Su waye suka mallaki kamfanin Ras Hanzir? Iyalan Tulumbu a ƙarƙashin jagorancin Wale Tulumbu da taimakon Adewale Tulumbu Junior. Wale tare da iyalan Tulumbu su ne kuma suke shugabancin kamfanin Owando wanda na baku labari tun farko. Yau wato bari mu sauƙa bayanan. Iyalan Tulumbu sun mallaki kamfanin Owando wanda ya siyi rijiyoyin mai na Ajib. Yanzu kuma ya karba aron kamfanin sarrafa mai a Malta da sunan Ras Hanzir. To idan ba ku rude ba, yanzu haka Ras Hanzir mallakar iyalan Tulumbu ya kafa matatar mai a Malta, sannan kuma ya saye kamfanin sarrafa mai da ajiye man da ya karba aro a shekarar 2021. Saboda haka yanzu suna da rijiyoyin mai, kamfanin tace mai, kamfanin sarrafa mai da wuraren aje tacecin mai. Saura shigo da mai ne kawai ya rage Najeriya. Saboda haka Tinubu na zama shugaban kasa, abin da ya fara yi shine cire tallafin man fetur saboda arzikin shi ya karu. Kuma duk da haka akwai tallafin da yake biya a ɓoye daga asusun ƙasa zuwa nashi aljihun, kamun ya ida cire tallafin baki ɗaya ya zama daga aljihunku ne yake zuwa nashi aljihun. Ya haƙo, ya sayar da kanshi, ya kai Malta, ya sarrafa, sannan ya dawo kuma ya sayar muku. Kuma ya ɗebi kuɗi daga asusun ƙasa ya biya kanshi tallafin man fetur. Ga kuma alaƙa wannan zaluncin da farashin dala. Najeriya tana samun dala ne idan ta sayar da ɗanyen mai ga ƙasashen waje. To in ta sayar da man sannan ta ɗibo wannan dalolin ta dawo da su gida, kun ga za a samu wadatar dala, farashin dala zai kasa. Amma me yasa ba a samu wadatar dala a Najeriya? Saboda idan an sai da ɗanyen man ana amfani da dalolin ne a siyo tataccen mai da ƙasar waje. Yanzu mafi akasari daga ƙasar Malta. Da wajen sama da dala biliyan 2 a shekarar 2023 kacal. Wannan zai sa Najeriya ba ta da isassun dalolin da za ta kawo gida ta sayar, lamarin da zai ƙara farashin dala. To sai dai waye a halin yanzu yake da isassun daloli da zai iya dawowa gida ya sayar a farashi mai yawa? Tulumbu da iyalansa. Kai kuma Dangote da Karambani sai ka gina matatan man da ya fi kowanne girma a duk faɗin duniya, ko ka san me haka zai jawo farashin mai a cikin Najeriya da farashin dala? Ku rubuta mu a comment section.
Yeah, so that seems to be where you guys are getting this.
One man, you are holding brief for Tinubu government. You are just like a judge who is trying to lead a witness into making false. What I was thinking, it was real evidence. You just put this guy here.
No, Hassan, what's the proof? Is what I'm asking because you alluded to. You said
The truth
he's
that
benefiting from it.
it does, yeah, it does. It's not a good look. Is it a good look to have a company import your petroleum products that your relatives are running that country? That
That's exactly what I'm asking you. Where did you get proof that his relatives are running this? No such proof exists. Because in 2021, hold on, in 2021, when the Ras Answer Oil Terminal Limited or whatever was supposed to, that's when they leased that terminal. And who was the president in 2021? Did he know he was going to be president by from 2021? And where have you seen in the book that some Razer, whatever, has Ocean and Oil as part of their owners? Can you show me proof?
Well, I cannot offhand because I'm using a mobile phone right now. But
Okay,
I promise
whenever
to
you
come
get your
back.
laptop,
Yeah,
I'll wait for the proof.
yeah. I promise to come back. But I find it somehow people who claim to understand the workings of policy and with the history that we have in this country to somehow think that Tinubu is beyond
But that's a
fooling.
conjecture. You have to
No,
show if you
Wait,
allege, you must prove.
Kulata, wait. This
ability.
Tinubu,
Wait,
I hear
let me
you now
No,
saying.
Baba, let that conversation take
No,
place.
I
let's
want
not
to
get
help
no
Kulata
Hold
speak
on.
better. I
that's
mean,
Baba.
Shoma asked a question I really want to put to him. Actually, I've forgotten the question she asked. You
not
put it on screen before.
Lata's
He said, why do Northerners always protest?
I just answered.
Baba, hold on, Baba. I don't want the conversation to deviate. Let him
Okay,
and
okay,
Kolata go at
okay,
it, and then you come
okay.
after. Yeah.
Yeah, you have a
Azam,
point.
my request is very simple. Show me two things. Show me Ocean and Oil run things in Malta, number one. Number two, show me Ocean and Oil that Tinubu is links to Ocean and Oil. But the most important part that I want you to show me is that terminal, the Ras Hanser oil terminal, is owned by Ocean and Oil because they bought that thing in 2021. You have to show me proof. Otherwise, it's just rumor
You
mill.
think it's just rumor and propaganda?
Because there's no proof.
Okay, fine. Then Buhari is
Then tell us where Buhari money,
then
Tinubu's
Buhari.
money come from. What company does Tinubu
I'm
have
not
in
his family
Nigeria?
member. You can talk to his accountant.
Okay, so
I don't work for him.
somebody brought something. You have to show something.
Can we talk
He
about the
alleged
What he has.
something, and I called him out on his allegation. He who alleges must prove.
No,
That's the
Tinubu doesn't
standard.
have any company in Nigeria. He doesn't have any factory. He's one of the richest
Fansa,
Nigerians.
please, I want to have a focused
all I
conversation.
talking about the Russian flag is the Russian thing.
Okay, yeah, go
When
to the Russian flag one too. How did Ibn Power were hungry quickly morphed to military must take over, Russia must take over, China come and save us? How did that quickly escalate?
like that is something that I didn't like. It repulsed me, but it did happen. I think there are people, of course, who are trying to exploit this, but I can also see it happening organically. The problem is in states where uh, police were heavy-handed and where people died. This is where the flag started coming out. The first day of the protest, people died in Kano, in Kaduna, but not in Maiduguri. It happened too, but I don't think anybody raised any Russian flag yet. Now, the reason is because of what happened in Niger, and after the military takeover in Niger, people were celebrating with the Russian flag. And I've had people say that the flag looks like the Nigerian defense flag or something like that. But that is not actually the case. They are doing it, it's just like a double-edged sword to put pressure on a government on an insensitive speech by the president to think that Nigerians are not suffering enough, and somehow all this is happening as just say the gimmicks of his political rivals.
Yeah, Hassan,
I
let
don't
me ask
agree
you.
with the president on that because he doesn't seem to understand the severity of what is happening.
Hassan, sorry, Baba. Just hold on 1 second. You said you don't agree with the president on that, but a lot of people believe that this protest now has is completely abandoned the hunger strikes and is now entirely a political movement now. Senator Shosani came out on the in the media to tell us that they are trying to unseat Tinubu via the back door. A lot of people believe that, and a lot of Southerners. I'm just waiting for a I'm waiting for a tweet to load up. But before that tweet loads up, actually, let me play you a clip. It's only about 20 seconds. When people are saying that what is going on in the north is nothing to do with the hunger, it's the political powerhouses in that space trying to truncate the Tinubu administration. So I'll show you now a clip of people being moved from location to location in the north to go and demonstrate and riot. Let me play you this. Then you see what people are saying. Yes, here it is.
Con the protest.
So that's not anything organic or spontaneous. That is just those are political moves. So
Okay, man, I won't put it past politicians to do these things. I won't put it past them. Like I understand how dirty the game can be, it can go. I understand that. I don't want to be so carried away with accusing political rivals that I make a jest of the real reasons why people, because when I come on this platform, I seem to get the sense that you guys don't even believe that people are hungry. I hate to imagine how your hearts are in there to think that just because something does not
No,
concern
I've
you,
never had anybody on this platform say people are not
especially
hungry.
you, Papa, you insinuate that all the time.
No, Azan, to be sincere, we
You are
know
not listening.
we know that people are hungry, but you know the problem is the problem didn't just start last year. So it was we even had a problem that, okay, look at it this way: banditry, terrorism, and that people could not even move easily. And that was not a good time for people to protest. Now, when the situation, the security situation appears to be improving, oh yeah, we agree hunger, but something led to that hunger. And the situation that led to the current
and please,
economic
who is
crisis.
speaking? Who is speaking?
My name is Ola.
Okay, Ola. Thank you for bringing my attention to this. I think another thing too that people are not giving the president, his flowers for is the security situation. Yeah, it's not. We are not yet there. It's not yet Uhuru, but yes, he has maintained, and yeah, the armed forces are doing their bits. Yes, that is something that I will give the president that. Like I don't joke with that, and yeah, the president is doing well with the security of the country.
Okay,
One man,
I give that.
Given that,
Azan, wait, Ola. Look, the industry I know very well is the oil industry. And a lot of things happening in the north. A lot of people don't know. But I'll just drop one now. Do you know you people have oil? I think in the Chad Basin, the Nigerian side, and I think in Nasarawa also. And those wells you have, it took the contribution of NMPC since the 80s for the exploration. Now that they have it, where are they taking that crude oil to? To Chad Republic to refine. You see, a lot of things happen in that north. It's just like when I say north, people think.
I know a time, say like 8-9 years ago, where they were prospecting in the Lake Chad Basin, and a lot of NNPC staffs and some Chinese, I think they are contractors, even lost their lives. I don't think that oil is being, explored in enough commercial quantity to make any.
Oh, it doesn't make any. No, I'm just dropping some nugget because I know.
But
when
yes,
it comes to the things that is going
there is
on
a
there, even
reserve.
the Kaduna refinery, carry on anyway, so that other people can.
Hassan, I guess. Look, hold on. Sorry, Olajo.
Hold on, Ola. Yes. Sorry, Ola.
Hassan, let me put it this way. Like I've listened to you. You came here. You talked about hunger. You acknowledge now that you acknowledge. I mean, I don't think you could give a very good excuse for how that hunger turned into Russia must take over, military must take over, and also being able to explain the boss. I mean, the lorry loads, and also one man probably didn't add this. Someone like Atiku's kid, that commissioner in Adamawa State, tried to foment protest in Lagos. So the low tolerance for protest, especially when a southern president is there. I talked about that yesterday. We need to speak to it because if Buhari was still the president and he made this policy, because actually it was under this government that subsidy got removed. Tinubu was just the one that went to blot it out in June. If he could have waited till July, it would have still been removed. If Buhari was still the president, I want to wager and say there will be no such protest. That this protest is due to a lot, especially Northwest. I'm going to call names out. Especially Northwest would like to renegotiate terms of power with this government, and it's difficult or it's unusual for this guy to be there without the direct contribution or using monetary powers from the Northwest. He paid for himself in with his own power block. And this is an attempt to negotiate. It first started with fomenting insecurity. All of a sudden, we've not had suicide bombings before. I hope YouTube doesn't flag this. It started happening all of a sudden. That probably didn't go anywhere. And then it turns to using this Kenyan opportunity. So talk to that.
Okay. As it concerns the Northwest, I think yes, there are real issues regarding power brokerage and how the president, is running his government. I don't think that they've thought well if they think giving flags and insinuating but if there is anything, it's because these people feel that they give significant number of votes to the president, and that is why they feel like they've been left out. And if that is the case, well, that's their thing. But what a wrong way to express that, with the potential of speaking to say having a coup, or supporting the Russians or whatever it is, was asking the military to come back. That is wrong. That is wrong. However, what started it, I don't think is those people per se. There is a real concern. Let's not forget that even if we say the politicians will carry some blame, yeah, I could give them say 40-45%, but I would give the government's lack of a shock absorber, lack of a way for the common man to actually guess get something that he could live on, because of their policies, not thinking ahead to give him any respite, any thing. I think that should take like 60 or the minimum 55%.
But you agree that if it was Buhari, there would not have been this protest.
No. The protest, even if there will not be as pronounced. I am sure of that.
Let me read you this tweet, Hassan. This is from one of those big names on Twitter called PO. It says that dear Southerners, although I strongly disagree with President Bola Tinubu and his ideology, I am deeply concerned about this recurring issue. Whenever a Southerner becomes president, the North seems to intentionally destabilize the country, seemingly aiming to undermine the president's tenure. It is worrying considering the North's tolerance for Buhari. And then it goes on. It says, why is it that the North loses its tolerance whenever there is a Southern president? It is crucial for him to unify the entire South to ensure stability and progress throughout his tenure. So that is a sentiment held by a lot of people. We saw it under Goodluck Jonathan. They attempted. Remember under Obasanjo, they came in with the
Tinubu
they came in with the Sharia attempts, and then they used Boko Haram to truncate
Omar, can I piggyback on that?
Hold on. Yeah. So then they used Boko Haram to truncate Goodluck Jonathan, and now they are using Russian flags to intimidate Tinubu.
Well, I cannot actually speak on Obasanjo's Sharia thing. I was too young to make any sense out of that. But the Jonathan one, I was there, and man, yes, you see, there's this tendency with us in Nigeria to always want to say, okay, the Boko Haram thing. Some people are even saying that it's Buhari that is actually sponsoring Boko Haram at that time, so that you get Jonathan out of the way. Why don't we want to accept that things can go bad and that people can organically have a security issue? If some politician now uses that as a means to gain advantage in the political arena, isn't that what is supposed to happen? I can't imagine Buhari, going into Sambisa forest, handing guns to people or giving them bombs and saying, okay, go and bomb Nyanya, go and bomb this place, go and bomb Kano, so that people will say Jonathan is not doing well, so that I'll come into power. Do you really guys really think that that is what is happening, and that Boko Haram is not something that
no, we don't think that, but by proxy, indirect proxy, yes, it can happen.
Yes, it can happen, but
Also,
just
Boko Haram nominated him as their spokesperson during Jonathan. I'm not sure if you remember.
No, that is a lie. No, that is a lie. That is a lie. That is a propaganda. At a time when somebody, then the government was seeking for negotiation with them. So they said they were going to nominate somebody that will go on behalf. Do you know Obasanjo actually came to Bruno and he actually talked with these guys? A lot of people don't know during Jonathan's regime. But Buhari felt that he could not, intercede on behalf of Boko Haram at any point. And in fact, the person who made that suggestion was actually somebody who was from PDP, and they were trying to smear Buhari so that if he comes out and say, okay, out of his goodwill, then they will use that thing to bury him politically and say he represents Boko Haram. So as a sharp guy, sharp military man, he refused to follow. I've been hearing these echoes,
Buhari
especially
sharp, right?
Sharp military guy.
Sorry.
Okay. Don't sharp.
And by the way, Hassan,
if Buhari is not sharp, Obasanjo is not sharp, because they have similar trajectory.
Hassan, two things. I don't think anybody that says Buhari is not sharp, it doesn't get it. Buhari was the all minister under Obasanjo. He was the president of the country, military and civilian, and he straddled that country.
Military administrator of a state. He was a military.
So anybody that
Buhari is not sharp.
Oh, all right, well, fair enough. That's your subjective view. But I wanted to say let me just say this. Hassan, don't feel put upon, by the way. It's only because you are our northern voice. That's why you're getting all the questions. So nobody's holding you to account for anything. But Prince, yes.
Yeah, maybe a poignant question to Hassan. Hassan, do you think the North is dragging Nigeria backward in terms of its progress?
Yes, I do, and not because of the reasons a lot of you think. Actually,
Give us your own reason why
Tell us
you think
better.
so.
Tell us better on
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Tell us better on that.
well, you see, um, a lot of people when they talk about the North, they point to, uh, a population of uh, people that are not quality people, whose ability of production is very low. Because yeah, we have a lot of people, but these are people that are not producing anything of consequence. What they have to offer is only their labor.
I don't
Now,
think so, Azan.
Oh, hold on
Cannot
for him,
textile mills.
Baba, just hold on for him. Let him flow. Yeah, but
okay,
Hassan.
so you see, these are a lot of people that are here in the North, and there is a lot of hopelessness and joblessness amongst the people, and the elites, particularly of the North, are not, as they are not like beholden to their communities. They make, they make speeches. They like to sound like they care, but they don't really. They don't, uh, because there is nothing that people are benefiting from them being northern. You see, when you go to southern Nigeria, you see community schools, community hospitals, you see things like that. You can't see those things in the north. You can't see it. The northerner would rather find a sect, an Islamic sect, join one, and then turn back and look at another northerner who is doing a different Islamic sect and curse him, curse everything that has got to do with him, tell him that he is going to hellfire. So the energy is being put into what is unnecessary for living in a 21st century, in living in a 21st century environment. If we were still in the 1940s, we would say that the North is, well positioned. But as it is now, the North is not there yet. The North is not there yet. However, uh, when we talk in the context of Nigeria, I think the North has enough, in the pool of Northerners. Of course, we have enough people who are smart enough um, to push this country forward. But it's a matter of leadership. We don't have a representation. The people who represent us uh, do not represent the core communal spirit that the North used to have. They have now turned into capitalists. They want to be Westerners, and that is where our problem is. I think
Whose
there
fault
is.
is that?
Well, I believe it is the fault of our elites and people who have had sway over, uh, you know, setting the policies that run this.
Can I, sorry, can I
Yeah.
respectfully disagree and say it's not a matter of the elite, it's a matter of culture. First things first, when you
Well,
birth kids and you send the
a little
kids,
bit of this and that, but
no,
I don't think just
yeah, let
one.
me just say it. I'm not trying to, I'm not saying I'm not saying religion or anything. I'm talking about the culture of you have kids, you send those kids out. You don't bring the kids. So if we're talking about community starts from home. So if you're not in control of where your kids go to, if they wander away or you send them to the cleric somewhere that's only going to teach them or not teach them because you're not even following through, then it's not by accident that all that will propagate to the top. And the people that are smart enough will take advantage of that situation and become a leader.
But you know what, Kulata? Before, people used to care. Like when you send a child, he goes into a community where nobody knows him, and he is said to be a student, learning, the religion. Then he becomes the son of everybody in that community. He's well taken care of. But in the last 30, 40 years, that sense of admitting people's children, that sense of community is
Now,
gone.
you have
Then some
people like IBB, Gadona School, and all the rest.
yes,
They became
they
Major
went,
General. Yeah,
they
they
went,
don't. They don't know their
major.
parents.
Yes, of course, but you see, now nobody helps a child outside, because what you are dealing with in your own home, like, is enough burden on you. And yeah, there is a little bit of culture, and there is a little bit of the policies that the region has suffered under. I believe if there was uh, plenty enough to have every child go to school in the last 30 years. No, we shouldn't have been talking about this by now.
But that's a parenting thing, though. Sorry, one more. Sorry.
Sorry, Athan. Let me ask you this. Do you think there's too wide a chasm between and there are chasms in both of the divide, by the way, the north and south. So they're pecuniary chasms. But in terms of the north-south divide, do you think there's too wide a chasm in terms of ideological views and world views? Do you think because when the Southerners think and talk about the Northerners, they think and talk about them. Even our conversation now is a lot more refined than even uneducated conversations about the North, and I suspect the other way around as well. Do you think the chasm is too wide between the North and the South? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I do understand what you mean. I don't think that it is too wide. I think we are seeing, the fracture now of the extremes of these arguments, because we are going through economic turmoil. And when countries go through economic turmoil, that's when the fault lines, are, pronounced, and now people see them. But on normal occasions, when everything is going fine, we seem to find the things that unite us. And then when things are not going fine, we seem to find the things that
Yeah,
divide us.
Hassan,
Now,
I don't know whether you started with us when I went back in time and talked about the foundation, about Sadauno and the rest. That
let me.
you guys, you
I,
wanted
I, I,
to you wanted to progress at your own pace, but we, the Southerners, were in a hurry and promise you heaven and earth to the extent that we have to fashion our own affirmative action. You understand, by introducing the quota system, just to make sure that everything is okay. And I think that
let me
lure you
finish.
into false security somehow. What do you think about that? Because we've had quota doctors, quota pilots, quota major generals.
I think there is actually, a difference in the philosophy that the average northerner uses to live his life than the southerner. Yeah, that is there is no, you cannot say that that does not exist. The average northerner lives his life in a minimalist kind of way, and he tries as much as possible just to take what he needs, like the southerner of old. Just take what you need. Don't be too flamboyant. Don't try to oppress your neighbor. Be humble about life. Talk about God more. If 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 the South were to be a little bit, more say religious, I think the North would have uh, that the overlapping the overlaps that the North has with the South is around that religious space, and that is why the North always sways towards the Southwest more, because of the religious, so you all understand what I mean. And
Yeah, well, sorry,
yeah,
Hassan,
yes,
probably going to be my last question.
okay, let me
I
just
tend,
finish.
okay, finish.
So
Yeah.
I think the divide is not as huge as people think. I think when like things just stabilize, if those almajiris get food for 1 month, then all this thing will die down. So it's not as pronounced. It's not as one man seems to think that there is too much chasm, too much divide. I don't think so.
Thank you,
Okay.
Azan. You really struggled today, though.
Yeah, I know, because everybody is just waiting for me.
You guys
Okay,
just they wait for Hassan since call the bombarder. So, Hassan, I really don't think the divide is that huge from the way one man spoke. I think bad things are just more pronounced up north. There's poverty in the south. There's out of school children. I was reading statistics from StatiSense too. All regions have it, but you just have more of it. And I want to think the northern problem is a rural problem. I don't think is an elite. It's not an urban elite problem because you don't see an educated northerner that doesn't know the whereabouts of his kids and send his kids in
Yeah,
to
that's true. That's true.
where
That's
you
true.
don't see them. Because I have some friends that are from the north, even though you can call them Abuja northerners, they're just like me. So my question is, from this experience now, however it's going like a multi-headed hydra, are there going to be some lessons learned from this whole protesting? Is there going to be some like
I hope so.
inward thinking, like maybe we need, because first things
It has
first.
started, it has started now. Haven't you heard what my governor did? And Zulum Governor Zulum has actually announced that he's going to take a measure against unaccompanied children, and he's talking to that Almajiri space. Nobody has had the courage to confront it. I don't know whether he has the political will to go through with it, but if he does, then that is a good thing.
I think Kano tried before and Kaduna tried before, but I don't count. See, I feel it's a cultural
But
thing,
Zulu is
especially
just talking about only in the capital city, not in
yes,
the
everywhere.
not in the villages. Capital cities.
So what is it doing? You govern the whole state. Why can't you effect it all over the state? Why only in the capital city?
Well, because they're coming from the rural areas now, Baba
Yeah,
Danko.
it will be more concentrated in the capital city.
Okay, let him start from there. Maybe all over.
I think the main thing is I don't think we can legislate culture. So how can maybe the religious leaders or the leaders in the north see this as a problem and try and change things rather than trying to take advantage of this situation? Because honestly speaking, like, I mean, who has been using cannon fodder? I think it's one man. A lot of these kids are used as cannon fodder for voting, for protests, for all this stuff. But now it's kind of like backfiring. So how does this change? Because you may not be able to legislate culture.
You may not, but you have to do something. I mean, this is serious. You know, it is true that the bandits, your Boko Harams, you know, they come from this pool of these kids. No, it's established. We know that. Okay. And the reason why they have not done anything is that um, the bulk of the attacks of Boko Haram are on the rural poor. The bulk of the attacks of the bandits are on the rural poor. Now, these guys are beginning to notice, perhaps being aided by others, that look, these are your enemies, the elites, those who are ruling, and their concentration is now getting to these guys. Maybe now they will start to think seriously on how to solve this problem. And I believe that is where Zulum is getting at, because in the next couple of years, if something is not done about this, they are going to set their eyes on, you know, the people that are in their immediate environment. Like when the protest started, they were trying to get into the GRA in Maiduguri, and it's just because the GRA in Maiduguri is gated. It's actually gated. If not, it would have been a very, very bad thing. Really. They were trying to get into the GRA. They were trying to just go and harm rich people, in quotation, because these guys are so dumb. They don't even understand what is what. They just want to cause violence and confusion, and that really like sent jitters into a lot of the elites.
In
This
numerical
was
terms, Hassan, how big or how wide would you say this demography is? The demography we're talking about, not just in your state, but in the broad strokes of the north. In numerical terms, how wide would
I
you
don't.
guess?
Okay. Let me guess. I would say that a significant portion of And don't get me wrong, it's not as if these guys who go through the Almajiri systems all turn out to be bad people. No.
No, the
They
ones
are
that turn out to be bad. Are we talking about 10, 15 million people, 20?
no, I don't think it's up to that. I think probably 5 million, 5, 6, 7 should be right about there. That, yes. Because
That can be budgeted for then, because I'm thinking if they want to handle it, they have to budget for it. And if they were going to budget for it, they have to know the size of the demo. If it's a 5, 6
One
million
man,
people,
Jonathan tried.
no, we know,
Jonathan tried.
we know. Hold on, Baba. We know that Jonathan built their Marjorie schools and all that, but it's a situation that still subsists. So, what would you say the solution is? Is it to send them to the farms, or what is it, Hassan?
I wish I have a magic bullet for this issue, but left to me, if I were to have power and I could uh, you see, we are not the only Muslims on this green earth, and we have to the whole thing about progress is when you try ideas that are no longer functioning for that time. My whole problem with Boko Haram, you see, is because they were trying to force us to live like we were in 7th century Arabia when they reared their head here in Borno. That is my whole I cannot be living in the 21st century and then you expect me to just imagine that I'm in 7th century Arabia and then I should carry that as my way of living my life. No, it will not happen now. Now, the problem with the North is we seem to have been stuck like we're in the late 1800s or in the early 20th century. Meanwhile, we're in the 21st century and we have to adapt to this. Now, the voices of this, of change are people like Sanusi Lami Osenusi. I know some few activists who, talk about these things, talk about the reforms. But when he talks, the whole and traditional and especially the, people of a certain sect, they just go against him and paints him to be the devil for even daring to talk about things like that. Now,
Hassan, sorry to interject slightly. I've listened deeply to you, but I just want to come in from two point of view. You can pick it up from there and expand. This was a sponsored protest, and the Alimajiri group that we are dissecting now was used by these wicked individuals, the northern elites that are aggrieved, either because they are out of power at this moment or they are not benefiting from where they used to benefit in the past, or they lost power. So that is what they did. Yes, the Animagery system, people who are young kids who are out of school is a time bomb. I served in the north. I know what's going on there. I see them, right? But again, that situation is not peculiar alone to the north. We still have that same problem in the south. That was why I was talking about that this protest is going to create a problem. We were very fortunate in the south because Lagos, a lot of Yoruba people stood out. A lot of Yoruba elites stood forth. The Igbo elites, my brothers too, they did not comply. If they had complied, we will have the same problem. You have poor people in Nigeria who will eat the rich.
yes.
Why did I say this? In 2010, Occupy Nigeria, which Tinubu sponsored, similar issue happened. Poor people went after the rich. NSAS, it didn't happen like that. But during COVID, right, poor people who were hungry were going after the rich. Even the rich could not sleep anymore. When I mean the rich, the middle class, higher middle class, rich and super rich. That's why I keep saying, if there's any tension that will happen in Nigeria, right, the poor will eat the rich. So what you are saying now, yes, is a peculiar problem, like with the Alimajiri system, because they are the poorest of the poor. They are mostly orphans,
or people who left their homes, or people who parents pushed them into the system. And many of them don't turn out they are right for, like what you have also indicated, for those who exploit them for their selfish interests, terrorism, banditry, armed robbery, kidnapping, and other vices. The same is still applicable in the South. We have poor people in the South who look at the haves and say their lives is better off than theirs, and we eat them if they have the opportunity. That it happened in the North doesn't mean it has happened in the South too. So we are sitting on a ticking time bomb. I want to explain so you can pick it up from there. We are sitting on a ticking time bomb, and we want all our leaders to put their selfish interests aside and begin to do the right thing. We have governors who are not paying minimum wage. We have governors who are telling their local government chairman to leave an association and bring their money to him. We have governors who do not want to do the right thing. We have wicked governors.
Can you just name the name?
All right,
Sheyi Makinde, just say the name.
Sheyi Makinde is not one of them. I think he's talking about Dakwa Abiodun.
No. Oh man, let's use your state or your state. That's the problem.
You see, I agree with you that the poor are just looking for opportunity to eat the rich. But what is the remedy now? Is to ensure that that does not happen. Now, some policies that the government is adopting, it's only ensuring that at some point, well, people are saying that we're going to see an economic miracle, especially people like One Man and Baba, and I know a lot of people on this platform too. I'm skeptical, my One Man, but if things do change for the better, then fine and good. And then Tinubu would have the right, to say whatever. But as of now, I don't think it will be wise to ignore that this is a real problem. Now, they should start to think seriously about this set of Nigerians who are also Nigerians, but because of the circumstances of their birth, and things like that, they find themselves in a disadvantaged economic situation, and they should have a seat on the table. They should be represented. They shouldn't just be thought of as some statistic, because nobody is talking on their behalf. Because the day that they will actually talk, nobody is going to like what they will say and what will happen on that day. I don't, and I like that you bring that.
Well, how do you see an end to this, Hassan? This particular wave of protest?
No, it's going to die down. It's dead here already. If by the 10th day, it would have been dead. Now, people are just taking inspiration because, it's stipulated for the days, and the respite for the police and all that is that they know that this is going to be for those days. So when the 10 days is exhausted, of course, they are going to go back into their shells and begin to say they are going to see how the government is going to respond. But even if it's for the sake of propaganda and assuaging nerves, I thought the president did not speak well. He should have spoken better than he did. I mean, there are a lot of words of endearment and things like that he could say. I know it's a balancing act, because you don't want to say too much that you appear weak, and at the same time you don't want to sound as if you are Idi Amin Dada of Uganda. So it's a balancing act. I thought he should have, said some things that these people are not actually like the devils that they are meant to be. Everybody talks of the others as as this extreme set of irrational person, but no, it's not that. If at all they really the government engaged these people, I think there are a few things the government should have said, and then probably some gestures, that would have ensured that this thing died down.
How do you think this impacts on Tinubu 2027? Is it a flesh wound or is it a mortal blow?
It depends, really. You see, if truly what you guys are saying, that Tinubu is this political, economic strategies, juggernaut. He's going to turn things around like he did in Lagos, and things are going to be. It's two things that will have to happen for Tinubu to gain back his popularity. That enough money comes back to people's hands that they could afford. Maybe they are doing better than when they were doing under Buhari. Now, people will know these things. Now, obviously, they will know that, okay, my purchasing power has increased. It doesn't really matter what the minimum wage or whatever is. When the Naira begins to do well, I mean, that's good enough for the president to have something to, because at that point, the people will not want to rock the boat, so that they can, that should continue. However, if by some unknown or whatever happens that he could not turn this around by 2027, I don't know how the politicians, because they are going to have because the governors that will come to speak to people on his behalf, they are going to have a really tough job to do. Even those imams too, they are going to have really tough jobs to do, because they are the ones who come back and speak to people on his behalf. Now he has to give them something. He has to.
All right. In terms of winners and losers, who do you think the winners are in it? Because actually, I'll ask you two questions. Do you think the timing, in terms of the timing of this protest, nobody wanted the protest at all, at least not the form that is taken. But in terms of the timing of it, do you think the timing advantages Tinubu because it gives him, yes,
of course.
So the timing advantage is sustainable. So let me now take it to the second question. In terms of winners and losers, who do you think the winners and losers are in this protest that's just happened now? Been and done.
I think it's kind of well, I don't think the government won anything apart from the posturing, but I think right now, there are so many overlapping people behind these things. I know there are people who are looking for Biafra. I know people who are looking for Odudua. I know there are people who, maybe foreign agents, whatever. A lot of, actual destabilizing factors that were in the undercurrents of what is happening. After all that, I'm just saying that it's good to. Unfortunately, it did not go for the protesters, without the violence. What happened in Jos was what I wished would have happened everywhere else, so that at least the government understands that yes, the people have the ability to organize and protest, the right way. But since that is not the case, the government should not take this as they have won. No, they haven't. Even though they can come on TV.
Is there an argument to say that the government has won? Because if we remove the people and go and just stay within the politics, in terms of that sort of Showore Peter Obi sort of politics, would you say that sort of politics has been enhanced or diminished by this protest? Because yes, well done. Because their greatest potency is being able to leverage the people. So the people have been levered now, and it's been somewhat spicy, but it's not really anything that's not been managed. So I think they've been diminished. But in terms of Atiku Abubakar, do you is it a marginal win for him? Is it diminished somewhat? How does it slot into the outcomes of this?
Well, for Atiku, I think he doesn't really care what happens. Right now, advantage him. Like, he will be wishing and betting that Tinubu does not recover the economics of Nigeria, because that is what will play to his advantage. Ordinarily, Northerners do not trust Atiku that much, because of his history. Now, and that was why they were willing to choose Tinubu over him. Now, he will be relying that Tinubu fails economically, so that he will have, if he intends to come out massive, because there are indications that he may not be contesting in 2027 even at all.
What would you say to somebody who says to you that Did this protest actually guarantees Tinubu a landslide in 2027?
No, I would say that is too optimistic now because yeah, he has not yet delivered the goods now. We have not yet seen it. Let's see it first because as it is right now, people want to see, okay, this guy, they said he did wonders in Lagos, he did that, but since he became Nigeria's president, he suffer. We have not seen anything. But do something so that people will see that, yes, this has changed. Not that I've given your governors 200 billion, I've given your governors 5, I've given your governors trailers of rice. No, that will not help the president too. Because these governors, at the end of the day, if he doesn't deliver, they will abandon him. They will try to just survive themselves by trying to, but he should do his own thing and ensure that the people on the street feel his impact. Because as it is now, everybody is just feeling the bulala. He's giving everybody bulala.
Hassan, do you think things will improve with the local government judgment? That they will be getting money directly and they may impact the people's lives.
But the governors are actually against. I don't trust these governors. They are meeting right now about this thing. They are trying to find loopholes. The whole 36 state governors, they are trying, no PDP, no APC, no Labour, all of them are trying to find a way to go around this money. That battle is not yet
No,
won.
they've already filed a suit at the Supreme Court. That is the NGF. They said the federal government is cheating them up to 40% that's supposed to accrue to them more. They did their arithmetic. So they want more money for doing nothing. They're not well, those governors.
They are not well. No, they are so used to
But let's just take the judgment for what it is. Do you think that will help more rather than going through the governors?
If it does happen, I was talking to somebody who is a distant relative and he lives in the local government. He's a staff of the local government for like, I think it's 22 years or something like that. And he was telling me that if truly the monies come to the local government and importantly, and the governors did not find some loophole to ensure that that money goes back to their hands, whether directly or indirectly, by hook or by crook, that what will happen is that the amount of people that would actually go to the farms, that will actually have that, the amount of money that will go around in the local governments, that will feed directly, because the only thing that people in those local governments know how to do and do well is rearing of animals and growing food. That's the only thing that they know and know how to do well. So if they get extra money down there like that, say, and the local government chairman starts, say, a road project that is direct labor. Now people in that local government will work for that money. So the young men in that local government say, after the project is done, say somebody gets 200,000 naira, somebody gets 500,000 naira from the project. He's taking that money to the farm, or he's going to go and rear some animals. Now, if majority of them have money to put back in the farms, that will mean that the volume of food that is being grown. If you come to the north, we're not using our land for anything. If you go to these local governments, the amount of people that are saying that are farming massive, I don't think we are farming at even 10-15% capacity of the land we have. So it's going to have a positive, because these monies are just arrested in with the state governors normally, and the governors usually have a cycle of maybe 5, 10, 15 people. It's not even up to that in some states that, they do all the contracts, they do everything, nothing gets out of there. So the monies are not coming down to the grassroots. Now, that is something that I'm looking forward to. If truly that money gets to the people that needs it, it's going to help us, all of us, because that will mean more food production, more stability in rural areas. Because if these guys are getting things to do, then it will not be so alluring to carry a gun and start going killing people or trying to get money in a dubious way.
But I think they will sit up because the AGF and the EFCC chairman have threatened the local government chairman that they will
Baba,
audit
you are
their account
in
and
Nigeria.
they will
Good
arrest them. That they said defraud your local government and go to jail. The AGF has said it repeatedly because they will target them. If they like, they give you the money, go and carry it and give it back to your governor. By the
Yes,
time
they
they
have
check you in,
examples of like some significant number of them. That's the only way. If they don't make examples of those who take this money, and they have to do it fast so that the others will see, they will not take them serious.
Hassan, let me ask you one last winner or loser question, and then I'll bail out hand over to Mike. In terms of the people, have they won or have they lost as a result of this protest? Do you think the people have been the winners of this?
Yes, the people have won because I think now the government will sit up. I think so, and I believe that by not sitting up, then the government is sealing its fate for 2027. So the people have won. There are echoes right now in some parts of the north that when this protest is over, they want to start recalling senators and House of Representative members who are not doing what they are supposed to do back in the House. You know, you can actually do a recall. So they want to engage INEC and its processes. So there are a lot of things that are happening that people are beginning to become more politically conscious and aware and are beginning to understand the kind of powers that they have within a democratic system. I mean, the application of these things is still crude, and the reason why everything went south down here in the north is because this protest was kind of leaderless. But I think what will happen next, people would have learned that if you want to engage the democratic process effectively, you need to be more organized, have a leader, have realistic goals that can be met, and that way you can actually achieve something tangible. And I think we are moving in that direction now. In that sense, I think the people have won something. On the other hand, maybe somebody can make the argument on how the government wins in this, but they have won by dousing detention, but not like winning because this is
Yes,
just like
but without conceding anything. That's the thing. So that's the other half of that. They doused the tension and they did not concede anything. So I'd say it's a win for the government. And the people can threaten protest again because it's a blunted tool now.
Not in the near future.
It will take them 2 years to recover.
At least not in this term, not in this tenure. Yeah.
I agree. I agree. That's true. Oh, so finally, I've answered these questions. Why I can take my leave too.
You've done well, Azam. I appreciate your honesty.
Come back.
Thank you.
Yeah,
come back soon.
Don't feel put upon. I hope you didn't feel put upon. People always get it.
No. It's good. We had an honest conversation. I enjoyed it because we need to tell ourselves the truth. Without I enjoyed it.
All right,
I'm
guys.
happy.
See you next time. I have to go.
All right,
all right, Azam.
Thank you.
Sleep
Hassan.
well.
Thank you, Hassan. So that was Hassan. Hassan bails out, as do I. Hand over to Mike. Mike, Ajane Koko up next. You Prince Daddy waiting to speak as well. BT joins us. King Emeka, of course, who has a thing or two to say. So the conversation still carries on. Let me bail out, gentlemen. Hand over to Mike. So that's Ayo right there, of course. Traditionally, that's Marie Shai. That's she's from the Kaizorian stock. That's Kulata, of course, who does that now with some regularity. That's Kulata again. That's George Blue Shell right there. So that's Georgia Boy. And that's Chioma poking at Hassan. And that's Chioma. Yes, I was just saying. It says Kulata speaks better grammar. Don't be jealous. Don't worry about Hassan. You know, Hassan has actually featured on TED Talk. Not even as the actual person on the rostrum. Maybe I'll look for the tape, play to you guys on it. is actually featured on TED Talk as the main feature. So don't worry about Hassan.
Choma is fighting Southern battle for me.
By the way, before one man, before you how are you holding up in the UK, one man?
Fortunately, it's not a southern thing. It's more like that middle belt north. But the thing is escalating. It's turning into somewhat of a racial, religious.
Isn't it in Birmingham?
Yeah, it's in Birmingham, but then all those places like Southall, all those sort of places anyway. But the guy that started the whole thing, Tony Robinson, he's off in Cyprus, sunning and tanning himself, a bit like Showore actually, is orchestrating anarchy in the UK from Cyprus. But
So is it more of is it more of racial or religious? Because I was listening to a space earlier today. Some Nigerians in the UK had concerns, but they were saying that it was more of an anti-Muslim. I was just trying to maybe say like multifaceted, like is it more like
it is multifaceted. So there was a guy that went on a rampage with a knife and pied 3 young girls and then savaged about a few other people. So the guy was 17 years old, and in this country, the law says that you cannot reveal his identity until he's 18. But because of the tension in the country, they revealed his identity. So a lot of the anticipation was that the guy was going to be a Pakistani Muslim. But curiously, the guy turned out to be a Christian Rwandan boy. So there's been a lot of backlash against black people, especially random black people just being accosted and beaten up. But then there's also an underbelly of anti-Muslim, anti-Pakistani thing in that middle belt of that Birmingham sort of area, that a place called Hull as well, Hull. Those sort of areas. There's just been because those places has been completely taken over by Pakistani Muslims, and they have their culture and way of being is at odds with the way life is lived in the UK. And then they have no regard for the indigenous people as well. They'll groom girls from very young, destroy their lives, a lot of these things, and the society can go against them because this country, they're a bit finicky when it comes to race and religion, but it's now spiraling over, the right wing now moving in. So there's that tension that is a spill off of this. So everything just all over the place. It's but the worst thing you can be in this country at this moment is to be a black Muslim. But
that is a double whammy.
double whammy. But no, it's quite a thing. And the guy just called me in as a Keir Starmer, so he's now having to contend with this. He's trying to do the. They're starting to knock on doors now, picking people up. So
really,
yes, about 600-700 arrests so far.
Yeah, because the place I was listening to was more of the Nigerians were. They had a bigger. It was more of a returning home to create the system that we always talk about online, and they brought up the issue that should they wait until they get kicked out of the UK, and then the issue of being a citizen, and it was like a broad conversation around that space. But I was just listening. Obviously, I don't live in the UK, but.
How come I'm never invited to these spaces?
No, I just it's Clubhouse thing and space. I just randomly pop, because when you have friends and they're hosting all these Clubhouse meetings, so you will see them host. I have a lot of friends that host on Clubhouse. They have they're like major platform owners
there's a guy that on that Clubhouse that I'm looking to bring onto this platform. His name is Eshu. If you hear him speak, it will blow you away. But
I mean,
what is Clubhouse? What is Clubhouse?
It's like what we're doing right now, but on an app, just audio. So you get to join. You can create a house. Like if you have a lot of friends, like if I go there now, if I start a house now on any topic, everybody sees it and they can join and have that conversation. And that's so if you build it like a follower, it's like I mean, there are amazing hosts. The Sales Guru. There's ADM. I mean, there are amazing speakers that are there. that have
you know, I'm actually looking for a way to it doesn't work on laptops. That's the thing.
Actually, it does. It does.
Does it? Because I'm looking for a way to stream some of the rooms I'm in onto this platform.
On Clubhouse?
Yes.
Oh, you on Clubhouse, Mama? I didn't know that.
I'm of course I'm on Clubhouse. I went there off the back of you actually because you talked about
you
it so
can
much.
see
Yeah.
how rich and diverse those conversations are. Nigerian issues. Very.
Yes.
Very. These are very, very smart individuals, and yeah.
Young, a lot of young, sharp people there. Very.
Very. I mean, even when I listen now, I listen just to see what the hell. But stay safe in the UK. Don't get stabbed. Don't get
yes. You know, they're actually sending alerts round. People are sending WhatsApp alerts that stay safe something. But on that Clubhouse, I went to one of those rooms trying to be a high falutin and pontificating. They just beat me up. You know, these young people. They just
It's almost like a court-like environment where you're vetted. It's like you move up the ranking the more like you move up. Like you just don't show up and start. I mean, it's engaging. I mean, I try to stay away from the relationship part of it.
It's like Twitter for the benefit of Kulata. It's like Twitter Spaces, but with cleverer people.
Yeah, I mean, hey, to be honest with you, you would do well on that. If you join, I'll add you, and I can bring you up.
Someone from Loman. The one I do one man. The one I do one man. Don't do me.
All right. Let me bail out. Should I play you an Awolowo clip on the way out? Yes, no. You make that decision, BT. Should I play you an Awolowo clip on the way out?
Yes, of course. You know how I love the man. So.
All right. Hopefully, Mike is there. It's there in body and Mike. Yeah. We can hear you run about faintly. So Ajale Koko up next. Let me play you this. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
January the 7th, 1955, and the Premier of the Western Region, Chief the Honorable Obafemi Awolowo, broadcasts. He announces the launching of the free universal primary education scheme in the region. A scheme to accommodate 400,000 children in 10,000 schools. It will cost the government over £4 million to provide the facilities, but without them, only 96,000 of the region's children could have been taught in schools like this, owned by the Ibadan District Council. It is the model for the new ones yet to be built. The headmaster admitting the children is instrumental in opening for them and for all the youngsters of the region a new and wider future made possible by universal education. The Premier, the Minister of Education, the Honourable S. Oluwole Owokaya, and his Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Kensington Momo, visited many places to ascertain the popularity of the scheme. And at Ibadan District School, Mokola, the Minister of Education himself taught the pupils a song. Children of all tribes in Nigeria, Hausas, Igbos, and Yorubas, whose parents have the required residential qualifications in the region, also benefit. And the ministers must have been well satisfied by the many indications of early success. Uniforms are not compulsory, and at the Nawaruddin School, Sabo, the Hausa settlement Ibadan, admission of pupils in native dress is in full swing. The scene is typical of many places throughout the Western region. Each child has his card, which bears a picture of the Premier as a precaution against wrongful admission. At the Ibadan District Council School, Mapo, Chief Awolowo addresses parents and guardians. Some of them had brought their children to the wrong place. and he explains the plan of distribution carefully, pointing out that the school must not be more than 3 miles from the child's home. Unlike some of the newer ones, St. James's School, Okebola, Ibadan, is so well known that the children have no difficulty in finding it. All the buildings are not yet ready to house the many new pupils. Work is well underway at Okefoko, for instance, but in the meantime, the teaching is not delayed. Generous house owners like Mr. J.O. Shobo, an Egba man, permit their houses to be used as schools. The Minister of Education had already said that in order to get the scheme going, he would allow classes to be held under trees, in churches and mosques, and in private dwelling houses. So, by the generosity of public-spirited people, the children can start learning immediately, and very keen they seem to be to get on with the job. When the Minister of Education went to UMC practicing school, Okeadu, he met 2 small pupils. One of them, none other than Tokumbo Obolowo, the Premier's daughter. Her sister, Ayodele, is also being educated here, and to judge by what Mr. Owokoya saw at mealtime, enjoying herself very much indeed.
Where's Kulata? What's that? Okay.
Mike. Mike
Yeah.
there.
That clip has weaponized Ajanle Kuku.
Yeah.
I know.
Mike, your mic is muffled in the way. Mike,
It's your turn, Ajan. Carry on.
Abba, watching that clips and
We lost you, but what touched me most there is Tukumbo and Sisi Ayo attending same school, and they reminded me of the hypocrisy of Dati, who has one of the so-called good school in Abuja. He will boast, and his daughter had to graduate from 26th British College amongst the best 30, and he's proud of that and showcase it on the internet. I mean, I don't know what kind of brazenness is that. They can't even hide it. I mean, I wouldn't go to his own school. I would never.
Yeah, but he's allowed. He's allowed now. It's called preference. He's allowed to do that, right?
It's his preference, but
when you build your own school, but your child cannot go to that school. He has to go to some of the best school outside.
I will run away from his school.
We're missing something here.
What?
Yeah.
I think we don't understand how some of the elite operates, right? So within that class, you go to the best schools around the world, and then you come back home, right? That's when you tender your resume, right? It shows in terms of international exposure, you have that. International education, you have that. Class, that's in terms of class amongst the elite, you already have that in your portfolio. So what's the next step for you now? Do you want to go into business life or do you want to go into political life? So it's a thing amongst the elites. It's not that he can't. His school is one of the best in the country. His school is one of the best in the country.
So what we are saying, Mecca, is that they don't believe in their own.
No, it's not a belief. It's not. No, even in that school, right? I think that girl, she's responsible for when, like, the purchases of books and whatever goes, when you buy books or whatever, she's responsible for it. That goes into her personal account, right? So it's not about they don't believe in it. No, it's a way to show, like, amongst your set of group, what are those criteria that you possess that makes you equal to your peer or above your peers.
Look, you are just
You
trying
are not
to
convincing
polish.
me, man.
You are just
No, I
trying
don't
to
need to
polish.
convince you. I'm only telling you what is obtainable. I'm not convincing you. I'm telling you the
We
reality.
know, but the bottom line is that they don't believe in the system. They don't believe in what they are claiming that they have built. They don't believe in what they are portraying as the best for us.
Including
So,
equality.
yeah. So, look, when your own child cannot even go to your own school, the school you are showing to everybody in the country as the best school, your own child cannot go there, but rather you let your child go to schools abroad the country, outside the country. So we are not building anything for ourselves. So what's the essence of the school?
So because you build a school, if your
Eh?
child get admitted to a better school, you say no. Yeah, if you want the best for
Mike,
your
you
child.
need to go out and come back in. Your system is
Now,
making some.
the same thing you are saying. Why did Femi Otedola, one of the richest men in the world and in Africa, right? Why did his first daughter, after going to a UK university, finishing her first degree, went back to Oxford and he paid for it? Why do you think he went back?
Otedola doesn't have any university in Nigeria, does he?
Yeah.
It doesn't
Okay, let
matter.
me give you Emeka.
That's what I'm trying to
Davido went to
explain.
one of his father's colleges.
Oh, Davido also went to Atlanta. He went He went to whether North Carolina, I believe so, where he ran away from there to go and do music. I think the father,
No, he ended up in his father's school. He graduated
he
there.
ended up because
Music.
his father wanted to monitor him closely. He left the school. He left the university in the United States where he was supposed to be studying and go to do music. So the father wanted to monitor him because already he now became he's now a millionaire at a very young age. He will be looking at what do I need to do go to school for. So it is a thing among the elites. It's a thing. I'm not convincing you. I'm just telling you it's a thing. I've
No,
sit them down.
we agree with you
Yes.
that is a thing among the elites. But what we are saying that you that own a school, you're showcasing the school as one of the best, but yet you did not allow your own child to go to that school.
No,
What does
I
that
think we
tell
are
you?
rushing to more Baba Jalikoko. We are rushing to conclusion very quickly. The child just graduated. The child could still pick up a PhD in her father's school. We are rushing to conclusion. It
But at the
doesn't.
moment, he
Yeah.
has not picked it up. That is what we are saying. The child has
But,
not picked up it
she
in his
has
father.
not. Then let's not. She has not done that yet. Let's not rush into conclusion.
Yeah.
Let's not rush into that conclusion.
Look, hold on. What we are saying is that this set of leadership we have in Nigeria today, they don't believe in the system themselves. The system they are in charge of, they don't believe in that system. That is why they cannot allow their children to go to school in Nigeria. That is why their family never taken any medical treatment in Nigeria. So, but they are in charge of all these things, and they come to TV and boast to us, we are doing this, we are doing this, we are doing this, but they don't even allow their family to even be part of the system. You understand what I'm saying? So what
What
we
do
have
you
said,
mean by part of the system? They are the elite. They are supposed to be
no,
above the
forget
system.
about elite. What do you mean by elite? What are you
No,
talking about? Plus elite.
Baba Jerry Coco,
No,
you are
hold
looking
on.
at it.
Don't let us go.
No, sir.
Hold on.
Out of respect, sir. I need to see. It is this mindset that that's why when I was mentioning the poor will eat the rich, you see, the rich operate in a different manner than the poor or the average individuals. They operate in a certain manner, and that's why they are rich. So
Okay, Emeka, let me put it this
So
way.
the rich in
go ahead.
Canada where you live, hold on. The rich in Canada where you live,
They
their
go to
children
private
does not
schools.
school in Canada.
They go to
Forget
private
about.
schools. No. That's why I said. You see, let me correct you.
Okay, that
They
private
go
school
to.
is it in
They go to.
Canada?
It's in Canada. Yes,
Okay,
they go to
so
private schools.
compared to
Some of
your own
them. No,
elite,
now let me also. Some of them go to universities in the United States. They go to Harvard. They go to Stanford. They go to where's the other one in California? They go to the one in there's one in Boston too. They go there. That's how the rich operates. That's how the elite operates. They want to be measured amongst their peers. If you have the wealth, you have the resources, and you can afford it, you push your children there because when you go to Harvard, you have the clout. You have the
Okay,
clout. You can stand
Emeka,
out.
let me put in this analogy. Maybe it's appropriate or not. You can tell me. I have a friend. We both have INEA, and the father is a surgeon. They own their own hospital. And we went in there, and he convinced me to go to the father's hospital for my operation. And the next day, where is my friend? He flew out to London or somewhere to do his own surgery. Do you think I'll put myself down on the table to be operated upon?
Okay, Baba, I'll
Well,
be very honest.
if you can't afford better, you have no choice.
Exactly, right? But
Okay, if you
so
tell me that, fine.
Mama, if that's what you
see,
can afford, you have no choice.
Okay,
exactly,
I agree at
Mike, I
that.
agree with you. See, let's be realistic. I think we're bringing some sentiments here and some level of gap, knowledge gap. The rich have resources. If they can afford the best health care, that's where they will get it. Like the King Charles, he was diagnosed of cancer, right? And he could afford the best healthcare in the world. Now that cancer is gone. Some people cannot afford it. The cancer will kill them. We
It's a
have our president
remission,
who is
not
planning.
gone.
People will say you should
Well,
go to poor people's hospital because they built it for them.
exactly. You are not saying, oh, why don't you go to the hospital, the public hospital that you have done in the UK there as a priest? You are the leader of the country. Go there.
The guy,
See, you don't,
they go blame
the, the rich operates in a different frequency than the average individuals and the poor. They would go for the very
you see
best.
where you are getting. Hold on, Emeka. Where you are getting it wrong is this: the rich. You have to define it well. If you are talking about the rich, like Dangote or Tetola and all these people, those one are different. They are businessmen
They
and
are
they
not.
are
They are not.
hold on now.
That
Hold on
belongs to that class too. That belongs to that class. So you
hold on.
have the economic. Let me explain to you, sir. Don't be
Let me
angry.
land
You have
now.
the
Let
economic
somebody else.
elites
Let's have
and you
conversation.
have the political elites. There's the
Hold on.
economic
Let us have
elites.
conversation.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What we are saying here is that politicians that are serving us and by the taxpayers' money, those one you can't excuse them to spend so much what they are not even paid. What they are paying, hold on, let me land. What they are even paying for the school fees of their children, they don't even earn it. They are not even paid. We don't pay them as much as what they are paying for the children of the
I
fees.
think I think we are talking about two things. That is
You
not
don't
serving.
like people when we are having conversation. Let somebody
No, we
land
are having the
before
conversation,
you.
but the conversation is
Let me
going
land
towards that.
first
Okay,
now.
go ahead. Go ahead. Land.
When I land, then you will come in and say your own. So what I'm saying is that when you have politicians that are serving us, they should be able to. I mean, um, they should be able to um, um, not show. They should not show that the system they are in charge of, their family cannot even go through the system in the areas of education, in the areas of health, in other things that the people that they govern are going through the same thing. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying in essence is that politicians are paid less than what they pay for their children's school fees abroad. Where is that money coming from?
Okay, well, okay,
From,
you've
from
That's a
landed,
our
different
sir.
money they
argument.
have
You're talking about
looted,
Sir,
corruption.
have you landed so that
from our
I can
money,
wrap up and I can go? Have you
from our
landed?
money they have looted, and they are showing it to our faces that look, my children school in abroad, and we see their picture going to graduation with their children, while we are seeing our own schools in dilapidated state. The school of the children that of the people they govern in dilapidated state. Why they are own school? I mean, compared to Awolowo, that is children, you saw in that clip. They are you? Do you want to tell me that Awolowo were not about the elites that time? But their children went through the public.
Awolowo was
Hold
an
on.
elite too.
Yes, but the
Baba,
children went through the pain.
Baba Jani Koko, please,
The
can I just give my own opinion?
Let me
Is
land
almost 11.
now.
Let me go.
You
Let me
want
go. Let me go. If you accept,
hold
you want to
on,
speak,
hold
please,
on. Why are you always in hurry? Let me
because I
land.
want to leave.
You have not never let me land.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm comparing them with that of Awolowo and the rest of them that allow their own children to go to the same public school that we went. So what happened to us? And we allow these people to continue to show to us that we are nobody, that they are better than us, but yet we are the one paying them. So you can go. You can.
Okay, let me first of all, I'll start with your last statement. Yes, they are better than you. That's why they are the leaders. If you are better than them, you compete for power and you will now rule over them. That it's a different. We have to be realistic. I like to be blunt, and I say it. You may not like me, but I will say it as it is. For you to attain the level that they have attained, it didn't come cheap. These individuals, whether men or women, they worked really hard to get to that point. Some of them probably came from a humble beginning. Some came because their family has already paid the price. They've been in that light. They've created that elite class for themselves and they push themselves everywhere. This is applicable everywhere in the world, not just Nigeria alone, because I don't like to be sentimental about this. This is the reality of life. You may not like it. It's either you rule or you are being ruled. That's how life is. So if you want to be a leader, there's certain criterias, disposition, behavioral attitude, and characteristics you must attain for yourself. And it comes with hard work, not complaints, not grievances, not jealousy. It comes with dedication and serious hard work and perseverance to get to where you say you want to be. You've spoken about Awolowo. Yes, distinguished leader. He was a distinguished leader, a class of his own kind, but it was a choice for him. He wanted to send his children to the public school that he created for himself. Maybe he wanted to prove a point that this school is top class. And as at then, it was. Now, our educational system is not what we are probably proud of, if you may ask me. You still even find the middle class refusing to send their kids to public universities, but will send them to private universities. Why? Because one, they can afford it. Two, they do not want their children to go to public schools. They want their children to operate in a certain predisposition so that they can make life easier for themselves. Let's be very realistic.
Can I interject you?
Let me just finish so that I can drop. Then let me go. You know, I listen to people.
I can't even hear him anymore. Is he still there?
I'm here.
I can hear him.
I'm here. We get too sentimental over things. The elite.
No. It's you that's missing the point, Emeka.
Let him land.
Hold on now. Let me land. Let me land.
Let him land. He said he's going.
I don't get. I will not get. I don't get sentimental over this. This is the reality. Look at everywhere in the world. The elite operate in a different way. We have the economic elites. We have the political elites. They operate in a different way. The school you go, the elite will not go there. The elite will go to a different school, whether it's a private school, whether it's a public school, but it's meant for them. The Harvards, the Stanfords, the private colleges, the private secondary schools, the very top, like the one in the Royals also go to, the very top in the British echelon, they will send their kids there. I've forgotten it. The name came and skipped. Because it represents class.
Eating college.
Eating college. It represents class. Then you find out even the university in the UK, what's the name of that university? Oxford, Cambridge has produced almost 75% of prime ministers in that country, in the UK. That is class. You want to be a prime minister, if either your parents do not have the money, you have to work really hard. You must be extremely intelligent and talented so that you can go to Oxford or you can go to Cambridge, and then you rub shoulders with the very best or the elite class. And
No,
that
I will
way
let you
you
get
can
away with that,
demonstrate yourself.
Mr. Meka. I will let you get away with that. You don't get what we are saying. At
No,
least
it's not about
he's
getting.
not getting the
Listen,
point.
but listen to me. Listen to what I'm
Oxford
saying
is
first.
in England. Those prime
Wait,
ministers,
listen to what I am saying
they
first.
are English people. Why
But
can't we
sir,
invest
can
on
I
our
talk?
own and develop our
I
own?
think I gave you some breathing space to speak your point. So, what I've noticed, I'm not trying to. I want to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, please. But you may not like what I'll tell you now. Average people think averagely. Poor people think poorly. Rich people think richly. The elite will think differently, and they will act differently, and that's why they are there. If you want to go there,
wait. At this point, I have to comment. Please
indulge
me.
and I will indulge you. Come in.
This is business we are talking about, and we are talking about product. It's not about classism. Listen carefully.
Okay, go ahead.
You are selling skin success cream, and everybody is buying. You understand? And I see you robbing maybe what's the other one now? I can say a top brand of another manufacturer entirely. Definitely, we are not going to get my custom next time.
There is still a choice for you.
Wait. You get my point. That is the thing is he has a private university.
Okay.
The best way of the cheapest advertisement for that kind of enterprise is to allow his own children attend to, because you tell me it is the best. So if
but Baba, you are trying to force your sentiment on him. He doesn't need to do that. Then that does not rule the fact.
I'm saying the optics is bad because
Can
I
I
don't
explain
believe
so
in
that
based university
we'll be going back and forth? It's your choice. We'll be going back and forth. It does not rule the fact that Bayes University is not one of the best universities in the country. Covenant, Bayes, you see, even politicians. Amechi went there. What's this other man? This former Kogi senator went there. A lot of, even the current CEO of Zenith Bank went there.
I know. I have a child doing masters there.
The current CEO of Zenith Bank, I think she's about to wrap up her law degree there. A lot of economic elites go there, political elites, they go there. It doesn't stop them. It's a choice. It's a personal choice for him. Whether you believe or you don't believe, it's your choice. It's your own choice. For him, he wants to send his children to one of the best schools in the world because he can afford it. And if he can afford it, who is anybody to come tell him what he should do and what he should not do? If I want to eat my product, don't worry, I will drop. If I want to eat my product, I don't want to eat my products. Who are you to tell me how to conduct my affairs? That's your opinion. Keep your opinion. If you don't want to come eat my products, no problem. But if other people find my products more desirable, I will cater to their needs. So we keep doing this, carrying this mentality and applying it and rubbing it off. But I want to actually just highlight on this before I drop this night. A lot of you are going to hate me, no problem. If you don't think and act the way elite be, you will never be an elite. You must see them look at them all over the world. They think differently, they act differently, they behave differently. And that is why the way they behave is why they are who they are. And that's why they are leaders, right? And I did mention it's either you rule or you are being ruled. Choose your own side of the game. If you want to rule, you must act like an elite, you must think like an elite, and you must behave like an elite. If you want to now be a follower and be ruled by them, then you will not act like an elite, you will not think like an elite, and you will not behave like an elite. And that is why many Nigerians are complaining and why the elites are acting. Good night.
Okay, AI comment. Since you are leaving, I will have engaged you. Well, AI
He
coming.
doesn't need to leave because I will say by a little thing about what he said. I don't know what you people are talking about, but I'm going to say one or two things based on what I heard him saying.
I don't
Number
understand
one,
either. Him.
number one, there is a very, very interesting phrase that I align with. It says, the wealth of the world is in the hands of the wise. When they say the wise, it doesn't necessarily mean the person is smart. That is one. Two, it says you don't really need a lot of hard work, because I heard him saying hard work, the work so hard. You don't really need a lot of hard work or intelligence or brilliancy. All you need is a little luck here and there, and you will be there. That being said, the other thing that I heard them talking about somebody who built a university and his children are not there. He built the university. His children are not there. And actually, he's not forcing you to put your children there. We should stop all these sentiments. He did not force anybody to put his or her children in that university. If he built it and he doesn't find it okay for his children, that's fine. You too shouldn't find it okay for your children. If you think that the only way it can be okay, it can be a good university, is for his children to be there. So if the children is not there, then don't send your children. It's okay now. Simple. We shouldn't be arguing over all these things. But I am, for one, somebody who do not do a campaign of the rich must suffer, the rich must be killed, the rich must be maimed. I don't do such campaign. I don't do it because rich is such a pleasant thing. Wealth is such a very pleasant thing. It answers all things. It's a very pleasant thing. Why wouldn't I like to have such a pleasant thing? So why would I want somebody who has such a pleasant thing? Why would I get angry or hate him because he has something everybody is looking for? I noticed that sometimes when they mention the rich, so many people get angry.
Yes, madam, you're right.
And
You're
they
very
start
right.
calling them all manner of names. Look.
I agree.
but madam,
Go on, Madam AI. Go on.
hold on, Zita. This is not a matter of people hating rich
No,
people.
she's right. When we talk about Dangote, we don't talk about Dangote in a pleasant manner.
Baba Jali Koko, I'm planning to build a school in one community in Nigeria. So now after I build that school now, people will now tell me that I must bring my children from America to come and attend that school there. My intention of building that school is because I want to contribute, help that community at least in my own capacity. So now, because I help people now, my children must suffer. I must take them, put them to that less standard too. I must lower their standard so I can afford better for them.
Let's be very realistic. The rich do not care about the opinions of the poor. They don't care about the opinions of the poor. That's what you see. Let me, and I will end now.
Let other people talk
Thomas,
now.
don't be angry. Just
No,
3 seconds.
hold on.
3 seconds. 3 seconds. 3 seconds.
No. Ajali Koko is the next. You are just finished talking now. Ajali Koko, let's see.
Okay, go ahead. Let it go ahead. Good night. Don't worry.
Yeah. Good night. Yeah, good night. Yeah, go on, Ajali Koko.
Yeah. So what we are saying is this: for a politician, for anybody that want to lead us, somebody we voted to go and manage the resources of our country, to manage the school affairs, the hospital, and everything that make us a country. But yet that politician cannot go through the same pain that we are going through. The children cannot go to the same school system that our own children is. But yet,
What level of pain? Hold on.
Let him land now.
One voice.
Madam AI. Let him finish now.
Almost, hold on.
Let Ajali Koko finish, please, so that I can
Mike,
respond to him.
Let him finish. Yeah, finish, Ajali Koko.
So your children cannot go through the same school system of the country you are managing. You can't go through the same hospital system. They cannot even live among us in Nigeria. So how can you feel the pains that we are going through? How can you feel that pain? You can't feel it because your children, your family doesn't go to the same school. Your family doesn't go to the same hospital. And you too yourself, you don't go through that same what the system provided. You don't make use of it, but rather you spend billions of our money to go abroad to school your children and to get best hospital treatment. That is not the way to lead the people. When you don't feel the pain that your people are feeling in your country, you cannot lead well.
Okay, can
That
I
is
come?
the
Okay,
point.
Madam Sita, give me
That
1
is the
second, please.
point.
Give me 1 second.
Can
That's
I
the point.
respond?
You go, Madam Sita, you go. I just make one quick
Position
statement.
of leadership is a position of sacrifice, is a position of service to the
Okay,
people.
okay, we get the
It's
point.
not a position to
Angelico, we get
enjoy
the point now.
life. It's not a position
We
to
get the
enjoy
point. We
life,
get the point. We get the point. So,
and your
Angelico,
people are suffering. No, the
okay,
optics is
fine.
not good. The optics is not good. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Right.
we get the point. Okay, but Angelico, you have to understand one thing first. If I sign up for a job as a politician, my children didn't sign up for the job. So the idea of someone's child must go through something because of this in Africa. We have this mentality of children must be responsible for fathers' choices or parents' choices and things like that. Because if your father signed up for a political job, so you must go through this or go through something. I don't agree with that. Now, if you're making the argument that maybe the politician himself should go through it with the people or something, that'll be some argument we can probably buy. You understand? And two, when you're saying you must feel the pain of the people, there are different levels of pain. Not all Nigerians are in the same level of pain. So, which pain particularly are you selecting? Which level of pain? Is it the pain of the poorest man that he needs to go through, or the pain of the middle one? Which measure? Which level of pain?
Can I come in, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Let me respond to Baba Jani Koko. I will say something before I respond to him. I don't know, Baba Jani Koko. I don't know if you have had a story about in a village people contributed money and sent a brilliant child to school. I know in those days things like that do happen. And when that brilliant child comes back, he can only maybe help the villagers or maybe two send another brilliant child to school. But he is not gonna be that poor child that was looking for fund to go to school. What do we call that in life? We call it a little luck. Now, the second one is aspiration. Why do we aspire in life? We aspire so that we can take another step ahead. We aspire again so that we can take another step ahead. I have said this in this platform before. This idea of telling somebody how to, I know some people have argued here, politicians should go to the hospitals in Nigeria. I don't do such argument because I will not tell anybody where the person needs to seek help. It's not in my power to do that, but rather I will tell the politician, build standard hospitals in Nigeria. Whatever it takes me, riot, force them, block their road, do whatever to get them to build standard hospitals in Nigeria so that it can be free for all. You want to, it becomes a choice. You want to go, you go. You don't want to go, you leave. Now, coming back to school, I will not say a politician, when he was going into that politics, his aspiration, he wants to give himself another class. Before now, I must say, if you've been studying the political dynamics in Nigeria before now, it's usually the elites that used to be in politics. But after the funny way Nigerian democracy was going, more especially this ridiculous man called Babangida and Abacha, they keep doing an election, cancelling an election, beating up our elites, putting military governors and civilian local government, military governors and civilian commissioners, and all manner of, they so much messed the whole thing up to the extent when it came to 1999, and we keep saying this, like me, hate me, I don't care. When 1999 came, when they were ready to hand over, the elite did not believe them any longer. Come and contest. They say, no, I don't want to be locked up in one dark room. I don't want to be beaten up. I don't want to be boots to be used on my chest and I will suffer from it at that. They went under their bed. And that's how we have these touts and semi touts that are ruling us today. But that being said, let me say this. For you to aspire to be a politician anywhere in the world, it is a plus. You aspiring to change your class, which is something different, something like a promotion. Although most of them don't carry themselves well, that doesn't mean that's how it's supposed to be. But for somebody to work, well, not that hard, but
It's even a career, they call it career. So
yeah,
just like other careers.
yeah. So for you to do all those things, run around, do all those campaigns, do here, do here, do here to get to that position. And when it comes to your children's education, your health, your children's health, somebody will say, because you're occupying that seat, your children must. That is actually ridiculous. I don't think that's the right thing to say, but the right thing, if I have a campaign to go against politicians, more especially those in Nigeria, my campaign is to force their hand to build those standards for us. They can go to hell wherever they want to go. And even me, if I don't like it, I can still go to wherever I want to go. So telling
Can I
somebody...
interject now? Can I interject now, General Thomas or Mike? Please.
Let her land. Let her land. There you come. Let her land. There you come in. Yeah. Land it.
For you to say somebody is a politician and therefore the only way he can show example, I don't really know what that means anyway, is for him to send his children to the school where other children are. Man, damn, look, you don't expect, even in those days when the elites were ruling Nigeria, what they did was to make those schools standard. That's why most of them, their children went there. Because those schools were of high standard. They didn't even have any choice. Because then University of Lagos was not, I think they said University of Lagos was not a Nigerian university. Ibadan, the same thing. Ife, the same thing. So why wouldn't they send their children there? The standard was already there. But instead of us telling us to give us the standard, we are telling them to bring their children. What? How does that work? So if they bring their children there, it creates the standard. I don't get it. But that's my take.
Yes, yeah. Tony, before you come in, hold on.
Can I come in now?
Hold on, please. Tony is going next. When I finish talking, Tony will go next. Then you can come in. If I look it in another direction now, the portal Nigeria has taken now on protest and people pointing to the house of politician, go and burn the children, go and burn their child, go and it's old news now. No politician will leave his family near people anymore. I'm saying this, go and write it down because those people are exposed to danger. I can't be any politician in Nigeria of today. My children and my wife will never live in Nigeria because Anytime we have a politician, it's about kill them, cut them, go and waylay their family. If you see their child, delete them. No, it's
So
not even going to
why
happen
their
anymore.
children? Why not the politician himself?
I wonder, my sister. So let's hear from Tony. Then Emeka can come. Tony,
Yeah,
you
thank you
have
very
the
much,
floor.
sir. So, okay,
And hold
greetings
on,
to
please.
everybody. Yeah?
Hold on, please. Let's
Okay.
stick to the topic, please. Don't take us to one Afghanistan, please, brother. Let's stick to what we are talking.
No.
Yeah, go on, please.
All right, sir. All right, sir. So, yeah, that was why I decided to come in so that we don't overshadow our great hero, Awolowo, Prophet Awolowo. So I think it all boils down to this our sentimental problem in Nigeria. That's why I'm saying that we should separate the country somehow because when we see the truth, we refuse to say it. I think this one will also make discourage the current set of politicians or the legislators not to be doing the right thing because if we can try to bring other discussions, other issues to to overshadow this great man's achievement. You know what I'm saying? That Anyway, I have no problem with with Mike. If you set up a private university, it's quite different, sir. Okay, so you can send your children to whatever. But we are talking about social it's a social responsibility. If you want to do politics, you have to lead by example. So I mean, I don't know why we should be, that is why, everything just based on sentimental something. Just because it is not a Amadu Bello now, or it is not a Tafa Balewa, it is not a Zikwe. So therefore, people from other part of the country will be dehumanizing our man or not giving accolades, or even helping me to preach that we should be teaching the life at times of Obafemi Awolowo. You know what I'm saying? So that's why everything just scatter my brain. So I just had to just come in. Let us call a spade a spade. Can you just imagine, what Tinubu will be thinking of, in his head now? That okay, look at Nigerians abroad said they will say that we are doing the right thing. So if you take Awolowo as a role model, let us throw our tribal lineage apart. Let us call spade a spade and say yes. Oh, let's give honors to those, to those that that the honors is due. So hence, Emeka, I don't know what part of the country you are coming from, whether you're from the north or east, and then the madam also, we should regard Awolowo as the prophet to worship instead of Jesus Christ and Muhammad in Africa. Thank you, General Thomas.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Emeka. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. Sorry, I came back. I think one of the reasons why I came back, I made a mistake on my super chat. I wanted to say the rich do not care about the opinions of the
Yeah, I
poor.
saw. Yeah, I saw it.
And truly, they don't care. If you are poor, your opinion don't matter. You really don't care about the opinion of your gate man, or else he can either be your peer, and that's why he's a gate man, and you're the one paying his salary. I want to ask Mr. Tony that just spoke. What do a medical doctor does the opinion of a plumber matter to a medical doctor when he's trying to offer prescription pills or surgery? Tony.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much, Emeka. You made reference to Prince Charles of England. The Prince Charles go to
No, answer the question. I didn't say you should go
Nigeria.
on the tangent.
Hold on.
I didn't say no. Sir, if you cannot answer the question, then don't talk. Let me continue.
Let me know the question again. Let me know the question again, sir.
I did not call Prince Charles. I just asked you.
Yeah, but Prince Charles did not go to Nigeria hospital or India hospital. He did it in England. Yeah.
I'm not talking about Nigeria. I'm not specific on jurisdiction. I just asked you a question. Okay. Does the opinion of a plumber matter to a surgeon when he's trying to carry out
it doesn't
surgery?
Matter. It doesn't matter. But what we're saying is that we should replicate.
Stop. I want to continue on my talk. No, don't worry. Don't worry. Keep your secondary conversation to yourself.
But now, why don't you want him to expand on his answer now?
No, I don't want his expansion. It was a simple. I don't need it because he has answered the question.
With that question.
If he says no,
so you are throwing a dubious question
if he says no, I would have wanted to hear him more. But he says yes.
Okay, Tony said no. Tony said no.
The opinion does not matter. Now, can I continue? Can I continue? That was just a side piece talk. Now, can I talk? No, can I continue, sir? Sir, you had the time to speak.
You can continue
Please,
your propaganda against Awolowo. Right on.
I don't care. I'm not speaking about Awolowo. It's not my. I'm not. What's my business with Awolowo?
But it's the team. It's the team. You know, it's the team.
What I want to say is,
Tony, that's enough. Yeah.
What I want to say is, you see, I like where Madam Zita went with the conversation. I think when we speak about rich individuals, people who have demonstrated excellence and success in their life, we don't pay them the respect that they've earned, right? We don't say that this because if you can do it, you would have done it in your own life. They have done it. They've demonstrated excellence. They've demonstrated success, and they exemplify that excellence and success. Like what Madam Zita has said, and it's also another reason why I came back. I love what she said. Politics is a career, and to be a politician, you would have demonstrated excellence. You are the zenith of whatever you're doing in your life. We look at each and every one of them. Either you are a business, you were once a business leader, or you're a business leader, or you're part of the royal class, or you are the top echelon of what you do, and you do it very well. And that's why you've gone into politics for power, to go compete. It's a career. And to be fair, because what I would say, that's why I separated it. It's either you want to rule or you will be ruled. Those who want to be rude keep complaining, and that's why they are being rude by the politicians, or by the kings, or by the royal class, or by the elites. That's why you keep complaining. But if you want to demonstrate, or you want to create change, that change you desire, nobody will do it. Go and change it yourself. Demonstrate that excellence yourself. That's why I will tell you, when you are complaining, go and put your name go and compete for power. If you can do it, go and do it. To become successful is not an overnight journey. Yes, I know Madam Zita said, yes, for people it might be luck. Luck don't happen that way. Opportunity, you have to create that opportunity for the luck to come. And again, if you are not someone who works hard, or you have demonstrated consistent excellence, you will lose that fund, you will lose the money. You must be able to know how to generate money, keep money, sustain it, and continue to replicate it over and over again for many years. And people will see that this guy has demonstrated success. When we were talking, Dangote is exploiting. Dangote is a success story. He exemplified excellence.
And it started from humble beginning.
No. His grandfather, he came from wealth. He said it himself.
No, I mean the business. He started the business from humble.
No. Dangote borrowed 6 years, about 6 million naira.
Whether he borrowed, whether he was able to use that fund. He was able to use that fund. He was able to use that fund.
Make this conversational.
He was able to use that funds very well. That funds he borrowed from his maternal grandfather has transformed him into the most successful man in Africa in business wise. We must pay that man his dues and his flowers.
And the only entrepreneur we have in Africa.
I agree with you, Madam Zita. He is a success story.
We want to talk.
He is a success story. We must give that man his flowers. We must respect his accomplishments. He has demonstrated success, and he continues to demonstrate success and excellence. So now we keep castigating the politicians. I agree, the politicians may not be doing, but they don't owe you that. They got to power by their own means. They got to power by their own resources, or whether that resources was pulled from a couple of groups or from their own personal resources, they got there. You didn't put them there. You might say, oh, my vote, your vote don't count. Your vote don't matter. Let me tell the people in the comment section hate me for all you care. I don't bloody care.
So why are we voting? Emeka, hold on.
It is cosmetic surgery that you are doing.
Hold on, Emeka.
Wait now, let me land. Okay, go ahead.
No, let's make it conversational. As Baba said earlier. So why are we
Because I want
voting?
to draw. I'm not saying I'm bullshit. No, I respect Baba a lot. A lot. I
No.
respect
I
my
said,
elder.
why are we voting if
Yeah,
a
it's
vote
part
for
lot
of the
of
your
our
cosmetic
students
surgery we want to
Uh,
do. It's part of the cosmetic surgery that
can I answer?
we are
Can I
doing.
answer the
Emeka
Thomas,
is
do you know
mixing
that
everything up
Can
as
I
if
answer the question you
we are
just
running
asked?
military
Huh?
government, authoritarian that is not accountable to the people.
Can I
Even that
answer?
No,
power
Can I
Babajani
but
answer
Koko,
Baba
do you
one
know
Jani
that every
Koko,
voter
people
vote for
are
different
not
reasons,
voted.
right?
Can I
Baba
People
answer
are
Jani
not.
one
Koko, have you not
question?
seen the result for yourself, right? You see, we try to want to create an utopia that does not exist. You from when we started democracy, not even democracy, from the existence of Nigeria as an entity or a country, have you ever seen where they implement programs that overall transform the lives of poor people? Let's be realistic.
So
Even
we
in
have
the
to
UK,
continue.
wait,
So we have to
even in,
continue like
even
that.
in the UK, even in America where you live, do they really do programs that would take you from A to Z in 1 minute? The rich don't give a damn about you. They give a damn about their pockets. They give a damn about their interests. They give a
Every
damn
day.
about what they
Anyway,
want. That is
can
why
I
they,
answer the question?
Madam,
Emeka.
don't worry,
That's
you come
why
in, Madam,
people
you come
vote.
in. That is why they position themselves for power to control who they want. We keep saying some presidents are puppets. Yes, they are, because some powerful elites have put them there to serve their own interests. The rich don't give a damn about you. You can complain and cry for all you care. If you don't like it, become rich. If you don't like it, become powerful. So when you hear people talk, just look at them and just smile and I move on. If, that's why I clearly stated it is either you rule or you will be ruled. It's either you're a leader or you are a follower. Choose your path clearly. Hate me for all you care. I don't give a damn. But that's the reality that stares at us in the face. You must either become powerful to control things, or things will control you, or the powerful will control you. Now, I think Mike was saying, "Oh, I will not stay." Okay, it was Thomas that was saying, "I will not stay close to people." Why would you go and build your house where poor people are? You want to kill yourself? Go and stay
No,
where
no,
your mates are.
I can't
They
stay
will
there.
rob you,
Never.
Go
man.
and
I
stay,
will never.
go and stay where your mates are.
Let's interject now.
Oh,
Let
yeah,
Dave
Yeah,
interject.
come
let's
in so
yeah.
I can come in.
Interject.
Let's no, hold
I
on.
want to answer the
Madam, yeah.
question
Baba,
why
no,
people vote.
Madam AI, hold on. Baba has been waiting. Yeah. Baba, go for them. Yeah. AI will
Okay,
follow. Yeah.
thank you. See, I started this conversation coming from the
Baba,
Awolowo clip.
give me one sec. Emeka, you
Yeah.
owe me a bottle of wine tonight.
Oh, thank
My
you.
brother.
Thank
You
you.
are spot on. Yeah, go on, Baba. Yeah.
Yeah, I brought the conversation by comparing the Awolowo situation with that of Dati, and I said my opinion based on business, the model. You understand? You guys took it to politics. Fine. So let's address the two and put them side by side in their right perspective. As a business model, I just think the optics is not right. Though it's not my business, it doesn't have to adopt my own business model by making sure his children also attend or buying the product he produces. He could be doing chicken peri peri and the children are eating McDonald's. That's their preference. But I don't think it's right. It could get more custom from other people if you're cooking chicken peri peri and your children are eating chicken peri peri. Come to the political side. I think the Awolowo model is good. He is not the owner of the school. The school are public. As of the time he puts his children in those schools, they attend summer holidays in America every year. All of them and their children and the grandchildren. So it's not about poverty or anything. It's about optics. It's about politics. Thank you. AI, carry on.
Baba, let me ask you one quick
Um.
question. Do you think
Uh,
Yeah.
Awolowo's
uh,
children could have gone further in life if they would have went to a better school? Do you think so?
No, they did. Tokumbo is a medical doctor. Shegun that died, practicing lawyer. Sisi Ayo, I've forgotten. I think was a librarian, if I'm correct. I'm not too sure. I'm one or that.
But
That's
you see
they
that they
always
could
did
not
well.
carry on with his father's legacy, right? As a politician, as a powerhouse. You see,
Tokumbo,
I think
Tokumbo was a. You asked question.
okay.
Tokumbo
Go
was an
ahead.
ambassador to, I think,
Yeah, that
Netherlands.
was a gift. They gifted that.
You,
That
you understand?
was a political
She's
influence.
contested under UPN in Ogun State and lost. When Awolowo was even still alive or dead, I can't remember now.
See, there's a different mentality, right? When you associate yourself with the rich, or when you are around the rich. What they think,
I don't
how
think
they
I'm
think.
not talking about richness here.
No,
I'm talking
no,
about
I'm talking
business.
about the principle. Yeah, it's the
Uh-huh.
same. It's still the same, right? Mike asked you a very fantastic question, right?
I didn't
And
answer. What's the
and
question again, Mike?
yeah,
Because
he
I
said
maybe.
why do you think if Awolowo's children has gone to a better school
Oh, okay,
that
I answered
yeah
quite all right
you
because
answered it
I don't.
well. You answered
They,
it well too. I'm
yeah.
not disputing that. But in my view, I'm looking at it like you see the school, but let's be realistic. The school you go forms your mindset, your behavioral mindset, your attitude, your disposition towards life, and the way you reason and think. The people you roll with also has a huge influence in your life and the decisions you are going to make. So when you roll with the rich, you think and act like the rich. When you roll with the poor, you think and act like the poor. When you roll with mediocres, you become a mediocre. So that is the reason why you see people push their children to certain institutions, certain a curriculum because they want their children to either do well or you see themselves pushing themselves into certain social class because they want to roll and see and behave and act like those people in those class. If you are hanging out with plumber, you will think like a plumber. If you hang out with medical doctors, you will think like medical doctors. If you hang out with politicians, you will think and behave like politicians. So if you want to aspire to become successful, you must roll with people with success stories, or else you begin to complain. Now, for in that question, what Mike is saying, if the Awolowos or if Awolowo has sent his children to Eton and sent them to Oxford, those people will be rolling in high classes. They will behave, think, act, and react like how the rich do because in that social
No.
class.
Wait, Emeka, let me correct you there. The Awolowos are the class. It starts from them. So
He died
it's
with
other
Awolowo.
people that will approach
No,
them.
we are not ruling that Awolowo's name does not
It's
matter.
the
But
man.
he died with
So
Awolowo.
you can't copy anybody.
They were not able to replicate, sustain.
What are you saying,
What
Emeka?
they are
How
saying?
does
No, he died with Awolowo.
must children practice the same profession like their father? Or
Baba
what are
Jali
you
Koko,
talking about?
the goal of everyone is for your children to do better than you. You know?
No,
So,
if you are a doctor, must your children be doctors too?
no, they don't have to. But
Do
whatever they do in life, they should.
they not have the choice to practice another profession different
You
from
can either
yours?
that is why you see you can either train your children because you have created the path of success for yourself. So why would you become a successful lawyer and your child will become a plumber? Does it make sense?
No, don't you listen, Emeka? During that period, they were attending that school.
Okay.
They were attending summer every year in the USA, not even in England.
Okay.
All the grandchildren, not just our children.
Okay, but
all the grandchildren, everybody.
But then again, you see one of his grandchildren going to do BBN, Big Brother
Going
Niger.
to do what?
Big Brother Niger. That's a failure. That's a failure. And Awolowo should never participate in that level of decade. And Awolowo should
That's a grandchild.
of the world.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You see one of his grandchild going to do BBN, and Awolowo should not participate in such level of society decree.
They should be on the level of
Awolowo is an elite. And Awolowo must act and behave like an elite.
If you're an adult,
wait now, let me say, and Awolowo do not need.
Emeka doesn't want conversation. He only want to be talking, no other people.
You can't control your adult child in this age and time. Whatever they want to do, once they are 18, there is nothing you can do about it.
You see, we keep making, sir, we keep making excuses. If that guy understands,
Hold on,
if the guy understands that he's an Awolowo, if he understands that he's an Awolowo,
hold
he
on,
may say, yeah,
Emeka,
Awolowo. If he
that's
understands,
enough now.
Emeka, you're just talking
You've
over
made your
everyone
point.
now.
Everybody, please hold on. Come on now, please, Emeka, you made your point. Hold on, please. Yeah, let's take it one by one. Madam Mia has been waiting. Yeah, let's go to Madam Mia. Yeah, thank you.
I just interjected. I didn't know what you people were discussing on, but I heard somebody saying they were calling out.
Madam Mia, hold on. One man is the problem person that brought us this problem. He showed us some video when they started the
when I'm in
Western
trouble.
education. Can I please speak, please? Thank you.
Go.
Yeah, yeah. One man brought the video of Awolowo back then when they started Western education. Then they were mentioning Awolowo's name, Awolowo's children attending the same school. That is what brought us to this corner. Then Ajalebuku was saying, why can't Awolowo portray a good example then, putting his own children in the same school that he founded or he started? So that's what we were
No,
talking.
it
That's
was the
why,
beginning, the launching of the free education in Western Nigeria. The
yeah. So
launching of
that's
free
where we were.
education
Yeah,
in schools. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So, Madam Mayor, yeah, let's hear from you.
At the time of Awolowo, I will have to say something. Awolowo them and Zeke them, Sabubaka Tafawa Belewa. It's actually ridiculous that those people did not maintain the standard that were left for them. Because
Thank you,
all the
madam.
schools you
Thank
people
you.
were
God bless
talking
you.
about was the standard the white man left. That was the standard before they handed over, what do you call it, the independence to them. That was the standard that our leaders could not keep up to today. So what are we talking about? We are there the one that created those standards.
AI, can you repeat that, please? Please. You're talking about the standard. Can you repeat that? I didn't get it. The logic there.
Okay.
Was it the standard the Awolowos left or the standard handed
The white
over to the
man left.
Awolowos?
The
Okay.
Awolowos were the immediate followers of the white man.
Okay, they didn't meet up the standard. Is that what you're saying?
They did not maintain. That's the word I use.
Okay.
They did not maintain the standard, because if they did, the rail lines those people built, they would have extended it all over Nigeria. The standard of the education they built, it would have been the thing that they handed over and until we get here.
But Zita, do you know what they are saying is not true? I will
Why?
expatiate on that. I will expatiate to tell you that even the Awolowo, they did better than the white man. What they left behind, they did better than them.
Even the standard is still there today. The standard is still there, Janiko.
Continue.
Which school did Awolowo build that is better than the one the white man left?
I mean, you just continue. Finish your this, then I will come after you.
Okay. Again, let me say this, and I will continue to say it, and I will double down and triple down on it. Those people that independence were handed over, if they did what they are supposed to do, we won't be here today. So if anybody is calling for the leaders of Nigeria, which include politicians, because, well, it has always been politicians, military guys, their children, that they should look for them, they should start from the beginning. Look for their children From the beginning, all of them, from the day that country was handed over to them. Because I didn't think it was this bad when it was handed over to them. I don't think so. At least the rail lines were functioning, the electricity was there. We might not have enough cars, but the ones that I remember there's one road they built, it's still there today. Most of the things they built were being used, even River Niger, the Niger Bridge. Now them build them now. The thing almost fall on top of us before we remember we have to rebuild it. So if you think that the leaders are not doing good, it's not this present leader. It's just a crumble. Nigeria was just a crumbling, we like a cake. It's crumbling. Maybe one day it will melt away. But anybody calling for their children, you should start from the beginning. Because if those people have done what they are supposed to do, instead of fighting a war, I don't think Nigeria will be where it is today. Thank you.
We
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
in the Western region, we are grateful to Awolowo's achievement because what is still leading us today. He already laid the foundation down for us. If you look at the whole Southwest state and the Edo Delta, we still maintain that standard. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Tony. Yeah.
Okay.
You wanted to say something?
Let me say.
Ajali Koko, let Tony go first. You go then. Yeah, go.
I just want to
Go.
counter what Zita said earlier. Awolowo did not build it, they didn't do anything. That's not true. Even they did better than what the white men left behind. The commercial school that we have back then, it wasn't creation of the white men. It was the creation of Awolowo in the West to train students that want to go into maybe do trade,
secretarial
work, and all these things. They even created comprehensive high schools. It wasn't the creation of the white men. Comprehensive had to discover talent in so many fields of life. Like, children want to do engineering, good in agriculture, good in other fields of life. It wasn't the creation of white men. So they advanced. They did better. Even the white people were shocked of what Awolowo was doing in the West.
Really?
In
So
terms of
you're
education.
saying that the notebook passed you right now?
Oh,
So the notebook
I've given you
now.
I've just given you some areas in terms of how education, Awolowo expanded the educational structure of the West better than what the West left behind. So don't say that they did not develop and they make education easier for people to attend school. It makes school easier.
And it make it 6 years instead of the 8 years in federal.
Instead of 8 years. So we have to go and read the history well before we start condemning all this about this thing. The same thing some other leaders in some other parts. Even Nigeria as a country even did better. It was after they left that Nigerian federal government under them back then created Lagos State University, University of Ife, Ahmadu Bello University, and all those universities. Nsukka University. So our great leaders back then did better than the white men when it comes to giving education to their people. So let me leave it there.
Thank you, Ajali Koko. So Nadia, before you come in, Emeka, you don't know Awolowo's family. Yeah, they are center of excellence and greatness. I sit and die with them. I know them very well.
Yeah, Thomas, I'm
The Baba
I'm
House.
not saying that.
Let
I'm
me
not saying.
finish
Okay,
now.
go ahead.
Let
Okay,
me
go ahead.
finish, please. Yeah, I sit and die with them. Mama Ichadia, Awolowo, Tokunbo, all. No, Mama Ichadewola was in the area. Awolowo, I go to Awolowo's house very well. So they are center of excellence people. Yeah, I
Okay,
know you are not saying it to.
let me,
Yeah, go on.
I'm not disparaging the name Awolowo.
Thomas,
Maybe you didn't listen to me.
Yes,
Let me
Baba.
just a few
Thomas,
seconds. Awolowo, the name
Yeah,
Thomas,
let's let
Awolowo,
Emeka go first. Yeah.
the
Thomas.
name Awolowo, right, is
Hold on,
an
Madam
elite
Mayor. Let
name.
Emeka finish.
That name, that family
Yeah.
name, is an elite name. As long as Nigeria continues to be an entity, the name Awolowo is elitism, it's class, right?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
opens doors. Whoever bears that name opens doors. So what I was trying to say is an Awolowo should not be engaging in acts that are meant for mediocres. Like what Sheyi Awolowo, the grandson, came to go and be doing in Big Brother Niger, and Awolowo should not be doing that. That's
God bless
that
Okay,
you.
setting.
that's your opinion. Yeah, that's
That
fine.
setting,
Yeah.
that setting, let me just highlight it. That setting is for
That's the
mediocres.
standard I'm talking about.
That setting is for mediocres. People who are hungry for fame. People,
Forget about Awolowo.
people,
We have
hold
had
on,
that one.
sir,
Awolowo is not
let me
That's
available.
just
the
We have
land the
had
standard
point.
I'm
children.
talking
You
about.
can't
Sir,
use
let me
that to
land that
be
point. Sir,
this
let me
thing.
land that point. Sir, let me land the point.
Even your
Those
children, even your own children,
those
when
are
they are 18 years, you cannot even
hold on,
control
sir.
them.
Sir, let me land the point. You see, those are people who are struggling for fame, relevance. Awolowo alone, that name alone, opens doors for you. Leverage on that. So what I'm saying is the consciousness of Sheyi Awolowo is not there. For him to go and be settling for what mediocres do is crass. For me, if I see him, I'll just blink my eyes. Say, this guy is the guy does not know what he's supposed to be doing with his life.
Because it will
And
affect the
Awolowo
standard.
should, yes, and Awolowo should not be associating himself with stupidity. Awolowo should be aiming for the top, excellence,
That's a
demonstrate.
grandchild, Emeka.
That is what I am
That's the
saying. Whether
standard I'm
grandchild or
talking
great
about.
grandchild, grandchild or great grandchild or great great grandchild, that lineage should
They
be
didn't keep the
attaining
standard.
excellence. It is in their DNA. It is the bloodline. They should be shooting for the stars. When they shoot for the stars, if you don't catch the star, land for the moon. Not gonna be chasing what prostitutes, wayward individuals are
Small,
doing on
small, small,
TV.
small, 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 small.
Don't do that.
Small, small. You
That's
can't use that
your
word. No, no, no. Emeka,
okay. Sorry,
that's
don't
enough.
vex.
Yeah, because of
Your
YouTube
family
thing,
should
you
not be
trigger
associating
people.
yourself with that. Thank you. That's for rubbish
Yeah,
people.
thank you.
Okay.
Tunaja.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tunaja will go
Yeah.
first. Madam, yeah, he has been waiting patiently. Yeah, let him go first. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Greetings to everyone. Thank you for having me, Thomas, and those on the panel and to the chat, and especially to the viewers. This, I think, to an extent, Mega is correct, but he seems to have tried to make it almost categorical. That's where the error is. And there is always social mobility. When they say social mobility, it goes up and down. And what is not often known is the ones that are rich that come down from their positions and the others that rise from the bottom to the top. So it's not as fixed. And the idea that some people are saying, oh, names have to be attached to greatness is actually wrong, because you are assuming that that social mobility has to stop. Other people will not rise and do better. It's just what it is. And if you advocate a society that is so stratified in terms of everybody at the top remaining at the top, people in the middle stay in the middle, that serfdom and feudal lordship over other people. And you have to be careful what you are wishing for, because when you people say stuff, we don't necessarily understand what we are talking about. Just because somebody uses their own name doesn't stop them being a normal human being. Awo was not once Awo until one Awo made it that name. You see what I mean? There were people before that too. We can't keep making it look like society has to remain stagnant, and it won't. No matter what you like, anyway, it won't, because society will move. People will move down. People will move up. And recently, it has been more like the people at the top remaining at the top, whether they are deserving or not. And that is where you are going to have. They are going to have a problem sooner or later. Sooner or later, that top will become crumbling down, like the way it came crumbling down in the early 19th century, where socialism rose
And you saw that even in America, they were putting tax on the rich of 90% to compete with that. So I will leave that at one side. The idea that Nigerians cannot do better than the British that was here, and the British were limiting our capacity to learn. As a matter of fact, some of the stuff they left behind is still affecting us today. And I agree with Ajay Lekoko that a lot of the stuff that the um, this is the leaders that took over from the British, they did some things to advance, especially towards from the 60s to the late 70s. They did a lot of great things, maybe sometime even in the 80s. But so far, we've been falling further and further behind. And to be fair, we were falling from the 60s, we were falling to the 70s, then we started rising again. Then from the 80s, we were just falling and falling and falling. Till today, we are still falling. We've not really broken out of the spiral downwards. So from that point of view, we shouldn't look at it that we cannot do better than the British. If you don't have the mindset that you can do better than the British, then you're already done. You have to believe that you can do better than the British, and we have to start setting standards to do better things. If you look at Nigeria today, with all the protests that is going on, my issue with the protest that is going on is that they are not very specific, and they are not it's very, very hard to nail anything that is going to transform the country down. Because if they went and said, you know what, every school children should be studying technology from the this in nursery level till they become this in university graduate, in 2 generations that could transform that nation. If you go and say you should secure the country, if you go and say our refinery should come on stream, those type of things make a great impact. But I fear that maybe the so-called downward spiral that we are on has also affected our even struggles. That even the demands our leaders are making during struggles don't seem to even meet up to the demands that even Dangote was able to put forward. Because so many of the stuff is wishy-washy. If you make the Nigerian system, you remove the Senate, does that mean the corrupt politicians will leave? They will not leave. If you make the system this regional where they share resources in different regions, would that make the system any better? No, it won't, because even in the 60s there was massive corruption. I know that for sure, because there was a report about the corruption that was going on from the 60s to the 1966. So people just want to aspire to something without critical thinking about what they are asking for. But I just hope we do better for ourselves. And to start doing better, you have to believe you can do better. Thank you.
You didn't say anything different from
Told
what
us
I said.
earlier on.
To Nigeria,
Yeah,
you didn't say anything
Emeka told
different
us
from what I
earlier
said.
on.
Yeah. Go ahead, Thomas.
Yeah, Emeka told us earlier on. If you want to be a rich person, you have to think like a rich person. So yeah, that is it. Yeah.
No, but
Emeka, that
he
one
put
hit
it
me
in
very well.
No, I
he put
like
it in a class level.
no, I like what Tunaja said. That's
He
mobility,
put it in
right?
a class level. That's a different
Yeah.
thing altogether. You're talking
No,
about
it's a
stratifying
class, but
society.
to Nigeria, it's a class. Let's be realistic. Let's not pretend. It's a class. But I enjoy what you said. That mobility. Yes, you could be rich and things could change. But it's still in your efforts. Let's look at it. If you've demonstrated success before, it's not, there's a possibility that things may go south. And if you've done it before, you can do it again. Trump did it. There are other names, people who even Ifa Yuba, who just passed on when he was overtrading and was so much in debt, and the banks wanted to take over his properties. He did it all over again. Success is an art. Let's be realistic. It's an art. It's not a science, it's an art. It's an act of you doing things. I see some nonsensical comment on the comment section. I don't pay attention to mediocres. You want to think like the elites, you must be like the elites. If you want power, you must think like those who have power. You want to be rich, like what I said, you must think like the rich. That's why, or else you keep complaining about your life. You keep complaining about the government. You keep
Oh yeah,
complaining
let's
about
move on
problems.
from this
No, but
topic.
no, we are talking about it. But I enjoy what Sunanja is saying about that mobility. It happens, but then again, if you are truly a success story, you will bounce back again. And what I was saying about that Awolowo stuff, I'm not trying to say the Awolowo. Some of them are doing good, some are not doing. It's relative, but I will be thinking an Awolowo, right? a true, not like it's not a true Awolowo, but someone from that family would have sat down and said, we need to make a move into politics and do something. Same with the Abiolas. I know his first son was trying to do, get into, but you don't do it with a mushroom political party. You go into the main party. Your father has some assets that you can leverage on. Go into the main party. You are an Abiola. Go and negotiate for power. Your father was a very big man. He was a success story. You are an Abiola. You carry.
No, no,
Mhm.
Emeka, you have to think of the trauma, how their father being deleted. No, nobody,
No, it doesn't.
even
It
the
doesn't.
caller.
Yeah, it
No,
happens.
my
Things happen.
brother, nobody want to go to that road.
No,
No,
but Kola came out for
I
politics. He
understand what
ran.
you mean.
Yeah, he ran. So what I'm
That's
saying
what I
is,
say. I say caller came
why
out
would
for
they call her
politics.
Abiola? What I'm saying is, why would they call her Abiola go to a mushroom political party rather than going to PDP and APC?
It's
Go
not
and
serious. It's
negotiate
not
for
serious.
power there.
What
Emeka,
again? So if that party is the one that appealed to him
Then he's
by
not
their
serious.
ideology,
Then
and
he's
you are
not
saying to
serious.
go
Then he's not.
to go and mingle with
Then he is
a
not.
party with corrupt people, what
He's
are
a
you talking
joker.
about?
Let's stop this nonsense about corrupt. Wait, we want an ideal world. If you want an ideal world, go to heaven. This world is not a perfect world. Why we being
Emeka,
hypocritical?
what do you eat today?
No,
Emeka,
it's not. But
what do you eat today?
I'm getting fed up
Maybe
with
a
this
lot of
nonsense.
Even
sugar.
heaven is not
See,
perfect. Oh.
Thomas, give me
too much pepper.
Thomas, give me 5 seconds to rant. We keep pointing finger. Are we any better? Are we good? Are we good in our personal life? Are we any
Calm it
better?
down.
Even when Jesus said it,
Calm it down now.
when they wanted to stone, that woman, he said, "He without sin, be the first person to cast that stone." What are we talking between the tongue? Are we better? Are we
Is
Christians?
it
Are we saints?
is it
We are
not,
not
are they
good
not
people. Let's be
corrupt?
honest.
Are
We
they
are not
not
good people.
corrupt?
We
Is
keep
that
talking.
not the
Well,
fact?
we see what we are doing is
Is it
mudslinging.
not a fact that they are corrupt?
It's not a fact. It's not a
Ah,
fact. Go and prove it. It's not a
ah,
fact. Go and prove
Okay,
it. Go to
ah.
court and prove it.
With
Go to court.
Thomas'
We are
permission,
not good people. We are not good. We
Ogunde,
are not any better than them. We are just. See, wait now. Let
calm
me rant. Let
down.
me rant. Allow me to rant.
Ogunlaye.
Allow me to
No,
rant.
no, no. Let's move on from it. We
Allow me
speak
to
too
rant.
long,
I'm not going
Emeka.
after anybody. We're all friends. We're all friends.
No,
Allow
no,
me
no.
to
I
rant.
know, but let's
We,
move away from
no,
this.
we'll
With
move away.
Thomas'
We'll move away.
permission.
We'll move away. But I am getting tired of this mudslinging. We are pointing fingers at people. Oh, they are corrupt. We are only trying to just cast our insecurities to people who have achieved success in their life. We are not nice people too. We are not saints. If you are a saint, you will go to heaven. This world is not an ideal world. It's not an utopia. This world is earth. It's a place where dog eats dog.
Oh yeah,
This is a
beg. I
planet
will
where
soon leave. I
animals
just
kill
want to put
animals to
this.
survive.
Oh yeah,
This is
calm
a
down,
survival
Emeka.
planet. So you
Calm
can't
down.
be any better.
Uh,
So
uh,
we are talking, oh, this politician is corrupt,
yeah,
this corrupt. If they put you there, won't you go and steal money? My friend, we should stop all this hypocrite
uh,
behavior. If you want to be successful, act like people who are
um,
successful. You want to
Oh
be a
yeah,
politician, act
Thomas,
like a
to
politician.
calm him down now. Maybe I can calm him down.
yeah,
Can we
yeah.
move from this?
So did the
Look,
maker just
I
Emeka
show
think,
the people
Yari.
here will go and steal money?
Thomas,
There was
panelists,
somebody
I
one
just want
time
to
that
say,
said they should go and burn all the house.
can I
They should go
talk,
and they
please?
should go and attack all the rich people in Nigeria. I'm like, ah. So
yeah,
somebody is a
Thomas,
sin now to be rich.
No,
But
is
I
he
think that's where
agreed
Yeah.
that
Emeka is
all
coming
of
from,
you,
man.
hold on, is he
I think
agreed that all of you will end up in
One
office and steal
voice,
money?
one voice,
excuse me, let me
one
bring
voice.
something.
So Naija,
Emeka says
Let's
everybody
bring
will end
about
up in office and steal money. Oh.
everybody hold on.
Thomas. Can you help me here, please?
Everybody, please hold if I say everybody hold on, is everybody. Please, Ejo, please. We can't talk on each other. Nobody is talking when we are four people are talking at a time. No one is talking. So let's take it one by one. Emeka, I know your blood is very hot, but I understand where you're coming from. We always like to. There's no sense anywhere. Go to Emeka. I've been making these comments since I joined a one man program. Anybody that wants to make change in Nigeria, go and join the major political party. Sowore is not going to be president of Nigeria if he doesn't join PDP or APC. Labour, Peter Obi will never be president of Nigeria if you don't join PDP or APC. Be their carry card. The major party will be winning all the time. So Abiola going to Kowa, Sowore, you can't win. There is no saint anywhere.
But did
Your
did
American
APC always
politics is
exist? For you to be saying that the
no.
APC always
I don't know
exists.
what to say. I said major political party. I'm not speaking Swahili.
Can
I'm
I
They
come
speaking.
in
became
now,
major
please?
because they formed it after the democracy
Oh,
was formed. It wasn't there
let
from the
me.
beginning.
Yes, I don't know the name. Go to a major political party if you want to make difference. If you want to become something. Baba, let's hear from Baba.
Yes, I just want to take
Sorry, can I
advantage of.
ask Thomas a question? Can I
Let
ask
me
Thomas a
let
question?
no, no.
To Naija, Baba
Can
is
I?
No,
going.
you don't like to
Please,
answer
you will go
question.
after
You
him.
just made a comment.
No. To Naija, you are among the moderator. So don't make this one difficult for me. To Naija, hold on. Baba will go first. You go second. That's what we are saying
I,
now. We are 10 now. You can't do
I
you
just
can,
want.
Baba, please hold on, please. Your politician is not you don't listen. I am here now. We are just 10 now. Nobody wants to listen. And you want to hold on. Baba, go for there you go. Thank you. Go on, sir.
Okay, I just want to take advantage of AI and Adama being here, based on what is going on in our country. Adama, happy birthday! God bless your new age.
Thank you
Are
so
you here?
much.
Yes.
Yes.
Look, I saw some couple of clips, AI Adama, during the riots in the north. I saw 5-year-old. I saw a 7-year-old holding stone, ready to stone his governors. As mothers, what do you think, seeing such unsightful things?
Yeah,
That's
let
for
Tunaja go
AI
first.
Adama,
Then
as
yeah,
from their
let
own
Tunaja go.
perspective as
Yeah,
mothers.
Yeah,
yeah.
Thomas, I just
Let
wanted to ask
Tunaja
you.
go first and they will answer the
Yeah,
question. Yeah. Go
I
on.
just wanted to ask you because you said something about to be a leader in the country, they have to join a specific major political party. So, but in reality,
Yes.
those political parties, especially APC, was formed later on. And if Labour Party that got a third of the vote forms an alliance with another party, they could also go on to dominate. So the idea that they have to join those two political parties, is it realistic to say that that is the only option that exists? That's the question.
But Tunaja, let me ask you this: is APC a major political party? Yes or no?
Right now, it is, but it
Uh-huh.
can change. That's the
So am
point.
I right or am I speaking?
No,
No.
you are right,
Is
but it can
APC a
change.
major political party? I
No,
don't.
Yes,
Did I say
Thomas.
it cannot change?
No,
What
Thomas,
are
you
you
did not.
yes.
talking about,
By
brother?
what you are saying it cannot change. That they have to go
No,
to those
what
two.
I don't say
Thomas, you didn't put.
did I say it cannot change?
Maybe
Did
the
I say
way you
You
that?
say they have to go
presented
to
it.
the two
I
political
didn't.
parties. They have
Tonight,
to join
I
one of
think
the
what
two.
No,
somebody is trying to say is you have to become a force like that
hold on.
for you to win. That's what
Thomas,
he's trying to say. So
Okay, if
I
he's
think,
Thomas,
trying to say that they don't have any issue with that because he was
yeah,
can I
saying that you have to
interject?
join one of those two.
yeah,
That's
because for
why.
now they are the only force. That's what he's saying. That's what he
Can I
meant.
They
interject?
are the only
No,
force
you just
now.
changed it
Do
again
you have
now.
any
No,
Like
other party?
no,
yeah, but there's a
Thomas.
big difference from saying you have to join two specific political parties that are saying forming something similar. You see what I mean? That's what I'm
True,
saying.
Nigeria.
That's
Let
all
me
right.
see.
You
You
don't
don't
understand. I
understand
will
what
speak
Thomas is
English.
saying. Thomas is
That is
saying
what I
Can I come in?
said.
is
Yeah.
either you if you are truly serious, you join a political party, the mainstream political party, or you can form a more powerful political party. So where you are coming from, you are coming from the point of, oh, was APC existing in the essence? They formed a strong political party. You want power. How
A
do you go
political
about it?
party, and they are major now.
Thomas is the way
Like
you
a
put
Peter
it.
Obi,
Now,
a useless Peter Obi who went to Labour Party and is now saying he won an election. How can a mushroom political party win against the mainstream? It can't happen now. If all
He
the
won a
smaller
third of the
faction,
votes.
if all the smaller faction came together, yes, that would be a very powerful front that you would see the likelihood of them winning. And then you say, okay, let's see how this exercise goes. Then what I will also say personally is if you think you are good enough, go and compete for power. Go and negotiate or compete for power in the main political party. Go and tell those who are there that you are good enough, you are better enough, you can do it better, you are the one they can identify with. Negotiate with the powerful ones, negotiate with the
But
power
Emeka,
bloc.
don't forget he got 6 million votes.
Oh, he got 6 million votes. That's good.
I
It's
agree.
not a
I'm not
third
saying,
of the vote, just about a
but
Who
third.
cares about
it is
6
clear.
million
It is
votes?
clear.
Did it take you to
It is
Aso?
exactly. I'm
He's taking
tired of this.
third. Yeah.
I'm tired of this. People,
What,
you see,
so just
like
because
I
you
will,
didn't
I will
get it for
always, like I will
Asoro,
always tell Uptown. I will always tell Uptown. I will always tell Uptown. We keep telling me. Oh,
Emeka, this is why the country is where it is. When you have a third of the vote, you govern as if
two Naija,
you got 100% of the vote. That is the problem.
Let me now give you a piece of my mind. Now hear the piece of my mind, right? We keep talking about where the country is, where the country is. Please, let's see. You want power, you want to fix things through Nigeria, right? You are busy complaining. You are complaining from here to night. From here, you will complain and go to the other platform and go and complain. Go and fight for power and then change things. Go and fight for power and change things. Let's stop all this nonsense. You are a
Thank
man.
you.
The people who
Yeah,
are
thank you, Emeka.
the people who are there are also men. The people who are there,
who told you I'm not doing that? So you see,
Tonight, you should have gone
what
all
your
this.
I'm
reasoning
not
is
saying,
that
All this
if
energy
you
is
are
spent
doing anything, I'm not saying,
I don't know.
Nigeria is not doing
I don't
that.
know.
to
You
Nigeria,
see what he just did. You
I
see what he
judge
just did.
outcomes. I
You
judge
see what he
outcomes.
just
I don't
did.
judge noises.
He cannot take on the argument anymore. He starts insulting me, but it's all right.
No,
You
I'm
can
not
accept
insulting
that.
you,
Naija,
but I
hold
am
on,
tired.
hold
I
No,
on.
am
you
tired.
just did.
I
You
am not
just did.
insulting
You
you,
can.
to Nigeria. It's not an
No, that's
insult.
what you just did by
No, so
saying
if
that
you
I'm
feel
just
it's an insult,
complaining.
I
I'm
apologize.
complaining.
If
No, no, no.
Yeah,
you think it's
because by
an
saying
insult,
I'm complaining,
One
I'm
voice
complaining. That's what you're
now.
doing.
I apologize. If you
One
think it's
voice.
an
One
insult, I
voice. Hold
apologize
on.
to you, Chiloja. Okay.
No, no, no.
Ye-
No. Emeka, hold on. Emeka, how can I send a bottle of wine to you? Please, I need you.
No,
I need to give
it's
you a
fine.
bottle of wine.
Thank you.
You see
I
that? You
appreciate
see, you see the kind
I
of
It
stuff.
appreciate
You
the
is
see,
kind
fruit.
thoughts. I appreciate.
Thomas thinks that you can descend to his level. He is at
No,
because
it's not
they like
descending to any
insulting people.
level. No, I'm sorry, Chunaja, if you
No,
feel
no, no, no.
insulted.
It's not about
I'm not
descent.
trying to insult you. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just
That,
only
you know,
saying.
No,
why are you
I'm not
apologizing?
complaining. I'm
Why are you
advocating for a
apologizing?
No,
better.
but
See,
Chunaja, you
You didn't
complain. Oh,
insult
not
him.
only you, a
okay,
lot of
tell me
Nigerians.
the complaint. Get me the
No,
complaint. What you call complaint? You are here complaining that somebody should not. Somebody with a name has to be in a certain
no,
class.
I'm not
But tell me
complaining.
what I'm
I'm
complaining.
giving an opinion. It's my opinion. It's my
Tell
opinion.
me, yeah, but tell me what my complaint is.
No, you
I'm
didn't complain
advocating
today. I am
something
talking
better.
about
You say I'm
previous days.
complaining. What
I'm
is the
talking about
complaint
I
that
previous
I've
thought he
made?
days.
has apologized. So what is all this rowdiness here?
No,
Thank
because
you, madam.
Thomas is there encouraging bad behavior. Because when he's
I did
moderating,
bad
he
behavior.
encourages
I'm
people
only
to.
saying, see,
Because the idea is that when they insult you, they think you become dumber.
no,
That's the
Tunaja,
whole point.
Tunaja, no. You are ranting on this. My comment is not to insult you. I am only saying I think it is high time. If people are complaining so much about bad governance in Nigeria, right? Go and fight for power and create the change that you think you want. Stop complaining about if someone is messing up my life, I'll go and fix things. But for now,
See,
if you think so, because those people who are there do not have four heads. They do not have two heads. They
how
only
do
have
you
one
think it
head.
works when somebody wants to transition to power? Do you know all movements start from people
Then through Nigeria,
advocating specific
if you
ideas?
truly want,
There's
then you can
there's a
you can
difference between
private
complaint.
chat me.
Let
Private
me
chat me.
explain. There's a difference between
Private
complaint
chat
and
me.
advocating.
If you are
Okay,
serious
fine.
about that change, private chat me.
Let me just express what I'm trying to say. There's a difference between complaint and advocating a specific
That's
idea and a vision for the country.
old Emeka, hold on to Naija. That's enough, Emeka. To Naija, 2 minutes. Baba has a question from Ada. Ada hasn't say a word. And Madam AI, you say that. Make your conclusion. 2 minutes. We go to Ada, then we go to Madam AI. That's why we're going to sequence it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think there is a slight difference between just complaining for the sake of it, like this petrol price has gone up, and this is no. If you are doing critical analysis of the situation and advocating a better future for the people, you can call it complaining, you can call it advocating a better future, you can call it creating an ideology. But that is how all movements start. You have to have conversations and classify it to a point whereby everybody agrees way forward and they can go and make a change. So when you say people are complaining, I think it's a way of saying, oh, the people in power should remain. You are in a way arguing for you just talking, go and fight the ones in power.
I am
That's
not
what they are
saying that.
doing.
If you don't like what is happening,
No, Emeka, you don't need to respond.
I hear what you are
No. You
saying.
don't
I
need
hear
to
what you are
respond.
saying.
Emeka, no.
Some people,
We're going to
some
Ada.
people have
Yeah.
people have
let
different
Ada speak.
ways.
But I am just tired of
I
hearing the
had 2
noise. You
minutes
don't
now.
like
I
it,
had 2
go and
minutes. I've
change
not
it.
even done 1 minute.
But if
See,
you keep talking from now, you've been since
hold
I've
on
known
now.
you've been saying so many things. That's why I say you complain too much.
It's
Go and
1
change
minute.
things.
It's still 1
You
minute. It's still 1 minute.
go and
See, when you
change
say
it.
I see,
Stop. You are not
hold on now.
advocating
Can you let
anything.
me talk
But to
now? Can you
Nigeria, you
let
are
me
not.
talk? Okay, see, the point I'm just simply
Emeka will
trying
not
to
let
make
it.
is that
I have to put him at the background. I have to
yeah,
put him at the
thank you.
background. I don't
Thank
know.
you.
Yeah, you continue speaking. Yeah,
Thank you. So the only point I was
Emeka,
trying
please
to make is
let's
that
calm down. Calm down,
there are different
please,
ways
brother.
of trying
Yeah,
to
go on.
fight for something. There are different ways of trying to fight for something. If you are not equipped with the political know-how to go and compete with people in a political arena, you can compete in the area you are in, like in the case where people can come on the panel and share ideas. Why political leaders and people that have the military background can pick up information from that. If somebody comes to me and say, "Oh, I like your ideas. Can you advise me how to go about it?" I'll work with them. I don't have any issues with that. I already do. So it's just how it is. I've interviewed even colonels before and people higher rank before. I've seen the way the establishments behave, how they see that what is going on the street. Now, many of them support it. Most of the ranking officers in the Nigerian security force, they support what is going on. But even if they cannot come out openly, so there are different ways of expressing the same thing. The idea that if you have to do something, if you want to advocate anything, you have to just go and do it one way, fight the people the same way. What if you are not equipped with those skills? If you look at most nations today, the people that built most nations tend to have military background, political background, and at the same time able to be in the right place at the right time. From Winston, this is Churchill to George Washington, Mao Zedong, Stalin, all of them. They have specific type of background. If you don't have that, doesn't mean you should just shut up. Thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you, Tunaja. Ada, happy birthday, long
Thank you.
life and prosperity.
Thank you.
May God elongate your life
Thank
with
you.
wealth, with all goodness of life.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
I have a
You know I
question.
love you, my sister.
I love you too. I have a question for
Yeah.
Tunai, since he was talking about things that he feels we need to
Ah, no,
do.
don't go to Tunaja. We
No,
will not live here.
no,
Don't.
I'm going to answer. I'm
We
going
will
to
not
answer
live here.
Baba's question. So, Nigel, back to you. What
Yeah.
you were just saying. You said you've interviewed generals, colonel, whatever. I've heard you speak so much on security, and my question for you is, how have you implemented or contributed to those your idea? Like, what have you done to kind of keep that ball rolling, giving all these ideas, suggestion, and if you have that kind of connection, how are you trying to make sure some of your goals or suggestion you get in contact with someone that can help you implement them?
Yeah, I've interviewed
Tunaja
a colonel,
in
but
2 minutes.
not interviewed a general.
Be
I've
more
spoken
than
to generals before. So the only way I do it is if I am talking to somebody and I let them understand that their way of perceiving our realities is a little bit distorted, because I've spoken to some that they will tell you that we don't have the capacity to defend our country. I was like, but Egypt can do it. And some of them, they perceive that we don't have enemies. I remind them, anybody that is more developed than you is a potential threat, and they go on to acknowledge it, because their reality is not where it's supposed to be, because they've not experienced what most other nations have experienced. So that is the way I've been able to do it up till now. But that's why I'm online to discuss some of these issues, because you never know who is listening. At the same time, in the background, if I meet people, I don't have a lot of opportunity. I'm overseas, you see. So I don't have enough opportunity to be meeting people and talking to people on the ground and changing things on the ground. But if I was to do it, I will embrace all the institutions, from the military, from the economic, agricultural. You have to be present, because all these our leaders, they are present everywhere. They have influence all over the place. That's how they win they win power. And that's where I agree with Emeka, that if you want to compete really on the ground, you have to be present in all these places. Thank you.
Thank you so much for answering my
Oh,
question. And
thank you,
another
Tunaja. This is
suggestion,
yeah. Thank you.
another suggestion I really want to add is, I don't think
This is the
you're too old or to
Ada.
become a
This
police
is the
officer in Nigeria. Do you
question.
think so? Huh? To Nigeria, do you think you're too
You
old to
mean
become a, yes, do you think you're too old to become a police officer in
the
Nigeria? You know, that's part of security as well.
Yes.
Have you ever thought about doing that?
I know I'm too old to be. I know I'm too old. They will not accept me, and they will not accept me in the
Tunaya is scared
military.
of training. He doesn't
But
want to train.
no, I'm not. I'm not scared of training. If they take me on, definitely they are going to have something to deal with. Point is that if I am given the opportunity, I will do what I need to do, because the way I look at these things is not from today. I'm looking at it from the point of view of our children and our children's children. So, and I hope a lot of people think about it like that. I don't know why Emeka is telling people that you get into office, you go and steal. We should be changing our mindset to a point whereby we want to actually do something so our
I
children's
did
future
not
is
say that.
stronger.
What did you hear? Yeah, I didn't say
So
that. Please
you
don't
said if
mistake
you
me.
get into
I
office, you're going to
said,
go and steal.
who is a saint? We are all hypocrites. That's what I said, because I think Baba Jani Koko was talking
See,
about corruption.
I
That's
think
not
the
what I
point is
heard.
that
That's not what I said. Don't go and say what I did not
see
say,
from
please.
what I heard you say, you seem to
Your
be
ear is
arguing
not
for the
clean. Your
status
ear is
quo.
not clean. Clean it properly.
You said
I
even
said,
heaven is not perfect. That these people, if you end
no,
up in office, you're going to go
I
and steal.
said this world is not perfect. Why are we looking for utopia that does not exist? If you want a fair world, go to heaven. You want a world where it's perfect, go to heaven. Earth is where dog eats dog. This is a planet
Even
where
heaven is
we
not fair.
survive.
Who told you heaven was fair? Are you going to go to
Well,
heaven and sing praises to Lucifer? That
the
shows you. You see, this is the thing.
scriptures keep painting heaven as a perfect place. So maybe when we
Heaven
go
is
there,
not perfect.
you
Nowhere
are
is perfect.
probably you have gone there now. You will educate us on it.
No,
But when
nowhere
we
is
go there,
perfect. Even the definition of heaven is not perfect. So I
okay.
think there was war in heaven, for crying out
Oh,
loud.
there
So
was war. Now, thank you for bringing that up. So, if this our reality is not a perfect reality, why are we acting? Why don't we deal with the reality on ground? So, for me, I think it is an idiosyncrasy. You are trying to do something that does not work. That is madness. So, if you are doing something that does
sorry.
not work,
Let me just respond quickly to what you just said. Why don't we deal with reality? I think the whole point of existence is to tame the chaos of this thing, things that are not orderly. The idea that we are here online is somebody that has tamed the chaos to understand the nature of the universe itself, to be able to create what you have right
so
now.
through Nigeria,
So
as you
you
are
don't
telling,
just say we should
now
just remain
the
like
chaos
that.
in
We
Nigeria has
have to
not been
keep
tamed.
trying to
To
control our
Nigeria, the
reality.
chaos in Nigeria has not been tamed. That is why you say you can.
Yeah,
You know how to tame it. Some people don't know how to tame it. Probably me too. I don't know how to tame it. Oh, yeah, go and tame it. Go and tame it.
I agree with you on that
Now
point. It's good people
you're
actually go and
stuttering
do
now.
something.
I'm saying
No,
the
I
people
agree.
who are
I'm
there
not
don't know how to
stuttering.
tame it.
I'm saying
You are
I agree
stuttering,
with
Abi.
you that I'm not
You are
stuttering.
coming out. No, now let me
See,
ask you
when
now.
I
You
tell you
are
that I
coming out.
agree
You
with
say
you,
you
you're
know
having
how
a
to tame
problem
it.
with it too.
Mm-mm.
No,
I don't have a problem with that. You are thank God. I'm happy
saying
you agree with me.
I'm
I
saying
don't
you
know how
should
to
not be
tame it.
saying that we should just live like that. You should be advocating for a better outcome.
Oh, we
That's
are all
taming
advocating
it.
for a better outcome.
Advocating
That
is
is
a waste
why.
of
But you
time.
don't seem to be
Acting
doing
is the
that
only
though.
thing that can
We
make
are
You
something
all
should just be
happen.
saying
advocating.
embrace
Now,
what it is right now.
the difference between me and you is that I do not consistently complain. If I don't like it, I'll go and see how to change it. You made statement of, oh, what if I don't have the right skills? My friend, go and get it.
But
You
you are
don't need to
complaining here all
complain.
the
Stop
time.
talking about problems.
You are
Go and
complaining
solve the
about people
problem.
complaining, even when they are
Go and
advocating a
solve the
better
no,
outcome. You are
but listen
complaining
to
about
me.
people
You
complaining
are
all the
complaining.
time.
Go and solve the problem. You keep saying the president is not better. You keep saying a lot of things. Then go and be president. Go and be
Okay,
president if
I
you can
just
prove
told you
it.
that
Okay, guys, can we
there is
just
a
move
certain
on?
amount of skill set that
All right,
that is necessary to do
Tunaja,
those things.
If
I
you
don't
do
Tunanja,
have
not
can
have
them
we
the
yet.
move
skill
on?
set,
Can we
go and
move?
get the skill
No,
set.
I don't
If you don't
have
have the
those
skill
skill
set, go and
sets
get the
yet.
skill set. And if you cannot get the skill set, can you respect those who have the skill set? So stop
See.
complaining.
No, I'm
Show
not.
some
Why
respect
should
to
I
those who have
see?
that
Your
all
skill
right,
problem
set.
is
Tunaja, we
that
have to move on, man. We have to move on. We have to move
Let's
on.
you
move
see what
on.
he's
Let's
doing.
let's
Remy,
You
we have
have
people
to
waiting here. They have to
challenge
talk.
what you perceive as
Tunaja,
being
Tunanja,
faulty.
let's
can you hear
move
me?
on.
We gotta move on, man.
Because what Emeka
Let's
is doing
Bro,
is
Tunanja.
complaining about
we
people
gotta move
even
on, man.
having.
Can
See,
we
hold on,
please
Tunaja, we
stop?
gotta move on.
Mike. I'm going to move on. 30 seconds. You guys can talk for 1 hour. See
No,
what
I
Emeka
know
is
you, man. Your
advocating here.
30 seconds is
You are
not.
going.
Trust
I'm
me,
going
Let
to
trust me.
see.
other
I
Come
know your
on,
people.
30
don't do that,
seconds.
Mike. Mike, I just asked for
Tunaja, we
30
gotta move
seconds.
on, man. We've been patient. I kept quiet. Allow
Mike,
you guys to go.
Mike, you do this all the
No, no, no,
time.
no.
I
We gotta
just asked
move
for
on at
30
this point.
seconds, Mike.
Tunaja, no,
You are just filibustering me and
no, we
talking
are
over
moving
me,
on.
and you are
Tunaja,
not allowing people to move on.
Tunaja,
You need
we
to
are
allow me
moving on.
finish what I'm saying, Mike.
Remy,
You are being
Remy,
quite
come
rude
in.
right now, Mike.
Tunaja,
Mike, you are a moderator. Stop being rude.
Yes, that's why I'm doing my job.
You are
I'm
a
moderating.
moderator. Stop being rude. You are not the one moderating
I'm
right
not
now.
being
I'm
rude.
also a
I'm telling you, you got
moderator.
to move on. What's rude about
See,
that?
when I get back to my chair,
Tunaja, Remy, go ahead, please. God, Lord, man, this guy.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It has been a wonderful speech, and I want to correct an impression. I am not the person that get angry easily. I do not get
so
angry.
Mike, you took me out.
God, Lord, man.
Can you just take it easy? And sometimes everybody have to go to work. And when I want to go to work, I don't want to disturb the flow of the people that are talking. I will just leave. And it's simple as ABC. And sometimes I continue to follow when I'm driving. So it's okay, it's normal. I think the conversation you guys are having, to me, is simple. If you are politically inclined, luckily for us, we have a lot of political parties in Nigeria. You can join one. And I've known that the biggest, the people that complain a lot are Nigerians. And then when they get to that position, they don't always handle it very well. The most people that are very selfish in this world, when we talk about Africa, number one is Nigerians. Now we will complain to that. And people will ask you a question. If you are there, or if you are supposed to be this person, what are the solutions? In the beginning, I've had people ask questions, and they'll just dance around the question most times. They will not give you a concrete answer. Just suppose when you talk about Awolowo, we can't even equate it. That is the forefather and the founder of Nigeria. And all of these three great guys, they did a wonderful job in their time. But unfortunately, we all know the history of the country. Nobody wished for a coup. We know what happened in 1966. And after the coup, we also know what happened. And then Kantakupa and Kantaku several ones. And we continue to say, this is a country that has been bastardized for decades. Even if you want to turn it around, is it going to be 1 year? Unless we are not being truthful to ourselves. You want to have your cake, and at the same time, you want to eat it. You want your country to be the El Dorado, but you don't want to put in the work. And some people are ready to put in the work to make the country progress. Some people want to pull it down. So, and when we talk about how can we manage our diversity, it's not easy to manage. This country is one of the most complex countries to rule because the three major tribes have their own idea, have their own ideology or what they are pursuing. We also have other smaller tribes. They also have their own what they are pursuing. How can you marry everything together? It's not easy. This is a protest well called for, but they said they want the protest about hunger. Why hunger turned to another thing from different region? Everybody is showing their hand, and you continue to blame your president, and you do not tell yourself that this same just opposed to 2022 or 2023, this country we are in a mess. People are dying because of cash swap. Everybody know the position we find ourselves. Just opposed to today, at least the country have had moderate peace. Things have been stabilized, and at the same time, you said you don't want subsidy. Some people are calling to come in to bring it back. If you would compare to all these great nations of all over the world, they have sacrificed for their nation. So I asked a question the other day: what have you done for your country, or what do you intend to do for your country? Everybody, every time, complain is government, 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 government. It's like the leaders did not come from the followers; that the leader just fall from heaven and they become your leader. The truth must be told. If you are interested in politics and you have lived in abroad more than 10 or 20 years, that means you have gained enough experience to know the system of the country you have been living in. And if you believe you have the willpower, why don't you join the politics in Nigeria? Go back home. Don't always
Simba,
complain.
God will continue to be blessing you, Simba.
It's
Simba.
very dirty. It's very messy. If you
Mm.
say it's very dirty, it's very messy. People like
Simba, God will bless you. Your opinion is so valid. Continue. Hit it.
people like
Hit to
Tinubu,
Nigeria. Hit the nail on to
people
Nigeria's
like
head.
Tinubu, people like Showore, all of them, nobody would have known them. When they put their line on the line, fighting for democracy, when Abacha was there, most of them ran away. Some people like the pile on the prison, people like MQ Abiola, And you see, they found when they were arrested. So they didn't say they have all these millions and billions comfortable in America or Europe. They went down there and fight for it. You have to also commend them, because it's not easy for you to leave the comfort of where you live in America or Europe and the rest and go to Nigeria where things are not as good as where we are today. So if today, and
Can
that
I
is
ask
why,
a question?
can I conclude and then you ask me a question? So that is why, to me, I don't like those people in diaspora that always instigate or castigate the poor people at home. You know you are better off than them. You know you are not going to put your own children in line for this kind of protest. And then you continue to like push them, nod them, give them little money, $10 to $20. This they can buy airtime, something like that. But when everything happened, then you now wash your hand off. Some of those guys started running back to Europe now. Said, hey, I don't know if you turn to this turn. Please stop protesting. What do you mean? What about those people that are pie? What about those people that a lot of trouble, they have been arrested? Do you know how many years they will spend in the jail, in DSS and the rest before they were? Some of them will never see the light of the day anymore. But you will still continue to live your good life in America, in Europe, wherever you find yourself with your children and your wife. You are not helping Nigerians. If you truly want to help that country, why don't you go home, set up something? Even if you employ 10 or 5 people, you have already helped the country. Instead, you just continue to stay in your domain and continue to gaslight, instigate. This is unfair. I rest here so you can ask me your question.
Okay. The question is, just because one doesn't have the skill set doesn't mean that one cannot advocate a point of view or an issue. An example: if you are ill with some kind of cancer, does it mean you have to become a doctor? If something in your house is broken, and does it mean you have to become a carpenter? The idea that the people are talking, that they should not talk, they should have to go and rule. How does that even make sense in reality?
Okay, so if I get your question correctly, what I'm trying to say is that if you continue to condemn and continue to blackmail your leader year in, year out, you are not doing yourself a good service. You are doing a bad service to the nation, because what you get, this is internet. What you say here, not only Nigerians are listening, the rest of the world are listening. The way you call your country, that is the way they will take it. If you tell your country is a bunch of criminals, bunch of corrupt people, bunch of rogues, then when you go outside there and you fly from wherever you find yourself to another country and they treat you like a rogue or a criminal, don't complain, because you have been doing that disservice to your nation. What we are saying is this: you might not have the skill set, but if you complain and if you know solution to the problem of the country, you don't need to even join politics. You can just go down there and start doing something nice, something better. Who knows? Maybe your voice will be heard much more louder in Nigeria than stay under the comfort of your table, speaking to the internet.
Simba, God bless you.
So
Well,
that your
well
analogy
answered.
means
Hold on,
if
guys.
somebody is suffering
Adama,
from
hold on.
cancer, they have to
Sunaja,
be a cancer
I think
doctor.
Adama was
Otherwise,
earlier
forget
before
it.
we.
They should die.
You guys hear me? I'm trying to see if you
It
see.
doesn't make sense.
Yes, I'm
Adama,
Sunaja,
here. I'm
your
here.
analogy is wrong.
I
Your
think
analogy is wrong.
you were at the floor
Then
earlier.
frame it properly.
Yes,
Then
if Tunaja would just keep quiet and then I can speak.
Okay, Adama, you can continue.
Let Adama continue. Let her have the floor. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Baba asked a question. Miss AI, I don't know if you remember the question. He said there was a young child protesting, and as mothers, what are we going to do if that was our child? Am I right about that question, or is that the wrong question? I'm confused. Miss AI, are you there?
Let me
Hello.
ask the question. Yeah,
Yes, I
he
was asking.
said,
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I think Thomas is answering.
do you remember the question, or do you want me
Yeah,
to rephrase
can
it?
you I can't. Too many
Yeah,
people
yeah,
talking.
yeah.
Sorry.
Baba said yeah.
What
Baba, this
question
is to
is that?
Madam Hey.
Mhm.
Yeah, let me tell you the question. This is to Madam Hey, and let us give the lady respect, please. When I put the question out, let the both of them address it. Please. I said, please. Yeah. Baba was asking the protest in the north. He saw some 5-year-old, 10-year-old holding stone stick. They are ready to stone their governor. And he now said, you as a mother and as a parent and as a female, what do you think the world is turning into? And what do you think about those child? What do you think about what's you? That's just the question. Yeah, yeah. Anyone can go. Madam AI or Adama can go. Yeah, maybe Adama should go first. Oh, Adama dropped. Adama, are you there?
Yeah, she can go on first. I'm trying
Yeah,
to finish up this prescription. So let her go ahead. I'll come in when
yeah,
she's
yeah. Madam
ready.
AI.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I didn't get the question.
yeah. It said, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, he said in the north, he saw some 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 10-year-old holding stone, ready to stone their governor and politician. So, and he said he's asking, you as a mother, as a female, what do you think the world is turning into?
I don't think the world is turning into anything. It just like we discussed the other day. I said, having children, there is no problem in having children. And nobody should tell anybody not to have a child because the person is poor. But what you do after having that child is what is the most important thing that will affect the society. Now, a child that picks stone to stone a governor, I don't think that child has proper home training. A child of 8 years, 7 years, 10 years, I wonder what he's doing in the street demonstrating. Because at that age, they are under somebody's care. They are not unemployed. They should not be out of school because school over there is free. So for them to be in the street, that means there is no parental care. And that's what is the problem. Not having the child is what they did after the child. The world is not turning to anything. The world is a roller coaster. Wherever it pushes you, you go there. If you decide to make your, how do they say it again? The way you make your bed, so you lie on it, right? So that's how they made their bed there. So that's how they're going to lie on it. Actually, to be honest with you, Thomas, I have never seen where children are demonstrating. This is the first time I'm seeing it, to be honest.
It's very horrible, it's very
I,
horrible.
I
Very
agree.
horrible.
But I still maintain what the man, I don't know if you people have watched the man. Not a nice, a politician. But something Mustafa. He was on Channels television. They interviewed him, and the question was simple. The interviewer asked him, do you think that the way the momentum, the anger in the north is going, does it perceive does it show what they see Tinubu or what they perceive Tinubu or their feelings against Tinubu or for Tinubu? The man said at the beginning, yes, that's what they thought. But when they looked inwardly, they find out that it's actually them, not Tinubu, those guys are demonstrating. And I think he has a very solid point there. He said might be a revolution against them in the north that has nothing to do with Nigerian government. And they have been discussing about it. Those children that came out to protest is in anger against the establishment in the north and the political class in the north. That's what the man is saying. Not actually the government, but people that don't know what is going on there. We see it that is the protest, the hunger protest or whatever they call it. Look, Thomas, nothing is changing. The world has not come to an end. It's so they made their bed there. That's how they're lying on it. Simple.
Madam Zita, I used to say our elders, they are not telling us the truth. They lie to us a lot. You know, they always paint these people as if they are angels, that they are like as if they are genius, and they are actually the beginning of our problem in that country. The so-called Awolowo, the so-called Zik, but the way they will paint them as if they are saints, is it not the
I will
money
never
and
forget. I will look. Let
and
me tell
everything
you,
that they stole
Remy,
that they
not to
are?
cut you short.
This is Simba. This is still Simba,
Simba,
not even Remy.
okay,
Yes.
Simba, not to cut you short. I will say this and I will double down and triple down. You see those men, as long as I have Nigeria and my family is still there and there is a country existing as Nigeria, I will never forgive those men for what they did to that country. I will never forgive them. That their country, the beautiful country, was handed over to them. Instead of them to sit down and plan on how way forward for the country, they were busy
They were busy chasing their
doing what Lord of the
selfish
Ring.
interest.
They were
Selfish
being
Lord
interest.
of
dishonest with
the
one
Ring.
another.
And today,
All of
because
them
I
are
talk,
pursuing
it is this person's
their
fault.
own agenda.
Now you people are
It is
shifting
this.
away from blaming military. Now you want to blame people that
Let's
during
allow
their
the
own
lady to
time
speak.
we had
I
good
will never
governance,
forgive them.
we had
We good
development,
governor.
we had everything.
I
Parọ́
will
fún
Now,
wa
never,
mọ́. Irọ́ lẹ̀ ń
I
pa
will
fún wa.
this is
never
one breath.
forgive those
You
men.
are blaming them.
Irọ́ lẹ̀
In
ń pa
Call them
another
fún
your
wa.
breath,
God,
now you
oh.
will change
Call them your
to
king, oh.
military.
Call
Military
them
are the
your
one that
savior. I
destroy
don't
Sọ̀rọ̀
care.
Nigeria.
But
military.
those men,
You people should face reality. You can't
We
blame
are not
those
facing
people.
reality.
you see
We
Yes,
have
those
been
men,
saying
they
our
they
started
should
problem
go
well.
have
off and
started.
throw it
Well,
inside the
The
Atlantic
military
Ocean.
truncated good governance, and then with Nigerians
Baba Ajale Koko, it
started
was
going
their
down since then.
shenanigans. It was their shenanigans that
Oh,
led to the military coming in.
If
It's
I
their
lay my
shenanigans.
hands on their
now you
corpse, I
people
will
are
throw it
supporting
into
military.
the
So
Atlantic Ocean.
was it
Nobody is
right for the
supporting
military to come
military.
in?
We are not asking. We are not
Was it
supporting
right for
military.
the military to come in and take
It
over
was not
government?
right. It
Hold on,
wasn't right.
Simba.
So why are you
Baba
blaming
Jali
them?
Koko, I think you are misunderstanding Simba. I don't think Simba is saying that those guys, whether they were not good in some areas or some performing or things like that, and he also not saying it's okay with the military coming in. I think what Simba is saying is that there's some things they should have done because their disagreement is kind of what led to this kind of like division
Exactly.
between the regions.
So
Because
in
Baba Jali
US,
Koko, wait now, wait.
yeah.
What Simba is saying, they could have
Uh,
towards each other, they could have acted better because their disagreements and issue among them is what, in fact, is what laid the foundation of the division between regions till today. Is it the dealing of all over 10 years? Is it, I mean, things among they were not honest with themselves when they were dealing with each other. They were
Bunch of
deceiving each
liars.
other.
They were a bunch of liars.
Look, what we are saying is that people that should be blamed should be blamed. In America here, the politics in America here, the disagreement, the political jiggy-jaga between the Republican and this thing will never bring military to say, oh, these people are messing up this country, let's take over the country.
That was not what we are talking
So
about. Let me, Baba Jale Koko.
hold on. That is what I'm saying. They had disagreement among themselves that did not warrant the military to come in and seize power. If the military had left them alone to play their politics, we will develop.
That is an
As a
assumption. Is
you
an
would
assumption.
Can I say something,
What you
please?
are saying is
Mike,
an
Let's hear
assumption.
from
can I
Adam.
say something? I'm ready to
Simba,
we
talk,
let's
would
but
have
we don't want
Adama
me
developed
coming.
to.
at our own
Baba Jali
pace,
Koko. Let Adama come in.
and
Let's
it would
let
have been better for us
Baba.
than
Hey,
where we are today.
Baba Jali Koko.
Yeah. Mike,
Simba, Adama is trying to
sorry.
come in. Let her come in
Adama
now.
will come. No, Adama will come in because
But
me
we
too.
have
I
to.
just came.
When
Let me just
ladies
put
don't
out.
come here often, and this is one of the reasons. Like you guys mostly
Okay.
men. I mean, come on. When they come once in a while, at least allow them to talk now when they want to talk.
Okay, Adama, continue.
Thank you so much, Mike. I just want to say greetings to
So you are
everyone.
not thanking me. It's only mad that you are thanking.
I said thank you, everyone, including you. Thank you, Mr. Simber. I'm sorry. To the question, I think Miss AI answered that question so well. One, for me, it doesn't sit well for me as a mom to allow a child that young to be outside, and I feel like these kids now are being used as a pawn, and at pawn using them as a pawn at whose expense? I don't know if these parents think through their action before putting their kids in danger. So I think what is going on back home is wrong. The first time this protest started, I asked, what are they protesting for? I still don't know what they're protesting for. Yes, they've been saying hunger, 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 but hunger has been going on for quite a long time. So I just don't understand what this protest is all about. That's just my own personal opinion. Not saying that what they're doing is wrong, but the kids I see out there, I think that is wrong. If I was, I don't know if Nigeria has anything called social service. They need to go look into those parents and figure out why are those kids out, and not just out with what they have in their hands. Because one thing you don't want to teach a child is violence. Because at that age, they will not only practice it outside. It's not only a matter of time. They will practice it at home with you too. So we as parents need to be very careful what we expose our children to. And at the same time, I think at the end of the day, we all need to understand. I have empathy for what people are going through back home, but at the same time, I don't think this was well planned and thought about. Like, I don't know who the organizers are. Everybody was doing their own thing, like they were not in uniform. And I'm not surprised that the protest went the way it went, because I noticed something about Nigeria, our country. We are not united when it comes to coming together and having one voice. You have different people saying different things. And I think the earlier we learn to come together, we'll be more powerful. We need to throw out this tribal nonsense, whatever ethnicity, religion. We need to stop looking at those things, because in order for this upcoming generation to enjoy what we've worked hard for, we all need to come together. And at the same time, I wanted to touch on what we said about education earlier. And I wanted to ask Baba Jen Lokoko, like, the Awolowo I know is a very big family, a very, well known in Lagos. And I know during those times where people went to school for free. My question to you, Babaja, is how come nobody continued his legacy? When I say his legacy in terms of education, and I feel like our educational system it boils down to how much money you have, what kind of school can you afford for your children. Nobody's thinking for those kids who cannot afford anything. And I think for me, is not fair, because I went to a public school before going to college and medical school and stuff like that. So what I want to know is, why is it that we are still behind when it comes to education? Like, the buildings, the schools are in deplorable states. We don't know how to maintain anything. Just like Miss AI said, River Niger basically fell on us before we knew we have to maintain it. Why is it that we do not know how to maintain someone else's legacy, what they stand for, and we can point at that and say, oh, education is this way because of the Awolowas. So that's the question I have. Thank you.
Okay, let me answer your question. You see, the
But sorry, Baba Jali Koko, let me add to our question so that you can answer them together.
okay.
You give
Àwọn ọlọ́tẹ̀. Question lọ́tẹ̀ ló
okay,
bá béèrè bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn.
okay, a level. Okay, I was listening earlier on before I fell asleep. Prince Daddy asked a question, because the way we see governance, if you have a solid structure, I don't think it will be possible for somebody to just come maybe in 1 or 2 years and destroy everything You understand what I'm saying? That was what I think that was the question. And the same, so the
Thank
same
you.
thing, the same thing apply to this problem that we're having now, because we are making everything to look as if the whole country collapsed within 1 year. So when the colonial master handed over the country to these people that we are talking about, these the so-called angels that were made out of Zik, Awolowo, and the Ahmadu Bello, they handed a solid country, you understand, with the infrastructure. Because I don't even know how long these people even manage the country before they do the scatter.
3
They
years.
handed over to them
3
3
years.
years. And we were so in fact there was a day I asked this question on this platform. Everybody told me they started castigating me that Simba usually attack Awolowo because we have made Awolowo like a ninja. You know, Madam AI, you know, when we are growing up, they will show us the moon. They will say, see Awolowo in the moon. And we all believe that Awolowo was in the moon. Believe me, they will show us,
Please
they say,
ask
see.
Jerry Coco your question. Let him answer because I actually wanted to answer the lady's question. That
So
question he asked, the
for
question he asked
every
Ajani
Simba,
Coco,
Simba,
I
I
want
never
to
Jali go
answer it.
answer you guys' question before then you come back to
Yeah,
your
yeah. Well, let Ajani Koko answer. Then Mike, you give me a chance to come in after Ajani Koko, please.
Okay, so my question, let me just give it summarize. The question I'm asking Ajali Koko was that the colonial master, what they handed, like what Madam Zita just said, what they handed over to them, they couldn't maintain it. They were not even maintaining anything. They were busy fighting themselves, doing scatter. That was what they did. So, in as much as a good governance, when handed over to a bad governance, it's very difficult to destroy everything immediately. And likewise, a bad governance is very difficult for somebody to come and say you want to repair it within a short period. So so everything that we are alluding, the credit that we are giving to these people, actually because of history, I just referred to them like earlier. Or you are saying
Jali Coco
they will
forget
have
that man's question. Though.
they will have done this, they will have done this. That is an assumption. They never did it.
All
So
right.
Babajali
Yeah,
Coco.
Jali go answer the questions they're asking.
Okay. You see, the colonial masters that you people are praising did not, what they did during their own time was looting of our resources. Extreme looting of the resources of our people across that country. In the north, in the east, in the west, everything, they were looting it. And it was few people that they give education. Few. Do you know that the first graduate in the north came in 1950? Is it not 1952? In the northern Nigeria, the first university graduate.
It's not even in northern Nigeria, it was a Kwara and a Ilorin man.
It was in Ilorin,
Let him
yes.
finish. Let him answer the question because the day is
So,
almost
the,
broken. Let him answer.
so in the area of education you are talking about, that, oh, I said it earlier, Awolowo advance on what they handed over to him. They didn't practice free education the way Awolowo did free education. Free education that Awolowo gave at elementary education, at the elementary level then, their expectation was to give 150,000 pupils. But on the first day of school, over 400,000 showed up. And there was even opposition from within Awolowo group that, look, we cannot handle this. Let us stop this free education. He said, no. Leaders, when they are faced with challenges, They must battle it, and they must solve the problem. The essence of leadership is to solve problem. It didn't back down. They face it, and they make it an institutionalized, government, how do I say, program for their people.
Or policy.
Policy, let me say policy. So, and he expanded on it. They didn't create commercial school. It was what do you call this thing?
Modern schools.
Yes, the commercial school, modern school. The other one I mentioned earlier, I've forgotten. He created it just to give
Teachers Training College, Abajali Koko. Teachers Training College.
Teacher training colleges, comprehensive high school. He expanded.
I don't even know what you are talking about.
On education,
even technical colleges,
technical college and all these things. So let us do this thing. Even when you want to talk of infrastructure, what they even did that time, within the short time that they started, the Kanji Dam, the many other things that they built that time, the universities that we have today, we only had one university during the colonial time, which was University of Ibadan. These fathers sat down that we must have university across all these things. They agreed. They created University of Lagos, University of what do you call it, Ahmadu Bello. They did this thing. There are many other things that they did that time. It was during their time we had the pyramid in the north, the cocoa this thing in the west, and all these things in the south. I mean the southeast. Palm oil or palm kernel. So they were able to manage their resources very well, as little as it was back then, to advance their people. So, and they are not selfish leaders. They are not corrupt. Their children went to the same school with the children of the poor. The legislators back then, we entered the same public transport to the parliament. Some of them ride bicycles. So what are we talking about? So, but let me go to the question that Amanda asked me earlier. You see, what Awolowo did in education, which was free at elementary school in the First Republic that the military truncated, in the Second Republic, when Obasanjo handed over government to civilian, in the West, in the Western Nigeria, UPN, where Awolowo governed, Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, Ondo, and Bendel. Bendel is now what we call Edo State and Delta State. Ondo State is where we have Ekiti and Ondo used to be one state. So in all those states, do you know that Awolowo advanced that free education to secondary school and university? They are the one that started in the West. They started the state-owned university, state-owned polytechnic, state-owned what do you call it? College of Education, state-owned, all of these things at free, for free. Free. How can it be possible then? So that's to tell you, can you see how how do I describe them? Can you see the leadership that those people represent? They did elementary in the First Republic. In the Second Republic, they advanced it to secondary school and the university. Not the university, they created state-owned university because there was quota system that prevented a lot of Yoruba people to go to federal school. And because of that reason, these leaders that were peoples that stand for the interest of their people said, you know what, we are going to create university for our children so that they can go to school, so that they can have higher institution education. So they started the what do you call it?
The state university. State
State
university.
university.
Started by Ambrose Ali.
And it
One of
was
these.
free.
Yes.
So in Lagos State, for example, Jakonde started Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos State University, Lagos State Teacher College of Education, Lagos State, is it not technical something or something like that? They started it and it was free during their time. So when Buhari came, when Buhari toppled the government in 1984, all of these things, they truncated this system, they introduced we have to pay, and after that, what we have today, it has been money, education. But they did it for free back then, and it
Okay,
was
can I
successful.
come in?
So this idea that we cannot do anything, or the British or Igbo did better, no, the British did not do better. They didn't create what Awolowo even created. The cocoa house that Awolowo built, it wasn't the British that built it. The Western house that Awolowo built in Broad Street, it wasn't the Oyibo that built it. The what do you call it?
Cocoa Research Institute in Ibadan.
The Lafarge house in Igboshire, it wasn't Oyibo that built it. The Agodi housing estate, it wasn't Oyibo that built. All the first television in Africa, it wasn't Oyibo. Oyibo ruled us for century.
Can I come in?
But Baba Jelly Coco, the thing I'm asking is, yes, you're coming, Miss AI. The thing I'm asking is, those buildings you just mentioned
answer your
now.
question.
Yes, I'll let you answer. Those buildings you just mentioned, Miss AI, you might be able to answer as well. Is what states are those buildings? Are they in good state? Like, are they being maintained? Given that those are his legacy, like things he did, are those everything you just mentioned now? Are they in good condition?
Can I answer this question?
Those building Western house, they are still in good condition. Even they still meet the modern standard. The La Pal house in Igbo is still in good condition. The what do you call it? The Cocoa house.
Cocoa house is just been renovated just about 2 years ago.
Yeah. The Liberty Stadium, it was the best stadium back then, and it just recently been handed over to the Oyo State governor. We hope they
Madam AI, Tony is next to. I don't really take permission from Mike.
Can I
okay, come in.
We have to let
so yeah, Mike, you remember that I said that we speak after Ajani Coco. Just 2 minutes, Mike. So thank you, sir. So Awolowo, there's one thing that Ajani Coco forgot to make mention of there, because I read history. Awolowo was even denied that chance of giving our people free education. So he has to take the European Union, British and the Germans and others to the International World Court, then where he won before he could give our people the free education. And then there was 2 particular technical colleges that was established, one in Oyo State, and then one in Urumi, in Edo State, present Edo State today. And actually, growing up in the 80s, the graduates of that school were the main engineers of Julius Berger and many companies in the industrial estates in Ibadan, Ilupeju, Ikeja, and then this Ikoba Hill in Benin, because all those projects were set up there. There was also a palm house in Benin, and then this Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research in Benin. A lot of things that Awolowo did. And then, but I'm surprised that people are now saying that, oh, his children. But we forgot that Awolowo was a selfless leader, a selfless. So who doesn't care about his children? He regarded his other people's children like his own children. So hence, it was the betterment of the society, not to the betterment of his children. He was not a selfish leader like you can hear of Sheyi Tinubu now, or whatever, that is having a yacht or whatever. But he was not like that. That's where you misconstrued and understood him. That that people are saying that it's very bad. So we need people like Awolowo. His life and times need to be taught as a curriculum or as a subject in the school, in all schools in Nigeria. In fact, all black diaspora countries, including the Caribbeans, the guy that could bring everything first to Africa. Well, I'm very happy that the Liberty Children has been now, be returned to Oyo State government. Ajaniko, I don't know if you have heard about it. The so-called Northern Federal Arewa government have handed over that stadium back to us. And then we also want to have the NTA back, because that is also the establishment of Awolowo. You know what I'm saying? So Awolowo was a very selfless man. So people that are criticizing him, that his children are not doing better, but we have to look at people that are doing better in Edo State, Delta State, Ekiti State, and all through his Western region states, which is nobody about 7 today. If we include the neighboring Kogi and the Kwara, they also benefited from his programs. People from Anambra State, they also came to, even in the 80s when I was at the Polytechnic Ibadan, a lot of people also came under the guise of they are from Bende State because they speak Bende Igbo. So that is what we're talking about. So the program that is set up in the 50s will still be effective in the 80s. If you go to Polytechnic, those policies were still there. You can go to Ibadan Polytechnic, and then they know how to fund you. All the bursary award or whatever, you see, we're all in place. So that man is the greatest man. So to Mr. Simbat, you got it wrong by saying that that the so-called 3 angels. We only had only one angel, which is Awolowo. Azikiwe was not an angel. Then the other guy, Tababaliwa, was not an angel. You only have one angel, which is Awolowo. You know what I'm saying? That's the only angel that we all know, because he was a pace setter. A pace setter. He laid the foundation for us. So we should go back to his foundation, and then we can be able to move forward as a country, or we dismantle the country peacefully so that we can live together as a fellow African neighbors, neighboring countries. Thank you very much. Adama, thank you very much.
Can I come in now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Adama, first of all, let me start by saying you asked a very brilliant question. And then let me continue by saying that for severally, I have said that we do not tell our younger ones the truth. And I don't know the world we are creating. I hope it won't hurt us. First of all the things Ajadi Koko mentioned this night that Awolowo did, all those things has been done in Nigeria. Has schools been built by state governors? The answer is yes. Are there universities that were built by state governors? The answer is yes. Are there schools today that are free? The answer is yes. Has the federal government of Nigeria reduced subsidized education very low? The answer is yes. Then now come your question, Adama. You said, why is that standard not there? Why didn't they pass it on? That's the question you ask. Now, let me tell you why they did not pass it on. The simple answer to your question is standard of living. As I said before, they did not get that standard. So there is nothing they can pass on. standard of living. I am sure maybe probably you live overseas, maybe one of the small countries or one of the big countries. You see, when you travel in a road in the country where you're living in, and you your car got into a pothole, in the next 1 week, you will see that pothole be repaired. Sometimes you don't even need to get into a pothole before they know the time for the road to be updated. You see them come to update that. Do you know why that happened? These people have raised the bar of their standard of living very high. They're not going back. If that road reaches time for repair and is not being repaired, they will petition, they will write, they will make so much noise about it that the person who is in charge of it either being fired, resigned, or go to jail. So, as I said before, in the beginning of my conversation tonight, I said, they did not get the standard. I don't care what anybody thinks. Whether you think somebody built a school, made it free, is still happening in Nigeria today. Somebody is so excellent, he introduced things that the colonial master did not introduce. There are a lot of things introduced in this country, including the oil. It was not introduced to us it wasn't even found by them. They did not see that oil. So somebody else did. So there are a lot of things happening in Nigeria today that those people did not do. But it's happening in Nigeria today. And the question is, why are the standards still low? And I tell you something. They did not grab the standards. That is the main cocoa of the matter. All these things you see in the Western culture, you see countries like India, you see countries like China, Malaysia, struggling to come up into the world stage. They grab that standard. And they're building on it. Those countries were colonized too. They're building on it. They got the standard. As the years pass by, they keep struggling. At a point in a country, there should be things that are no, not to be tolerated. But when you have that low bar of standard of living, you will tolerate it. And when you keep tolerating things, the country keep deteriorating. So the simple answer to your question is go home with this, Adama. When you go home, think about it. They did not get that standard, and there is nothing to pass. Thank you.
Okay, let me
Thank you so much,
let,
ma'am. Thank you.
hold on, Amanda. Let me push back. You see,
Baba
that point that
Koko is a Dhamma.
Adama, sorry,
Yes.
sorry, Adama. Okay, so you see what Simba said is not true. That they didn't pass standard to people that came after them. I don't want to talk about the East or the West. I mean, sorry, or the North. I'm going to talk about what I know very well, which is the South, Awolowo. You see, it left behind Odua group of company. The Odua group of companies still function till today. That's a standard it left behind. So the Wema Bank that is functioning today is part of Odua group of company. That is what it left behind. The ACB that Nandadu were created, they are no more today. So the train, the
Baba
subway.
let me help you a little
Mm,
bit. Nigerian Wire and Cable is also owned by Odua. It's still existing till today.
yes, and
So many of them. So
we
when I
have,
say, let you know.
yes,
In Eric Mo,
the
Tulere.
the you see the train that Tinubu are building now, or Sonwolu, or what do you call it? The how is it described? What do we call it? The train services in Lagos. That's monorail that we see in Lagos today. It was Jakonde that wanted to build it as far back as 1983. They have already started the groundwork. Over 50% of the cost already be paid to French construction company that wanted to build that monorail across Lagos. Before Buhari came, truncated it, wasted off that thing. You know how many years it took us?
The mass transit system.
Mass transit system. See
Yes.
how many from 1983, from 1983 to 2023, about 40 years. Is that not 40 years? It took us 40 years for that dream to be realized. So there are so many things that he left behind that, due to military truncation or takeover of power, they destroy a lot of things, but the resilience of Yoruba people and some of the leadership that still believe in our ideology, they were still able to carry it on till today. An example is that of investment group of company that
That
is
means
still
the
existing
Yorubans don't
today.
have problem now. They're living well. That's
No,
what you're
that is
saying.
not the issue. I'm just
What I
telling you
said is
the
high
standard you said they
standard
did
of
not leave
living.
behind.
That's what I said. They
Ye-
ain't got it and they did not transfer it to anybody.
They
Please
are
go and
doing
check
they
the
are doing
meaning of
well,
high standard of
but
living.
under the current Nigerian setting, which
They
Azikiwe
did not
set up,
get that high
that is why we
standard
cannot
of
do well.
living and they did
Yes.
not pass it to anybody. That's
Yeah,
what
we
I'm saying.
cannot do well under the current structure of Nigeria, madam.
So,
But if we are left alone, the old Western Nigeria, to be a country, will be better than a USA.
so all those standards, even the free education, you see that when we talk of education, free education is more popular in the West before other parts of Nigeria follow and try to do the same thing in their own region. So, and it's still existing to today. I'm not saying they are practicing it fully as it was back in the days of Awolowo, particularly in the Second Republic, when we had free education at university level. But, you know, a lot of, I mean, the legacy it left behind is still being practiced in Yoruba land till today. The buildings that I mentioned earlier,
So the
um,
Yorubans are doing
uh,
well now.
uh,
That's what it
um,
means.
what do you call it? The Cocoa House, La Pal House, Western House, they are still existing. They are still maintaining it. They are still under Odua group of company. So that's the standard. So don't say that they did not pass any standard. No, they passed.
I said high standard of living that those people embedded. They didn't get it. Therefore, they didn't transfer anything to anybody. Could somebody go and check the meaning of
There was
high
no time
standard
for
of
World War to
living?
transfer
That's
because he
what
was
I'm talking
jailed,
about.
madam. He was jailed. He was jailed. So if he was not jailed, then there
If
would have been
there is high
continuation.
standard of living in Yoruba land,
No, but
nobody
there will
should
be
be
continuation.
complaining.
But he was jailed by those people that were jealous of him, of his
If
programs. He was jailed. If
Ajani
he was not
Koko,
jailed,
if there is high
yeah.
standard of living in Yoruba land, then you people should not be complaining. I am sure by now all the roads in Yoruba land are tarred. And the ones that are
No,
tarred, they
no,
have
but
no
under
pothole.
the current
That's
structure,
what
it's
I'm
not possible.
saying.
But
I'm
there's
talking
still some
about high
no, there's still some
standard of
significant.
living.
Madam, hold on.
They
There's still some
didn't get
significant
it,
level of free
and
education
therefore they
in
have
all those
nothing
states.
to transfer.
We still have free education in Edo State, in Delta State, in Oyo State, somehow. Because they cannot just drop it
Please,
like that. Because I
before
want to have
you
already.
start talking to me, go and find out the meaning of high standard of living. Then when you find out the meaning of high
It's
standard
high
of
standard
living,
of
you
living,
come back,
but we
we
cannot achieve it
discuss.
under the current Nigeria structure, madam.
But Madam Peter, when you are talking of high standard of living, how many years did the Awolowo rule? How many years did they
I
even
said
hold on
they
now?
did. Listen, that's why
Hmm.
I said first time I came here, I said I will never forgive them.
Oh well, that's
Because
you.
if they grabbed it, they were positioned to design Nigeria how Nigeria will be. Those guys, they were positioned. It was in their hands to design Nigeria how Nigeria will be. But what did they do? They blew it.
He was not a president. He was a leader of the Western region, madam. So he couldn't have that chance to design Nigeria. But he designed our
Let
zone
me
up to
repeat
Bende,
myself again.
no, up to Delta,
What I'm
Edo
talking
State,
about,
Oyo State. So today,
Adama,
that standard is still being
Adama,
maintained. Educationally, people don't play with their
can
kids.
I
They send their children to
continue?
school.
Can I
Tony,
Right on.
hold on. Tony, hold on. You
Adama,
see,
listen to me carefully. The elders have learned how to lie to the younger ones. Why they are doing that, I don't know. But I tell you something, it's going to hurt them. Wherever you try to bring out the truth, they attack you. Sometimes they pretend that they don't understand what you're talking about, and they will be everywhere. They make sure they rumble the discussion to run it everywhere. But for somebody like me, I stick to what I am saying. And I double down on it. If need be, quarter down on it. Listen to me, Adamo. The problem Africa is having is standard of living. When you start tolerating things, accepting things, managing situations, your country will keep dilapidating. In the West, what is 1 hour power outrage? 10 minutes power outrage. You will see everybody outside. I tell you something, somebody is going to be fired. Funds are going to be refunded. But when you live in a society whereby they will take electricity for 2 days and they tell you a beautiful story and you are comfortable with it, it means two things. You lack high standard of living. You lack the knowledge of your right towards that thing. And for you to get that thing, your leaders that started that nation has to create that standard. There are something that is, this is a no. No matter how you rumple the country, after all, America has been in recess. When you decline, your GDP is on decline, 2%. You are on recess. They've been on recess for over a year now. More than a year, in as much as they try to hide it. But the standard of living cannot be touched. Those areas are no. To mention countries, but a few. But when you live in a society whereby the people who it is in their hands to create that standard when the country began, they refuse to do that. What it is what is going to follow is collapse of the system, of the infrastructure, of the behavior, of their habit, of their basic needs. It will continue collapsing.
But madam, you just can't get it that you can't get it
Listen,
that we're under
can I
one
finish,
country.
please? I
No,
don't
no,
want
we're
to go
under one
about
country because you're
everywhere.
taking that long. You're taking too much long time. So hold on.
Listen.
We are living in a country where people are using quota system to deny us from, from getting our jobs.
Please, I
Or
don't want
area
to
of
run around
exploitation. So we
everywhere.
have to jump into abroad. Hold on, madam, please. With due respect, please. I'm sorry. So if to say the country, the as Western region, we had our own embassy in England. Okay, we had our embassy in America. But later on, when the Emirosi came to take over the government, they changed the whole system. So and then we are now just kind of like trapped up. That is why we cannot develop on our, it's
It's
in our own
obvious
space.
you don't understand what I am saying.
I understand you.
No,
Because you
you
are now saying
don't.
that if we say that we are
No, you
more,
don't.
we had a good
You
foundation
don't.
laid down for us. Why are we not
Listen,
progressing?
you
We
don't.
cannot progress when the people are using federal character and then
No.
a quota system to deny us from holding important
You
positions.
don't understand. You don't
I understand
understand
you,
what
but
I'm
in
saying.
your
No,
case, you
you
are
don't.
talking.
If you do, you won't be
Uh,
mentioning quota system and federal character.
yes.
If you understand me, you will not mention those two words.
And we mentioned because
So,
you are wondering
hold
why we are
on.
not progressing
Hold
in the
on.
western part of
Can you
Nigeria.
listen to me since you want to take
Okay.
over the
Okay.
conversation with me?
Okay, madam. I'm
If
listening.
you understand me, you will not mention quota system and federal character, because if that standard was there and he created that standard and that standard live in us and we carry it on, this quota system and federal character should not be discussed.
We couldn't have carried it
Hold
on
on,
when
let me
this
finish
decision was
now.
truncated.
Let
So
me
we were now
finish.
kicked out of our own space that we have to be under the federal
Because we
system.
lack the standard. Which
No,
part
oh
of
my
it are you
God!
not understanding?
It's just like you are just to be sentimental here. Like you want to just discredit Awolowo. That's all you are out to, you are out to do. But we are talking of, say, as fellow Africans that are living abroad. Let's call spade a spade. The country was moving forward at a regional level, but your people came, they truncated that system, and then introduced a unity system, which now means we can no longer develop within our, on our space. So it has to be collectively. Yes, yeah, yeah.
If she say, if you understand her argument, you will not be
Yeah.
saying what you are saying. You understand? She is not talking about what. In fact, what you people are just doing, you are just comparing two bad things. You understand? Because we have never enjoyed any good governance, and so we are just
No, we
comparing
have
two
no, no,
bad
no, no, no.
governance.
Don't
That's
say
what
that we have enjoyed
what
good.
she is doing. Just wait now. Why?
Okay.
Just hold. The way you are
Okay,
talking,
okay.
people will
Right
listen to.
on.
So what she is saying is that the kind of standard that they're supposed to live, that they're supposed to have created, that we're supposed to be maintaining, they did not put that standard down, and that's why we don't have that standard up till now.
How do
Even
you create
you, if
standard?
you
No,
want,
hold on.
just wait,
Don't go too far.
now, wait.
Don't go
Let
too
me
far.
finish now.
No. Okay.
Wait, see, wait.
Okay.
If you look at the kind of, if you look, there are some houses that we still have today, even in the southwest that you are talking about. We call them colonial masters house. If you look at the quality of those houses, you cannot compare them with the one that we built. We call them colonial houses, and they are still in existence till today. Even most of the things that you people are saying that though Awolowo constructed this, he did that. The so-called television that Babajale Kuku was talking about was actually Western Nigerian television was commissioned in 1959 before the colonial master handed over the country to us. The
Under the Western region
Liberty
government.
Stadium. The Liberty Stadium was commissioned in 1860. So that means those things have been in existence before they handed over the country to. The only one that was commissioned in 1965 was the Cocoa House.
You see, you are just trying to gaslight me or just to terrorize me. Hold on, please. The standard that Madam AI is talking about is that why could we keep that system going? Because the system was truncated. Now, let me tell you one thing. Free education was introduced. There were a lot of cooperative society, companies at village levels. So if we had continued at that trajectory, that we could have made it. But
No, but Mr.
just down the
Mr.
line,
Tony,
hold on.
Mr.
Let me
Tony,
finish
this
now.
is
Let me finish. Let me finish now. You send people to technical colleges, to modern school, to comprehensive schools. Once they graduate, then you engage them. They will be producing. Then we'll be moving ahead like that. But all of a sudden, the system was collapsed by the Igbos, and then the
no, you
Northerners
see,
came, and then there was
Mr.
a
Tony, can you wait for 1 second, please?
yeah.
I
I'll
think
wait.
what you should have done is ask Miss AI what standard is she talking about so that you
Thank
can
you.
better understand what she's saying, because you're
Yeah.
still not understanding what she's saying. You're
No, I
still not
understand.
understanding it. No, you're not.
I
You're
understand.
not
She said that
understanding what
if we
she's
say that
saying.
we have that standard, why
No,
couldn't
no,
we
no, no. I
maintain that
think what
standard?
you need to do is
Mm.
ask her, could she please explain
No,
that
no,
standard?
she
One thing about
repeatedly.
us is, hold on,
She
Mr.
no, she.
Ton. One thing, Mr. Ton, hold on.
Uh,
The thing I notice about us, we deal a lot of time. We always want to be right. When someone's idea is different from ours, we try to shut that person down and forget that people have different opinion and different ideas or whatever that happened at that same time that you both know about. But what I'm trying to tell you is the only way you can understand where she's coming from is to ask her the question of what standard are you talking about, Miss AI, Madam AI, so that you can better understand what she's talking about. Then if you
Yeah.
want to go ahead and explain, you understand what she's saying. So let's learn
Okay.
to hear, to understand what that person is saying before we
Uh,
respond, and not
okay,
just
I
talk
understand.
because we
I
want
understand
to.
what she was saying. She was asking why we couldn't maintain that standard. That's why I was saying that that standard had been set already.
No,
At
but you
least.
don't understand the standards she's talking about. So now I'm
No,
going
she
to
was talking
ask
about
her. No, no, no. Hold on, Mr. Tone. I'm
uh,
going to
uh,
ask her, Miss AI, could you please explain the standard you're talking
uh,
about? Because I understand, but I don't think Mr. Tony Africa DPT understands. Thank you, ma'am.
yeah. Okay. So the
Okay.
standard, the way I understood
Tony,
it
wait
is that
now. Let
Wait,
okay. She
Tony,
want.
let us.
You want to answer the question? They said somebody should enlighten you more. You still are
Okay,
still
okay, okay,
talking.
okay, okay. Ask me. I'm waiting then. Okay.
I'm not asking you a question. I'm trying to explain something to you.
Okay.
Okay. A high standard of living is a kind of a measure on how well in a society can meet their needs and wants and have access to resources that allow them to live long, healthy life. It indicates that people have the ability to lead productivity and fulfilling life. Now you understand that they didn't live it.
Can I answer now?
Yeah, that is
Okay.
what
Thank
I
you.
mean.
Thank you very much. I get you already. That's what I was saying. Like the current state or standard of living. So, and that is where I'm telling you guys that the man or he already set up those standards
Did
for
you
us.
understand what I
No,
just
I
said?
understand you about the lack of quality life that we are living. Hold on. So there was once
I'm not
upon a
talking
time.
about.
No, I know, but madam, you have asked me a question. Let me just give me that benefit of the doubt and let me answer you. Please, many people, they are listening. You cannot just
She
say
didn't
it is
ask
not the
you a
rocket.
question. She's trying to
No,
explain to
I
you
didn't
what
ask
the
you a
standard
question. I
is.
just
And
told
it
you
is
you're
something.
thinking that
okay,
she's
but it is hold on,
answering
hold on,
your
hold on,
question.
I didn't ask
It
you a
is no,
question.
hold
I
on, hold
just
on.
told you
It is not a
something.
rocket science to to aspire or to get to that level of enjoying good things of life. It's by starting with educating your people, and then they will be graduating, and then as they get training, then there will be productivity. You engage them. You cannot tell me that okay, when we have started to educate our people, and then now before then all of a sudden that system was cut short. If I'm saying truncated, You don't understand. So all of a sudden, that system was cut short by one system, by the military. The military. I don't want to say the regional. And then there's a lot of problems. So, and then the system was truncated. And then that man that even brought those ideas out was jailed with his lieutenants, and all those kind of stuff. How do you expect, expect us to continue that, the continuity?
But that same person was actually
It's
he
obvious
even
you
served
don't
with
understand
he
what
was
I
a
said.
minister. He even served under the military. That same Maulo
Simba,
that you are
Simba,
talking.
Simba,
No,
Simba, Simba.
He
Let
served
let me
he
and
served
let me
in
and
Gowon regime.
it's obvious.
no, hold on. Let me and Adam. But if you want to go to Gowon regime now, I've read Nigeria history very well.
You
And then
didn't understand
oh,
what I
no,
said.
hold on,
If
madam,
you
hold on, madam. Bisi Ogubadejo on Sunday of the Guardian newspaper. As a kid, I was following his write-ups from the Guardian newspapers. He did tell us that creation of Abuja from a fragile forest that is going to bring us a lot of problem in the future. And that's what we are faced with today. Because Murtala Mohammed came to truncate that system that was building us refineries, building roads to the point that the government of the Yakubu Gowon said that, oh, you don't know what to do with money. There was a NYC program, free education at all level with bursary. You finish university, you get it's a Volkswagen car, like many of my uncles did. I mean, what the hell are you guys talking about?
can I
So
ask
when
you
the
a
system,
question? Now let me
no,
ask you a question.
hold on, madam.
Let me ask
Just
you a question. You've been saying
10
I ask
seconds,
you
10
a question.
seconds.
Let me ask
So
you a
Murtala
question.
Mohammed truncated everything by trying to Islamize Nigeria, take the capital to the north into a virgin forest instead of taking it to Kaduna or Kanu and existing cities. Thank you. Right on.
Can I ask you a question? You
Yes,
have
please.
your everyday life, right?
Yeah.
Wherever you are, every day you
Yes.
wake up, there are things in your life. Is there anything in your life that if they stop it or they don't want you to do it or use it, you will revolt?
Yes.
It's a simple
Like
question.
electricity now, I cannot live without 30 minutes electricity in my in my house or in my apartment. But those things started,
Wait now, wait.
see, with
It,
education.
wait, hold on.
Uh-huh.
I'm coming.
Yes.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to make you understand what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And where you are, if you cannot live without electricity, number one, that electricity, one thing you should understand is that apart from in Nigeria where people use a pass my neighbor and generators and all those, and I'm sure you are living outside of Nigeria, the electricity, number one, is not in your power. Your own job is to pay for the electricity and they come to you. Now, let me ask you, you said you cannot deal with it. That is the standard you have created for yourself. So
Without
when
it,
they
without
take,
it, without it.
yeah, that's what I'm saying now. You cannot deal
Mm.
without it. That's the standard you have created for yourself. If they take that electricity, how are you going to respond?
Yes, that will be problem. Do you know what? Let me just say.
Don't go on
Okay,
about. Don't go. Don't
okay,
be everywhere.
okay. I will
Let's
not go
stick
about.
to the question.
Yeah. Do
If
you know
they
that? Do you guys
hold
know that
on,
Thomas
hold on, calm
Thomas
down,
is an electrical engineer?
calm down, calm down,
Okay, okay,
calm down.
okay,
Just calm down,
okay.
so that
All
you
right.
understand the question and answer it. People are
Okay,
listening.
okay.
If they take that electricity, you are very used to it. You can't do without it. The moment it goes, bam, what's your first response? How do you
I will
respond?
feel uneasy.
And then,
Then I mean, that's what we are talking about. We need to
hold
have
on.
people.
When
Oh
you feel uneasy, you
my
pick
God.
your phone. You first of all, you're gonna check what went wrong, whether it's from your own end, right? Then when
Yeah,
you
you check your
find out that
triplets.
is
Yeah,
the
you check your
supply,
triplets. Your
hold on.
triplets.
Uh-huh. When you find out that is the supplier is coming from the supplier, the next thing you do is to pick your phone. You call them, right? To
That
find
will never
out
ever happen
where.
in Germany. No, that will never happen
Hold
in
on.
Germany. They will inform you before they take your lead. That's why I say that.
Wait.
Okay,
Calm
okay,
down.
okay.
I'm not saying on a normal situation whereby they informed you, because the situations in Nigeria I am talking about, they don't inform you about anything. So I'm trying to present that situation where you are. I want you to tell the world how you are going to respond, because that is the standard, the high standard you have created for yourself. So let's discuss.
I'm not. I didn't create that standard for myself. It was the president of the country that created that opportunity
Good.
for me.
Thank God you said
Yes.
that.
So that's what I'm
That makes
saying.
it so
When you
easy
guys,
for me. Just hold on. Hold on.
yes,
Hang it on.
yes,
Hang it there. Thank
yes.
God you mentioned that. I am very excited you mentioned that. That means you are understanding where I'm coming from. So when the president of the nation created that, good. You said president, but I wouldn't say that anyway. I would say the system. Okay. So because he has been there before the president came, and if the president go, another one, it will still come, and the system will still be there. Now,
The institutions here and the ministers or whatever.
Wait, they check your light suddenly. I'm not saying nobody informed you. You were in your house, all of a sudden the light went off. What? And then you check whether you touched your anything or any switch or anything. You find out that everything in your house is okay. The first thing you are going to do, you are going to pick a phone to call your supplier because you're sure you paid. And then, what next? They tell you, you start conversing with them. Number one, you're going to be angry that it comes from them. And until they restore that electricity, they're not going to rest, you're going to rest, right? Right? If they tell you it will be back in 10 minutes, within 10 minutes it's not back, you're going to call them. You're going to make all the trouble. You make sure they restore your light, because that is the standard you have created, you are used to, according to you, the system has given you. So
Yeah,
as long
that
as
system has been there. Has been there since 1945.
as long as you're concerned, that is a no. Your light should not go in Germany, right? So what about Nigeria? I hope I'm making
Madam,
sense, but I never make
Nigeria,
sense to you.
yeah, that's what we're talking about Nigeria. Give me time to respond, a little bit. Thank you very much. We're having a very nice conversation tonight, first time ever. So, in the case of Nigeria, we said that at our regional basis, we can be able to make it, or at our regional levels, we can still make it, because that foundation has already been laid down for us in the Western region, including Edo Delta of today, with Southwest states, Oyo, Ekiti, etc. But under the current system of government, or the structure, the political structure of Nigeria, we cannot be a single man that can make an island, So, but all this kind of unnecessary argument, we have been making it here before. It all boils down to this system, that a capture system. Nigeria capture system. Can you just imagine that some section of the country, single men and women, they are the one owning our oil wells, and then they are making all these businesses with the white people. So, and then, but these oil wells are in our area. We have no control over them.
Hello, Adam, are you still there?
You see, that is it, madam. So I don't know why you just said that we cannot, so we cannot live separately from other regions in Nigeria, because we are under the same system.
Yes, I'm here.
I hope I answered your question,
Yes,
and I
you did,
hope you
ma'am. I
understood
really
what I
appreciate
said.
it. Thank you so much.
Madam Zita,
Baba Coco, you
are you guys
answered my
there? Are you
question
guys
as
there?
well.
Mike, sorry. Let me ask Madam Zita
Can
a
you guys hear me?
question before she. Yeah, we can hear you, Mike.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I was going to say
Okay.
something. Give me 1 second. Regarding the
Okay.
standard that she keep emphasizing. Okay, don't you think, considering that they were doing regional government at that time, it would have been kind of, if they were ever going to create a standard, it would be more regional. It would have been for the regions, and later that the country became unitary. So how would they have carry on with the standard from, a particular region?
Thank you.
So
Thank you. We couldn't maintain it. We couldn't maintain it because it was truncated.
No, Tony, you are not Madam Zita now.
Okay,
Always
okay.
be calm. Huh?
You see, regional, federalism, communist, whatever you call it, is the people that keep them. So if if people are given a very high standard of living, you can't change it. You can't change it. That you are practicing regional government does not mean the road should have pothole.
But the
people,
soldiers that
hold
took
on,
over, those
the
guys had no
people,
clue of governance. They were just they brought military standard.
I'm answering your question that if I'm giving him an example, I'm sure he did not understand me. If you have a high standard of living, I don't care whether we wouldn't care. That should be the right word. Whether it's regional, whether it's democracy, whether it's federalism. The important thing is that, is there anybody who is in charge of this road? Money has been given to build or maintain this
Madam, the
road.
resources in our backyard have
Hold
been
on,
taken over
please.
by the
I'm not
system.
talking to you now.
Oh, I know, but you are just trying to paint a very
Listen.
bad narrative.
Listen, let me tell you something. Actually, I do not like to discuss with people who are ideologically captured. Honestly, sincerely speaking.
Resources control. You know,
like
it's in
people.
one place and you want us to develop.
Oh,
How?
Listen, I like
Tony,
people who have
let her talk.
who are not captured, who can listen. It doesn't mean you will take what I'm saying. I don't want you to believe me. But the
You don't
important
need
thing
to
is that,
agree. You don't need to agree with her.
you don't need to agree with me. All I need you to do, first of all, allow me to speak, then understand what I am talking about. If you understand me and you don't agree with me, that's fine. But the way you are speaking, number one, you did not understand me. In as much as I try to explain it to you, use you as an example, you are not still understanding what I'm talking about. So can you leave me alone, keep your idea, and leave my own idea? Okay? So let's not start going this tofu. We will do this till 12 noon today. We are not going anywhere. So, Mike, let me answer your question. It doesn't really matter whether it is regional, federal, state, or whatever they call it. If people have a particular high standard of living, they have raised it up there. You can't try it. You cannot. You know where you're living. You
Madam
know
Zita,
what.
sorry. Let me ask you this question. Okay, we are using the example of our country, Nigeria, you understand, to look at. Don't you think, I want to just say something that you say maybe it's actually not related, but I think we have a fundamental problem as Africans generally. Because, if we say we are talking about our own Nigeria, and some people will say because the military came in, that was what caused the problem. Okay, what about other African countries where they don't have any military intervention?
That is
They were
what I am
colonized. They
saying.
were colonized
Mm-mm.
also, and they handed over to
Yeah, that's what
to the people, and they still don't have that standard.
yes.
So there is no.
That's
So
why I
don't
give
you think
them.
that there is something fundamental?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. There is nothing actually fundamental. It's gonna take maybe years or generation for somebody in Africa or in that country that will get up, who grabbed that standard, and he happened to find himself in a position of leadership, maybe as a president or as a state governor. You will see how he will push the people. He
Madam
might
Zita,
not.
you have been to Dubai, at least out of the at least you look at the
No, hold on.
infrastructure, the
Did
standard.
you see India? I want to give you an example from India. I used to tell people South Africa would have collapsed. It would have been worse than other African countries. But because their Oyibo refused to go, they cry about unnecessary things and they get it done. The little normal thing. There is one fundamental excuse or story I always tell people when it comes to the way we behave and the way they behave. I use myself as an example. Something happened one day, I suck it up. I did not complain. And I was monitoring the situation. When that thing happened to the other color of skin, the woman refused to let go. I was ashamed of myself. This woman wrote petition. The first petition, nobody spoke. The second petition, nobody spoke. She wrote, copied. In the first place, the pamphlet, the booklet that was given concerning that situation, she has read it dotted line. So she know her right concerning the situation. That same pamphlet was given to me. I just dropped it. I didn't care. When I came out, that thing happened. I was angry. I said, why would this person behave like this? I just got angry and walked away. But the day I just sat down, the day that same thing happened to that woman, she almost blew the roof of the company. She wrote and wrote. And people think it's the first time they wrote that they answered them. I used to hear some people say, hey, they answered them because that privilege. That's a lie. They have raised their bar very high. There is things they cannot take. If it happens, they make sure it never happens again. This woman wrote to the extent that panel was set up for that thing. She took a picture, she took a video, she recorded the time. I was like, what's this? My standard was not that high, like pursuing the other things like that. I was really angry that day. I was angry. I was totally upset. But after the anger, I just rumble, got into my
But
car,
Madam
drove
Zeta,
away.
is it this standard that we are talking about? How is it created?
Let me
It's
tell
not
you how it's created.
it's not inheritable.
Let me
You
tell you how it's
is a
created.
human creation.
Yes. Let me tell you how
You
it's
so
created. It's
why
imbibed.
didn't
The
we
right
have
word would be
exact? So the people that has it, how did they get it? Why
is
didn't we have
imbibed.
it?
Is imbibed. That should be the right word. Imbibed. I think I'm using the right word. It's imbibed. Let me tell you how they get it. First of all, you know, what is emotion? Emotion is something that has to do with some particular senses in our body. The eye, the tongue, the taste, the sight, the taste, the feeling, smell,
The skin,
and
the skin.
the feeling. That is the feeling now. And then the ear, the hear, right? Hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. So that's where the emotion comes from. As a human, when you taste something, I don't like it. It's too sharp. I can't. That boy's voice irritates me. I don't like the way the person talks. It's your ear. Then you touch something. Oh, this thing feels so good. You look at something. Hey, this thing is so beautiful. Like, dislike in emotion in humans, it comes from these sense organs. Okay. Now, how do you imbibe? There comes your sense organs. When you get to that place, you mingle with those people who have that standard, your sense organs began to react.
You know, let me say one thing, man. One thing I do notice about people of our race. I mean, I've spent so much time with blacks from different countries, and there's a pattern that we all have. We tend to like to dig in the past to find something from the past to use to excuse our present day failures. I don't know why we do that. If when Nigerians are talking, when they want to talk about why we all failed today, why we have this, we're always going to say, "Oh, something someone did in the past that was wrong, and this and that and that and that."
It's
Rather than the
shame.
people
They don't
people of
have shame.
today
Michael,
holding
bless you so much for that comment.
the
They
same
don't have
thing.
shame.
The same thing with the blacks, especially in America. Those one will dig into. They will be doing something. You'll be failing to them. Will tell you it's because of slavery or something that happened in the
Yeah,
past.
like the
Jim
slave
Crow.
masters and all that stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let me give you
The way
example,
we
Mike.
use we dig for something that happened before to use that as an
No,
excuse
let me
why we're
give you
not doing
example.
why we are. So if those people didn't create standard in 1960, why can't we create standard today? I mean, I
It's
don't
an
understand.
ideology.
We
When you pass an ideology, Mike, over the years you keep passing it down to your generation, because most people that speak about colonialism speak about slavery. They were not actually born. So
they
it's
will
an
tell you the reason they are
ideology.
not doing what it is because of slavery. Can you imagine?
Yeah, it's an ideology that passed to them. When somebody will
But
come,
Miss A, I am sorry to interrupt you. Mike, I think part of the problem is if you were raised in an environment where all they talk about was, oh, black this, white people this, you need to think they grow up having that mentality. They do. They grow up, they never take accountability for their own actions. They never take accountability for their mistakes. So they like blaming everybody else except themselves. And what you just said just struck me real. It is so true. I can't believe out in 2024, we are still blaming the white people for what they did to Africa. So are we that mentally enslaved that we cannot think for ourselves?
Mike, hello?
Yeah, yeah.
You
I think
see,
Adama is muted. Maybe she didn't know she's muted.
No, I
But
can hear you. I can hear you.
uh,
Thank you.
when you come out in a global platform and you are so proud to say that somebody came to your land and take all your resources, one thing is sure, you are captured. Because if you are not captured, you will understand that that thing you just said shows how weak you are and how dumb you are. It's not supposed to be something you should say so proudly and ignorantly, that somebody walked into your land, not just a war or a crowd of people, few ridiculous looking human beings came to your land, and you watch them take all your resources and walk away. It shows you are a weakling. It shows you are no good.
and
But
then
I
they cry
listen.
victim. They cry victimhood. And the way they do cry as if it's a
The
badge of
way
honor.
they say it, they
Like it's a
keep
badge of honor to be
thinking
victim.
this they came, they took. Somebody walked into your house and scatter all you have and walk away. Not that it's a thief or he came with a gun. And for years, you didn't even put up a fight. And for years, you passed that ridiculous ideology down to your generation. There's so much so that they don't even see the shape in it, that they can boldly say it. These people came to our land and take our things. They collected our natural resources. I was like, oh, what the heck is going on? Are you telling me that my ancestors are just a weakling? That somebody will walk to them and take away their things? And somebody will say, Zita, you are downplaying it. You are simplifying it. I say, yes, because the world is too complex. For you to make somebody understand something, you have to simplify it. So therefore, I simplify it. In your language, somebody came to your land and started taking all your things. He take a waka comot, he come back again, take a waka comot. You know, ask them for money. You know, ask them where in they carry and they go. You know, if your great grandparents could tell you the story, some of them were even handed over to them with smiles. But today, the story is that they came. Some people even say they stole. I don't get that. And they stole your thing where they are not your next door neighbor. They are not from the same village, the next village. Neither are they the next town. So somebody came to your country and stole something and walk away. Oh, really? You couldn't stop him. I don't understand it, but it is what it is. Now, let me go back to the question Remy asked. Is this Simba? Simba, you stay there.
Yes, I'm here. I'm around.
You say, how do you get the standard? So we are talking about the sense organs. When you mix up with them, I don't know if anybody has find yourself in a position where you live in a, I won't use the word big man house. Let me use the word a very neat house, coming from a very dirty place. You find yourself in a very, okay, let me use people who, I don't know, but let me use that one. Let me not say people who left Nigeria to come out. You live in a very clean house, a dirty house. Then you move, you went to live with people who their house is packed and clean. They have kept that standard from that for themselves to the extent that you can't even find yourself dropping something on the floor in the house. The moment you drop it, nobody will tell you to pick it. You find yourself picking it up. Why? Because the environment has been created that way. That is one. Two, when you return back to your dirty house, you can't stand that house any longer. That's why I said it imbibes through your sight. What do you like? That's why you find out that some people who come in contact with them, when you go to their houses, you see them planting, not those ones that put plastic flowers and plastic. I see some Nigerian houses with all manner of Nigeria weather is a beautiful weather whereby you can even have live flowers inside your rooms. They will grow very well because of our beautiful weather. But Nigerians, you see them putting plastic flowers all over the place. But what I'm saying is that if you see those ones who come in contact, their sight of beauty, their sight caught that beauty. You will see them when you go to their house, you see all manner of beautiful flowers. That's the one their sight was able to get. So it's imbibed. That's why I keep saying, if our kings that the country were handed over to, if they were able to get that, they imbibed it in them, they would have transferred it. Because neatness of the road, neatness of the track is continuous something. Before you know it, it becomes part of you. You will come to railroad. I remember when the governor of Imo State, one-time governor, they didn't like the man, but one thing was sure, he was a clean guy. In Imo State that time, you can't drop dirt anywhere. You can't. The citizens themselves will tell you to pick it. It was imbibing in them before he left. So that is, you just get it. But it's a continuous problem. When you get it, you have to continue on that line until it becomes your way of life. That's what is happening in the West. And that's why we keep running to them. Take electricity for 5 minutes, you see all of them in the street.
Madam Zita, but you will see us, even our leaders, every one of us, we go there where we even see the standard, we live there, we enjoy it, then we still come back home and come and lower the standard.
See, I don't know how to explain this thing. That's why they call it bar. That's what they call it, a bar. It's a bar. You raise the bar. The moment you raise the bar, anything below that bar is not acceptable. Irritates. It irritates you. I don't know if you are somebody.
It's like maybe we are not used to beautification of things, because you see, we build public. After construction of public building, they will not even put any aesthetics to it. In fact, the whole thing will just. I can't even fathom the way we do things in
Okay,
Africa.
let me give you a typical example what I'm
We don't
talking
believe in
about.
neatness, cleanliness.
In the US, they keep using this word for black community in the US, poor neighborhood. And that thing irritates me. It gets me angry. Now, They live in that environment. United States is one of the most institutionalized nation in the world. In fact, let's give it to them. Other countries, we are looking at them and developing their country. Their forefathers did a great job. That's why they can carve their faces in stones. Now, these people have been there for over 200 years. They separated themselves from that standard. Only few of them that peak imbibed in that standard and move on. But the others, even there, when you go there, if you live in their community or you are close to their community, you will find out that there is nothing different between that community that is called poor and the community that is called rich. The streamlined trees, the well-tarred road, the trash cans, the houses, when they want to move in, they renovate it to the standard. Some of them are even renovated more than those in the rich area. But the difference is the person, is the human, not the environment. That human will come and tear that house down. He will break the window blind. He doesn't care. He will forget his key. Instead of him to call for them to change it for him, he will break the lock, scatter the door, and be living at it like that. His wardrobe, he will pull the wardrobe, he might hook on, he will pull it, the thing will break, he will hang it like that. By the time he finished living there in 6 months, if you go in there, it will look like the place a mad person lived. So that's what I'm talking about. The standard is not in infrastructure. The standard is in the human. For them to be able to find a good life for themselves. The ability for them to identify. Say, this is not good. I can't take this. In this hot weather, I can't share my fridge is not working. What are you telling me? Do you want me to die? That is the standard I'm talking about. You see those kangaroo you people call your kings, they did not get it. Even if you watch them in the video, when you watch them when they speak, the only thing they want to speak like the white man, but when you look at them from head to toe, you will know that they didn't get that still. And I no apologies. They didn't get it. And therefore, they fought a war. They helped us destroy the country. Because if they got it, do you know what they would have been doing? Let me tell you, Simba. What they would have been doing the moment that country was handed over to them, they would have sit down very busy, constructing more rail lines, extending the electricity, building more. They will say, hey, this one that going to, hey, these people, okay, let's take it to this place. Don't you think it's supposed to go like this? That thing would have kept them busy. They won't even remember who should be in charge. That's what I'm talking about. Hello?
Yeah.
I have to
Yeah.
go. I don't finish, oh. I don't talk
Okay.
finish.
All right. Let me go and end the show then. Harry. Yeah.
Okay. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Okay,
Bye.
Mark. Later.
Good talking to you guys.
Okay.
See you guys tomorrow.
Mm.